We're live on YouTube. I'm here with JC Owens. The date is the 16th of July 2023, and we've got no time to go into any other tangents, but I will note it was on this day 54 years ago that three men in some kind of a spaceship were launched to the moon in Apollo 13, allegedly, but we'll go no more into it than that. I'll just say that there's a very interesting movie called Capricorn 1, and I put a post out there today linking to the movie, which is available for free in its entirety on YouTube. So I'll leave it at that. I just figured, okay, that's the date that's in it. It's the 16th of July, 2023, and so 1969 is 54 years ago. Now, what we're going to be talking about today, though, is something that, of course, everything is connected to everything in some way if you try and find a way, and there is a few ways. But we're talking about something that, on the surface of it anyway, has got very little to do with that. It's about a fellow called Tim Ballard, maybe Timothy Ballard is what he sometimes goes by. And he is being played by an actor called Jim Caviezel. Maybe I'm pronouncing his name slightly wrong there, but along those lines, Jim Caviezel. And it's in the movie, which is called The Sound of Freedom. So it's all very worthy sounding, and doesn't this fellow look as if he's most concerned? Look at his piercing blue eyes, and he's just, thinking to himself, I just want to save the children. So that's Tim Ballard, who we're looking at there. And what he doesn't like is, and let's get this very clear now, he's actually anti-child trafficking, right? So he doesn't like harm coming to children, which is very, well, I'm being sarcastic here, it's hardly a controversial stance to have, is it? But this is the guy anyway who is at the forefront of this movie. He's being played, as I say, the story of his life, right, which goes into rescuing children who are being trafficked across the border between South American countries and the United States, allegedly, supposedly, or so we're told, or maybe. And maybe there's elements of truth. Maybe there's elements that are at the very least embellished, if not made up wholesale. We'll look into those for sure. And I think we're going to be able to prove our case. And we're not the only one who's done this. There's some videos which we might have time to show you where other people have tried to get the word out, and maybe they've got bigger audiences, but we're just doing the best that we can. And JC has got a unique perspective on this, because the background of this fellow, maybe I'll say it in case we forget later, it's not really too much of a bombshell. The background of this fellow is that he's from a Mormon background, or maybe they might be called Church of the Latter-day Saints, who are like first cousins, or like just a different branch of Freemasons. So that has a connection to it. So with that, I better bring in JC here and sort of say, are you as skeptical as to the valor or the veracity of all of the exploits of this man, who have been told in this movie, where the movie is based upon a true story? How much embellishment do you think has been made, or how much of a crock do you think this guy's stories are, if we want to even sort of, be a little bit less delicate about it? But we'll try to be delicate, because I suppose, look, if I had a bigger audience, I'd be worried about getting sued, right? But at the same time, just because I'm not afraid of getting sued, let's also make sure that we're very careful and rigorous in telling the truth. So over to you, JC.
Sure. Well, I would say I'm definitely skeptical of this guy's story, considering everything I found looking into it. I mean, obviously, like everyone else, when I first heard the whole Sound of Freedom thing going and everything, I was like, oh, pretty awesome, yeah, cool. Then I hear the NGO word, and I look into the guys, and I find out one was a cop, the other one's a former DHS agent, and all that just immediately causes my my spidey senses to tingle, as it were, because once a spook, always a spook, right? You don't just you're not going to just be a CIA agent or a Department of Homeland Security agent or something like that, and you just quit and you're not on hook anymore, right? No, they keep contact with you, and you might get called back in, you might not, but either way, they're going to keep an eye on you. You're not just a free agent at that point. They've got millions of dollars worth of training in you, and things that other people don't know, that you're bound by law not to say. and all this other kind of stuff. You don't just leave agencies like that. So obviously I was skeptical of him right from the beginning, but once I started looking into it and actually looking into this guy, I quickly started to find out that his whole story, the whole foundation that he's based all this on, is garbage. Like
Right.
court documented, proven garbage.
Right, and we have the court documents, and we're hopefully going to have time to read through them, or at least some of the court documents to do with discovery and a motion to suppress evidence as well as discover evidence, and the initial reports of two border crossing guards at the point of entry in a place called Calexico, I believe. But we'll get on to that again a little bit later as well. But just to reiterate your point there, yes, as I have been learning more about, I suppose people might call it the deep state, or the alphabet agencies, or the what do they call them? Maybe the intelligence agencies, things like this. Whether it be the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and I suppose we'll stay with the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, because what I either didn't know or had forgotten and was just reminded of was that it was because of the incursions into the American airspace. Nobody would have thought it would be possible. Sorry, there were already planes that were American planes, but the tragedy that was 9/11, that couldn't have been prevented, couldn't have been foreseen. And yet, even if it couldn't have been foreseen, it happened, and it wasn't able to be prevented while it was happening. But because of that, then they always say, look, I won't beat around the bush too much here. They always say, look, whether they caused it, these things that happen, or whether they allow them to happen, or whether they happen and catch them by surprise, they are always able to make capital gains, or they're able to take advantage out of a crisis. So they never let a good crisis go to waste, as I think maybe Zbigniew Brzezinski said, or maybe it was somebody else. But anyway, probably a few of them have said that. So the Department of Homeland Security then was given a sort of a mandate, like, people were sort of saying, oh, we have to do something, like, the agencies we have aren't enough. We have to create the Department of Homeland Security to secure our borders, both on land, air, and sea, because, like, even though every country, including the US, had the most impenetrable fortress, that apparently wasn't enough. They had to create the Department of Homeland Security with a special emphasis on crossing borders. And, I suppose the consent had been manufactured then, like, well, we need to go into other countries then to sort of preemptively prevent the terrorists from getting into the US, and then this was able to be morphed into the whole trafficking of children and preventing that thing too. So he was in the CIA. Then I was asked if he'd like to move in, or something allowed him to transition into the Department of Homeland Security. And he even says as well that after 9/11, he felt even more patriotic and wanted to do more for his country. So when this opportunity came up to go into the Department of Homeland Security, he said, yeah, I got to do it. It's my duty. And he felt like, it was not just a duty, but a vocation from God, that God was calling him to do it because of his Mormon faith always there in the background. Would you want to take, I hear you agreeing a lot there, so I better let you say something in regard to his faith and his moving into the Department of Homeland Security. And you've already covered, of course, that they really like, well, maybe we'll say this and you can reiterate and give your opinion why, that they really like hiring people from backgrounds which are not only like, if you've been in the CIA, well, easy to go into the Department of Homeland Security or Department of State or something else, but also they really, really like hiring people from the Church of Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormons, but it might be a slightly different version of Mormons, but whatever. They like hiring from these guys, don't they?
Yes, they like hiring from both groups. Like the fact of the matter is, because of their missionary work, they are multilingual. They have connections in different countries, the different countries they've done missionary work in, and all these different things they have, and not to mention the fact that the Mormons, since their inception, have had in their doctrine the ideal to take over America for Mormonism in the first place. Like, that's been their goal. Like, you look into their founding and everything, like, that's what their goal is still to this day, is to make all of America Mormon and beyond, right? It's kind of like the same kind of ideology you see in, like, Islam or something like that, where they're mandated to go out and, change everything over. But because of their missionary work and all these different things, and the fact that they're disconnected from, regular people, all this different stuff, it makes them perfect, absolutely perfect for the service. And like I said, once you understand that the Mormons themselves have a plan to take over America and have ever since the 1800s, then you start to figure out that, oh, it's a two-way street. Like, they not only did the agencies like hiring them, but once they got enough of them in there, they actually wanted to get more of them hired so they would have that power and have access to those levers, right? So that would be, in a nutshell, why most of the FBI, CIA, and Department of Homeland Security are Mormons. They just are perfect for it. They have the prerequisite skills and everything that they need. Yeah.
Right. I was trying to get up a page there. I muted myself while I was looking for a page, but I'll just say the word, and maybe I'll get the proper page for it later. In the reading, yes, you mentioned how they wanted to take over America, and people might sort of say, well, I know they practically have the state of Utah, and the capital of Utah, I'm pretty sure, is Salt Lake City, and that was or still is the home of Mormonism. And they also have a university in is it Provo, or is it Provo in Utah as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so they have a university there, and it's named after the guy who followed on from John Smith, and his name was. Do you remember his name offhand?
I can't remember the guy who took over right off.
Well, it was something like, not Reginald, but something along those lines. Young, not exactly Reginald.
Brigham
something
Young. Brigham Young. Brigham, Brgham, I think. Young.
Yeah, Brigham Young. Yeah, I was a bit off, but maybe that gave you enough to get it. Brigham Young, yeah, Brigham, and he had 56 wives. Now, some of them, it seemed like, obviously a lot of people don't like, and officially they don't do it anymore. The polygamy, or the many wives thing. But he had 56 wives according to Wikipedia. I'll see if I get it up on screen now in a minute. Mm-hmm. Do you remember anything more about him? But I'll jog your memory by saying that, because I only read about him recently now in preparation for this, that the Mormons, everyone might have heard of them being very populous in Utah, and pretty much being the entire population of the state. Although they say, again, like some other groups, that they're only 2% of the entire population of the United States, but that they originally had settled in I think it's Illinois, if not Illinois, Iowa. Yeah.
Nauvoo, Illinois, and it was Brigham Young who moved them to Salt Lake City, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's what I remember reading only a very short while ago. So he has a university, there's a university in Provo, I think, named after him, Brigham Young University, something like that, BYU. In Provo, and that apparently is where our hero Tim Ballard went, and I think anyway, and anyway that it's a place where a lot of the the way you often hear, well, in Britain anyway, Oxford and Cambridge, the MI5 and MI6 spooks get sort of headhunted from there while they're still undergraduates, while they're still in the corridors of those universities, and so universities there in Provo. This must be one of the. Just say that again, but this must be one of the places in Provo. You're saying that's the way it works.
Yes, it's just like the Simpsons writers. People always wonder why there's so much predictive programming in the Simpsons. It's because all of the Simpsons writers, just about, including its original creator, went to what's called Evergreen College. And as you know, the mystery schools and evergreen trees, it's interrelated to the mysteries and eternal life and all this other kind of the cycles, and the evergreen stays green through winter and all this kind of stuff. So, it's associated with the mystery schools, and it just so happens that Evergreen College is a CIA college, right? It's one of those places where they do headhunt for CIA and Department of Homeland Security, just like Brigham Young University. And there's several of them throughout the country that they do, as well as from all the Ivy League schools.
Right. Now, I'll say the word again, JC, so because I think this is very important background. Maybe it's news to me and everybody else knows it, but look, it'll be news to some people and other people will be saying, oh, who doesn't know that, right? All I know about Mormons or Church of the Latter-day Saints or LDS, if they prefer to be known that way, I don't really mind. But people might make a distinction between them and say they're different sects of the same Mormonism or Latter-day Saints religion. But I've been learning about them and seeing how they are connected. And you told me they were connected to the Freemasons, and yes, they absolutely are. But let's just go back and then really give some substance to this idea that they wanted to take over the United States. Let's not get into it because we don't have time. But I do know that the Scientologists also wanted to do this. They absolutely set about infiltrating the FBI. But at the same time, and I remember oftentimes kind of saying, oh, right, so the way the Freemasons do this is very like the way the Scientologists do this. So at this stage, I'm willing to sort of say, look, it seems to me like the Scientologists are just a different brick in the pyramid of Freemasonry. Would you agree with
Yeah,
that?
that's exactly what they are. Aleister Crowley, to those who don't know the background of Scientology, it's very similar to Mormonism and John Smith. These things always have a founder. And what happens is when you really get to the top of the mystery schools, just like you'll see with people like Jared Leto, like once you graduate the top and you don the white, as they say, or take the white, don your white robes, then you can become a cult leader of your own. You can start your own little group, right? You can make your own little branch. And that's what, remember when I told you, a true Luciferian always finds out in the end that they should be at the top of their own organization, you see.
Yeah.
Like it's only logical if you're worshiping yourself, right?
Mm.
Duh.
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to share something on screen now to do with the state of Deseret, which is going to be very interesting. And I think we'll cover it now since it kind of came up because you sort of said they wanted to take over. So put a pin in that one. I just read these few comments here and we'll get back to the sort of maybe the substance of the film and sort of show how that's a whole lot of, at the very least, embellishments. And when they say in a movie based on a true story, well, then you have to ask yourself, well, how much of it is then changed for cinematic and storytelling narrative purposes for entertainment, and how much of it is actual reality? So, but what I just want to read out here now is that I didn't know this. A from Australia, who says it's about 4 a.m. in the morning, is saying that where he is in Australia, is saying that 30 SEALs, Navy SEALs, went to Colombia for filming the movie, allegedly. Like, I don't even believe that. Like, how would you get permission, like, for enemy soldiers to land in Colombia? We make a movie, just like in Cambodia, like, oh, you make a movie. They used to say when they were like filming Vietnam movies. But anyway, 30 SEALs went to Colombia for filming the movie, and while there, rescued 200 kids. So they were only there just either to, he says, that's the story, and he goes, well, actually, allegedly they were there for private security. So they weren't, maybe they were moonlighting, they weren't there in official capacity. You have all these grey areas then, but they still managed to, while they were in their off-duty time, like, oh, just rescue a few kids here. So they try to beat each other's high scores and, rescued 200 kids from whatever bad thing was going to happen to them, slavery or whatever. I'll try not to say the S word too much, because I want to try and keep this from being too sort of hot wordy. But anyway, and just to acknowledge there, Stephen Crumley says, cheers John, cheers JC, hope all is well with you, men. Yes, not bad.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Stephen. Likewise, hope all the same there.
Yeah, it's always better when I'm on stream. Like I'm always happy to talk to everybody and see that everybody's still like good to go. When I see the names pop up in the chat, it lets me know that like if they're still around at least. Like, the roundup hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it's good to know, and you never know. I never know who's listening there. We have some people commenting, and other people who maybe don't comment, and maybe some people who disagree. And maybe we're not important yet to have people monitoring us, but you just never know. But I would hope that they would see that I'm not irrational and I'm not ideologically possessed, but I do sort of have an insistence on the truth. And so a
Yeah.
lot of people don't like that, because a lot of people like will sort of say, look, if there's good coming out of it, what harm is a few lies? A lot of people will allow their morality to be eroded like that. I'm not trying to say I'm perfect, but I am saying that when you find maybe the occasional thing, just in case somebody's listening and sort of saying, why are you destroying this? Because people might say, oh, so you're saying it's lies. You don't like him going in there and rescuing kids. Have you something against South American kids or whatever? All I care about is the truth. That's it.
Hmm.
And even if I'm not Machiavellian, like basically like that, you have to do, break a few eggs to make an omelet, all that sort of stuff. Or, oh, well, people say, don't bother asking permission, to go into countries or whatever it might be, ask for forgiveness afterwards, when you show the great things you've done. I'm not into that either, either we have rules or we don't. Now, there might be some room for leeway at some point, like, if you reduce things to absurdity. But I think common sense would have to prevail there. Anyway, in case people say, "Oh, hypocrite," and blah blah blah, I don't want to go off on any tangents anyway. But yeah, I'm just saying the same as you there, JC, because it just suddenly occurred to me that there might be people listening in who do not agree, or who just sort of say we need to shut these guys down. But anyway, we'll keep going, and it's getting more difficult with technical issues, but we're trying to get through that anyway. So anyway, what I want to do is show you this on screen. To get back to the state of Deseret. Maybe it's called Deseret, but I'll say Deseret, pronounce the T at the end. And apparently the word comes from Hebrew, and Deseret either means bee or busy bee or beehive. And JC, you have told me in the past that, and I didn't know, I knew about the square and the compass, but I didn't know until before, I don't think I knew before I started talking to you, that the beehive and the bee was a symbol of Freemasonry, and apparently it's a big symbol in Mormonism.
Yes, and that's where they got it from. And the Freemasons got it from the ancient mystery schools. Like if you go to Iraq, for instance, and the Middle East, you'll find that bee hive and the bee carved into stone thousands and thousands of years ago by the mystery schools. So, like, this is an ancient symbol, and it represents what they want, right? They revere it because, well, back at the original conception, they didn't realize that the queen bee was actually a queen. They thought it was a king, right? It wasn't until later they found out that it was actually a female, and they switched to the goddess worship thing. But either way, it's the fact that the queen bee controls all the rest as an extension of herself, and that's a representation of how they see God and like all of us, right? So it's a situation of if we're all one, then we have no free will other than the will of the majority, right?
Right.
So,
That's interesting. And look, I suppose the thing about all the societies is that they all have a place and working towards something, whereas all of us profane, we're just cut loose, we're atomized, we're individualized to our detriment, of course, because they can then confuse us individually and take over us and control us. But when they're operating in unison, they can coordinate their efforts all across the country, even if it's only 2% of the population. I mean, if I had 10 really good friends in one country, all spread out, and we had a sort of a language of, even if we could be listened into, but if we had a language of codes and, words that have meanings depending on context, depending on books we've read, and all this sort of stuff, well, you could accomplish a lot. And if you found yourself in the same corporation, and you knew you're both a member of the same organization, whether it's Freemasonry or any other church, or secret organization, that you could, with a nod and a wink, as the phrase goes, sort of promote each other or help each other or back each other up, and other people might not know that you even know each other. So people might think you're independent witnesses, but you're not. You're all operating for what might be, their great work or their greater cause or greater good. So you can see, I suppose, where, they maybe don't think it's bad that they are drones, or that they all help the hive, or that they must follow their fate, whether they're drones or whether they're worker bees, or whether they are what is it, the ones that make the honey or look after the young, or all of that sort of stuff, that they all have their jobs and they're happy to play their part. And maybe I could understand it, that even if they might sort of say I'll never get to see the end, it's good to feel like it's part of human condition to actually get enjoyment and out of a sense of belonging to a group, and feel that you're contributing in some way.
yes, I mean, obviously, we as human beings tend to be group pack animals, so to speak. We are going to be more comfortable in a group. Whether we were hunter gathering or whether we were farming, it's always been a group activity to some degree or another, right? So it's in our psychology to fall into this stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have so much groupthink, like what you have going on here. People just take it on its face value and don't realize how it can be used to manipulate them in the end, right?
Right.
And it's like I was telling you earlier, one of the first things I noticed was Mr. Ballard and his people promoting things like the border wall and, being staunch Trumpists and all this other kind of stuff. And let's remember, Donnie T promoted the stabby and all this other kind of stuff. And they're real chummy with a small Middle Eastern country that has put up fences with automated machine guns around them. I'm not real fond of any kind of border wall. I'm sorry. I'm just not. No.
Well, I am aware, of course, that that there may well be truth about the warnings that people keep saying it could be to keep people in and whatever. But I do see it more and more now, seeing what's going on. I do see it more and more that what once was unthinkable now almost seems like not just inevitable, but something that would have been predetermined anyway. That Mexico and the southern states of the United States would fuse or coalesce again. And let me just spend 2 minutes saying why, and explain again. Well, maybe everybody knows this, but I didn't. And part of it is because I just kind of thought, look, history doesn't affect me. And also, why do I really care about the history of the Spanish Empire all that much? I'm more concerned with the English-speaking Anglophone Empire or whatever, or maybe the history of people above a certain line of latitude, So the Mexican-American War, right? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm actually, I'll admit it, I'm looking up to see between what dates it was. I mean, I guess it was in the 1840s, but I could be totally wrong. Do you remember, JC?
I think it was actually prior to that. Let's see.
Well, I'm going to look it up here anyway, right? And why I'm looking it up is just to sort of say it existed, it was a thing.
1846, 48, actually. So yeah, you were correct.
Okay, but I didn't know how many years it went on for. So 1846 to 1848. Now, what we're looking at on the screen here is, and I'll scroll it down a little bit, is the state of Deseret, and you might not recognize it. I'm going to click into it here to see if I can make it bigger, just so you can kind of get, maybe that's a bit bigger there. It's one of these SVG pictures. Damn it, now that's smaller. I'll have to go back. But anyway, you might not recognize it, but in small outline, and I don't, what I'm saying, it may not be visible on screen there, but I'll just say it anyway, right? What we're looking at here is not just the proposed, but the size of the territory, the outline of the territory, which our friend, and I've forgotten his name again there, what was his name? Brigham Young.
Yeah.
So he was also a politician as well as the successor to John Smith. So he was a pastor and a politician. And so he actually went to, I suppose it was Washington. So he went to Congress to ask for the territory. And I suppose they went along with the lines of, if you don't ask, you don't get. And what we're looking at there is the proposed territory, or the first of all, they were going to ask for territory. And then they realized that other states weren't just asking to be recognized as a territory, but actually incorporated as a state. So that they withdrew their proposal first for territory and then said, we want to be this state. We want this state to be called Deseret. And what we're looking at there underneath this thing that they nearly got is not just Utah, but some of Oregon and also a little bit of Idaho. Even it's got a corner, I think, of now I'm trying to remember my states here. It's got Colorado. It's got a corner of Wyoming. I forget what's under Wyoming there. No, maybe that's a bit of the Colorado. It's got some Arizona and a little bit of New Mexico, and a lot of South California, but not, I think, probably going over the mountains there into the place where everybody wants the nice land going towards the sea. So they asked for that because they specifically sort of said, we're going to ask for territory that nobody really wants. It's not good farmland, or there's not really much there, but we just want to have as much territory as possible under our control. That will give us maybe, if we want to take over the whole of the United States, that will give us at least a good start, rather than why limit ourselves to just what we want of the state of Utah as it is now. And why did I mention the Mexican-American War? Because if it was from 1846, and as recent it seems now to me as 1846 to 48, that there was a secession of all this territory, all of that territory, not just from California, but I didn't know this, Oregon as well. And all these states, like, Colorado, and I guess part of Wyoming and all that, maybe all of Wyoming, I don't know. So, like, all of this was basically just part of Mexico. And that blows my mind, even though I kind of knew that, I'd heard that. But these were just different states, just like California was different states in this kind of country of Mexico. So that's where that land came from. And then it was only in 1850 then where they applied to make this state of Deseret be recognized by the United States. Basically just 3 years after this territory had been ceded, or in other words, like yielded or given up to the new country of the United States that was busily sort of forming land, whether it could purchase it or conquer it, or just sort of say, listen, it's better off in our hands than your hands, or whatever. So listen, I've spoken for enough there, but to me, I suppose it just blows my mind. Did you know all that? I guess you did, JC, but if you have anything to add to that?
Well, like I knew of it, and it also includes some basically war crimes. The Mormon Church actually came in, and they weren't supposed to, but they slaughtered the Native Americans of that area so that they could have it for themselves. That was was a pretty big event for Native Americans in this country. But there is something I would like to touch on. I had found this while I was, we were trying to get the signal and everything together or whatever. But it's an article it's called Oxford Academic or whatever, and it's Journal of Church and State is from the J.M. Dawson Institute, is the page or whatever. But the article is called God and the People, Theodemocracy in 19th Century Mormonism, right? And once you get down here to the second paragraph, it touches on what I was talking about. It says, 19th century Mormons protested both the spiritual disharmony they encountered in an increasingly cluttered American religious landscape and the early processes of what they perceived already as an excessive secularization. Proclaiming their allegiance to God in all human affairs, while also maintaining a sincere faith in American republicanism, early Mormons, under the direction of founding prophet Joseph Smith, sought to create a socio-political order that combined the virtues of government by God, theocracy, and by the people, democracy, rather than seeing these systems as being competitive or contradictory. Smith and his followers viewed them as complementary. So, right there, it shows you that in their founding principles was the idea of turning America into a theocracy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, I just want to put up on screen there, Lily Kazoo says it's pronounced Oregon, not Oregon. Right? It didn't go anywhere. It's Oregon. Fair enough. But anyway, what I want to correct myself there on as well, as I said it was 1851. No, it was 1849 when they said, hey, listen, can we have that state? So anyway, they were probably sort of looked at with a bit of consternation and sort of said, what do you want all that land for? You're only a small amount of people. Because the town that they had in Illinois was only something like 2,000 people or less, and do you remember the name of the town again there? Can you pronounce it? Huvi or something? What was it?
Nauvoo.
Nauvoo.
Yeah, something like that.
Nauvoo, yeah. Nawvoo. Nauvoo. And that means something like beautiful place or lovely area in the valley or mountain or something like that. Picturesque place, Nauvoo. And I think it's Hebrew. And just to say again, Deseret comes from Hebrew, just in case that wasn't clear, you know. So, what they say about their religion is that they're not copying Mormonism, even though, like, sorry, they're not copying Freemasonry. They're saying that they get the same sort of liking for old languages like Hebrew, and all the symbols and the rituals and everything. They get it from the same mystery school, priestly source. Or whatever it
Yeah.
might be, like that also informed Freemasonry and maybe rabbinism and all that sort of stuff too.
Yeah, which is accurate, but like as we've shown, like with the Rosicrucians and whatnot, like they have been formed into one as of late. Like they're not, just because they go by different names does not mean they are entirely separate anymore.
Yeah, well, look, I'll just say this, and sorry about the noise here. I'm trying to see if I can turn up my microphone. I'm holding it closer. That's what I'm doing, because they're saying you're always much louder than me, much louder than me. But anyway,
It's because it's Southern. We're loud
yeah.
people anyway.
No, well, I think I should be coming across louder now. I can hear myself a bit louder in my headphones now. But anyway, yeah. So there's just what JC, or sorry, A is saying there. John, volume level a bit low. But anyway, look. I'll say this obliquely, right? Because there's a particular, we're talking about Mormons, and nobody says you can't talk about Mormons, but we may well get a blue box trying to explain to people what Mormons are from the Encyclopedia Britannica or Wikipedia or whatever. But there is another religion that you're just better off not mentioning, because you get into trouble, sometimes mentioning them at all. But they do say that they often, or they only comprise 2% of the population. It's a strange thing. I think there's a lot of underreporting and overreporting of various population levels. I don't trust it, but that's what they say. And I think a lot of people know that number, 2%, right? So it's just curious that they say we're only 2% as well. And I think they like to hide in this. I see the same tactics. They like to hide behind this shield of, oh, we're only a few people. We're so few. So trying to think what's the right word. So few of us. There's so few of us that we couldn't possibly get up to no good, even if we wanted to. But look, the thing is that that's a tactic, and you see it in that other religion that say they're only 2%, and they're vastly overrepresented. So we know that there's another religion that's vastly overrepresented in all of our countries, but it's so obvious in the United States. And so by the same token, whether it's true of politics, I don't know, but we can also say that there's so many of these guys, and you just wouldn't know it, who are in the intelligence agencies, Homeland Security or wherever else. And I guess I'm trying to say get back on topic, because that was a lot of foundational stuff, which is very important to know where the Mormons came from. And they sort of headed west, maybe on the Oregon Trail, right? And decided, well, Utah, not many people want this land. Or I think there was another thing, and just to say this, right? We were talking before we came on there about there's a lot of right-wing grift, because this is part of the story as well, right? And I think they've been doing it all the time. So you recognize the methods, you recognize them by their fruit, you recognize the same tricks, but just changed for a different century, right? So I'll just say that in Illinois, and at the time, I think they were saying that Chicago was no bigger anyway than their Nauvoo town anyway, but it didn't grow, but Chicago did. But maybe they went into Chicago, and I think John Smith and other people perhaps of his church, but John Smith was convicted, but I think it was his first conviction, so he wasn't given a sentence. John Smith, the alleged founder of Mormons, anyway, people don't know, look into it, so that he was doing this kind of grift where he was telling people he could tell their fortunes, or he was doing soothsaying, but also he had this thing where he said, I have this magic stone. I mean, yeah, who would believe all this stuff? South Park did a great thing on it, dum 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 dum. Who would believe it? But people do. But anyway, he said he had this special stone. He could put it on his forehead and then bring his hat down over the stone, which would allow him then to see through the stone. I think there's a special word that he said, like, some you could imagine, like looking through your third eye or whatever, or crystal gazing, or that kind of thing, scrying with the stone, right? And at the time, and we know that people were always trying to find their fortunes out west, but maybe there was people who were fresh off the boat in the east, and he was saying, I know how to find gold. Well, he found those gold plates, didn't he, that he could transcribe stuff from, but he said that I know how to find treasure. And his whole thing is that if you pay me money, I suppose, or whatever, he'd get from these people, then I'll look into this special stone of mine and I'll tell you where buried treasure might be. Now, look, we might think, will he be discovered straight away? But look, it's been a few years now, since 2020, and there's still people grifting off this, telling people how they can, like, whatever it was that was put into people, how they can get it out of them, or how they can cure themselves, or whatever, all these alternative people, or people who sort of say, I agree with you, I don't trust the government, and I don't trust this, and I'm skeptical about that, and I'm a far right this, or I'm an alt like that, or whatever it is. So it's always about pay me money and I'll tell you stuff that you want to hear. And so I'm mentioning that scrying or stone prophesizing, whatever it was, because I think they must have been run out of town. Maybe Chicago got bigger. There was too many people then were wise to the game, and they said, I think that, I'm just only guessing, but I think that's probably why they decided to, let's move out west, go on the Oregon Trail. And then they said, like, this will be our new base. Just like, and I'm looking at this state there, or proposed state, just like another group of people who are 2% said, we need a state or a country for a base of operations in another place out east in the East Mediterranean. So again, I'm referring obliquely there, but I set that out, I think, fairly well. Have you anything else to say to that, JC, before we kind of move on and talk about the movie?
It's also good to note that Mormonism is one of the inroads that the idea of aliens kind of crept its way in. They believe that, like, the Israelites came out here, like a branch of the Israelites came out here to America, to like the Grand Canyon area, and left those gold plates and a sword and some other things here, and that like an alien / angel divulged to John Smith all these secrets and whatnot. Kind of like same as Crowley, how he had the alien he saw there in the Great Pyramid when he did his ritual. What did he call it? Lamb or whatever, the alien gray looking figure or whatnot in the cape. And it's very similar to that. And they believe that when they die, they will become a god over their own planet with as many wives as they want. So they're into some fairly weird stuff, and that would have been part of what made them have to move around too, because in most of America there were laws against polygamy, for instance. So they wouldn't have been accepted everywhere so much.
Right. And
but
so
yes, the alien thing is an important part, because like that's going to get into like them being part of the CIA and all these other kind of things. And one of the reasons why aliens have been moved to the forefront and why the government has latched onto that idea so much. And also that place Skinwalker Ranch that you always hear about all the time. You do know that was owned by the Mormons before like it became all famous, right? And it just happens to have alien activity and stuff. Like, doesn't that seem strange? Just saying.
Well, it certainly does, and let's do a stream on that sometime, because I'm open-minded about that, as to like there might be some truth to that, but I just don't know.
Same here. I just find it strange, like all the activity around it with and how it's all closed off now, and it just, there's something weird going on there. Probably both ways. There's probably actual weird stuff going on there, and then there's weird government stuff going on there too that involves the Mormon Church. But it's it's hard to say.
Well, I have it on the screen there. Watching trains go by says the fact that aliens haven't visited Earth yet is proof of their superior intellect. Yeah, I know. I thought, I was thinking a while back there. Yeah, good God, if I was an alien, I would steer clear of this planet for sure. Because this could be an intergalactic nut house, just to keep all the people who are psychologically deranged on that planet away from us. And we wonder why they're not wanting to enjoy our most pleasant company. But anyway, what I was also wanted to reiterate there, I suppose, or just acknowledge what you said there. You have very good information, and there was another religion, of course, that we probably better off not mentioning as well, from the Middle East, that is promised many wives, untouched pure wives, when they go to heaven as well. So there's a lot of stuff that seems to come out of that whole Mesopotamia or Egypt or Babylonian type area there in the Middle East or East Mediterranean area.
Well,
So
see, they all
yeah,
mystery schools. That's what you're seeing is
yeah,
the relation you're seeing is their connection to the mystery schools. It's the mystery school
indeed.
teaching underneath that everybody's noticing.
Yeah, yeah. That's it. So I mean, I would be prepared to believe that recently, looking at the English lodges, the what they call the UGL, the Unified Grand Lodge of England, which allegedly unifies the York and Scottish rites in the UK and maybe affiliates it then with French and all that. But anyway, look, they the the encyclopedia entry, which was written that I have it on BitChute, or sorry, I have it on my Odyssey account. I just read the entry and put in a few things on screen that are pertinent to it. The guy who wrote it was either a Freemason or an ex-Freemason. He was writing it in 1895, and he was claiming that it was just a fantasy or made up, or maybe it's based on something, that Freemasonry goes back any more than since the 1600s. But at the same time, whether they just picked it all up or adapted it through their sort of Gnostic readings in some kind of enlightenment in the 1600s or 1700s, or whether it really does go back, there is something being carried forward from whatever beliefs were there before Jesus came down, and before maybe there was even such a thing as that religion that, formally what we call it now, or whatever it is now, it wasn't it then, even if they did call it that. Like there was maybe, all these kind of, these kind of different tribes you hear about in the Bible. I don't even want to mention their names either, but there you go now. But yeah, so look, we'll get back anyway to Tim Ballard here, right? So I'll say this, right, in case I didn't say it already. He's got piercing blue eyes. He's very photogenic. Why is that? Because he's a very good-looking guy. Maybe some of the Mormons have very good genes. I remember, by the way, when I was younger, certainly when I was a teenager, you'd very rarely, if ever, say that one of your friends or even some other guy that you didn't know was good-looking, because you wouldn't want anybody to think that you're gay. But of course, now that it'd be wonderful if somebody thought you were gay, well, there should be no problem with that. But I will just say, like, if there's any younger men listening now or in the future, that regardless of whether things are acceptable or not acceptable, there's a lot of things that we kind of, men especially, and we're really caught on a sort of a knife's edge between, you can't say this, but you don't want to say this, even if you're allowed to say that. So I know that a lot of men don't want to ever acknowledge that that it's even possible for them to acknowledge that some other guy is good looking. And I'm not even sure if they're afraid that exactly, or if it's the only thing that they're afraid that people might think, oh, you're gay then, are you? But there's, I think what I want to say is, look, everyone, I think most guys pretend. I wouldn't know. How am I supposed to know? I'm only attracted to women, I wouldn't be able to tell if another guy's gay. But that goes against, I suppose, that would give you a disadvantage. You wouldn't know who your competition are then, because everything is a biological competition. If you're competing for other women, you'd want to know who your competition are. So I'll just say anyway, with the experience now of nearly being nearly coming towards 50 years old, I'm finally comfortable and kind of going, it's obvious this guy's good looking, but we have to acknowledge it, because that's why he's able to that's why he was promoted, that's why he was made the front man. There's obviously a lot of stuff going on in the background, but they figure, like, even if he's not starring in the movie, what he's playing is essentially a movie character, but in real life. That his whole life, and maybe like a lot of these guys, his whole life is a portrayal of a character that's not really him.
Yes.
How would
Well,
you
I
agree
mean,
with that?
obviously, like he's got the halo effect going on there. He's got the square jaw, the blue eyes. He's muscled up and everything. He's exactly what people like, especially boomers who grew up with '80s action flicks, right? It's exactly what they think like a hero type character should be, right? It's what they have in their head already. So they picked one that looked the part.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they chose well. I'd almost sort of say, like, Jim Caviezel maybe should have said, listen, I'll stand back here and let him just play himself. you know
Yeah. I mean, it really is kind of like that. Once people have this idea in their head, like if somebody doesn't look the part for them, it's going to be harder for them to believe that they can do it. Which, I mean, there's some truth to that. That to do these kind of things, to fight, like you are going to have to be, somewhat athletic, and you're going to have muscle and all that kind of stuff. But you don't necessarily need to look like a bodybuilder, like you've been doing steroids. You
Yeah,
know.
although, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've got, I'm sure I've got some other, I have some other pictures of him, but just there's another picture of him there. Like again, he's always lost in thought. That's the funny thing, when you know that it's portrayal, you have to sort of ask yourself, where's the camera? And he's aware that he's being photographed, so he always has to look off to the side in a kind of a pensive way, as if he's constantly thinking about the kids there. How can I
Mhm.
rebuild that citadel in Cusco? I know. So, but it's
A
amazing what a photo
thousand
shoot
yard
does.
stare.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I was I was kind of proud of that one. Although that was the thumbnail, which I've kind of rejiggered a little bit, right? That was the thumbnail, which was supposed to sort of paint him like basically just constantly thinking about how he can rescue all these poor kids. She looks
Mhm.
maybe like the way the photograph is taken there, like she might be miserable, but maybe she's just kind of going, "Why are you taking a photograph of me?" Maybe she carries bricks all day because she loves it. But anyway,
Maybe.
there's a interview that we've linked that's in the description, and that was the thumbnail to that. But look, that's just my sense of humor there. Hey, maybe people think I'm a bad person. But yeah, I'll see. I think I do have a few other pictures of him here. So
Mhm.
I'll get something else on screen now just to kind of prove that. Yeah, I mean, he must work out as well. He's got some good arms there. He's got the guns for going in there to rescue those children from. Well, I'll just say
Mhm.
slavery, right? But it's on screen there. I'm just trying to avoid too many hot words. But there he is, one Mormon's inspired mission. So that's it. I mean, when we think, and it allows, even though people know this, and I know that we're probably all media savvy, I'll admit that when I see something like this, like, I have to keep reminding myself, like, this was a photo shoot. This was all arranged that somebody would come out and photograph him and say, stand there, or the light's good there, all this sort of stuff. But our imaginations allow us or make us think, no, no, this is why he's rescuing kids, and just happens to be a cameraman there, or he's got press with him constantly because he's all the time wherever he goes, he's rescuing kids, and so these are just some of the best photographs that survived from one mission or another that he was on. But of course, that isn't the truth. He's just portraying like he's an actor.
Yes. And I would like anyone who might be a detractor here. I would like to assign them give them a homework assignment. You know, I did this. They keep saying that the movie's being suppressed, the movie's being suppressed, the movie's being suppressed. They don't want you to see it, right? Okay, go on YouTube or Google and type in the movie's title, this guy's name, or anything to do with it, and it's always in the top results. If you're being suppressed, you don't wind up in Google and YouTube top results, folks. That's not how it works.
Good man. I'm so glad you said that because I had forgotten to say that at the outset. They claim, just like so many of the white right-wing grifters, and by the way, like I really dislike most leftists or libertarians or people on the left now, whatever libertarians return into. But I have to say, this is one of the rare things that the leftists are correct about. That nobody's
Mm-hmm.
preventing anybody from saying this. But don't those right wing grifters love saying, "Oh, we're being suppressed. I'm the most suppressed person on YouTube. I got kicked off YouTube. Oh, they won't even let me go on Twitter. Oh, they won't let me have a Facebook account anymore. You have to give me money to continue to fight." So these guys like Dave Rubin, one of our most ardent and vociferous right wing people, alt right. Maybe the left will think like he's like a practically. I won't say that another hot word, but anyway, who is he? He's a guy who married another man, and he has adopted two children who were had by surrogate. Where
Yeah.
and by whom? Well, we don't know, but we assume it's all brilliant. So these are our guys, and as Dave Rubin keeps saying, like you keep having to send me money. I'm being censored. They won't allow me. They're reducing my reach on YouTube and BitChute and whatever others. I forget the others now. I know there's one that's getting popular at the moment that has kind of got to get more of a green type of thing. But geez, I don't know what's going to matter. But anyway, point is, they keep saying you have to come over to my private platform. Luke Rudowski says, "Look, I can only tell you so much, but you're going to have to join my thing for only $3 a week. It's only the price of a cup of coffee, and then I can keep fighting for you to get the truth out there." Like maybe. But what I would just say is, regardless of the full sincerity of all these people, and I know nobody can do work at this 100% all day for free, but it is a characteristic of these people that if there weren't problems in the world, they'd have to shut up shop and find a real job digging roads, roofing, building stuff, teaching people, or whatever it might be. I'm not saying it all has to be construction. if all these problems were solved, if there was no more trafficking of children, no more abusing of people, if there was no more harm in the world, all of these people would be out of a job.
Yes. I mean, that's just the way that modern media works. They're all like shock docs, right? It's everything. Everything's got to be shocking, and a headline grabbing title, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to a large degree, it's because that's what the algorithm likes, and that's what the masses, the normies, that's what they like. The boomers and the zoomers, they like the bright colors, the big bold words. They like being upset. They're just itching for somebody to like say something so they can hate watch it, right? And this is both sides, left and right, and center in a lot of cases. But it's
Exactly.
all manipulate. It's all to
Yeah.
manipulate. And he's sitting here wearing this Operation Underground Railroad shirt. Well, there's yet more proof that Mr. hero here is like, he's full of it, because they've now distanced themselves from him. But like, he's not a member of that anymore. Like, and now they're
Right.
going back and like trying to change the story after the fact. So,
Right. And
you know,
they are. I've put it up on screen there. And it occurred to me while I was just putting this together here, Operation Underground Railroad, one of their sort of NGOs or charities or organizations anyway, that you can donate to is called OUR, OUR for short. And as you mentioned there, it stands for Operation Underground Railroad. Well, when Joe Biden recently was again told to get on stage and say, these are our children, all the children of the country, these are our children. Like, I know it's a
mm-hmm.
bit of a stretch, but it just could be that he's saying something that even he doesn't realize he's saying, that he's saying it in plain sight. These are Operation Underground Railroad children. That's what I'm saying. But of course, people who would know, you'd have to have the ears to hear. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but it's the kind of thing they love saying tee hee hee in secret.
Yeah, I could see how they would do that, like depending on how important this is to their overall goal. But it's for sure like it's meant to grab the ear. I mean, like you said, this is one of the rare occasions that the left wing actually like get something right.
Yeah,
Something is fishy here, and you know the right wing just doesn't want to see it, because the left wing are the ones calling it out, and because on its surface it's something that, yeah, like we were talking about earlier, it's one of those things that, like, just like us opposing it now, us even saying something, even though we've said we agree with like going out and trying to save the children, but it matters, where the money's coming from and why you're doing it and all that. Like, even though we've made we've done all that preemptively, people will still attack us and just on its face and say, "Well, you're supporting blah 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 blah." You know how it goes.
yeah,
It's a knee jerk reaction type thing, and
exactly.
it's a problem.
Well, there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions here. I was sort of joking, like, about, like, that a lot of right wingers or a lot of our guys, conservatives or Trumpers, or they want, like, here's the bottom line. They want to remind, so the leftists or the people on the blue side and the people on the red side, all of politics, are weaving a trap here. And they're going to, remind everyone about QAnon. They're going to link this to QAnon, and they're going to get the right wingers and the Trumpers and the DeSantises and whoever to sort of say, no, no, this guy Tim Ballard is our guy. He's a good guy. How dare the leftists? They don't understand. There's an epidemic of children being smuggled, right? And the leftists are going to roll their eyes, and they're going to go, oh, these guys with their paranoid, delusional fantasies again. We proved that
Mm-hmm.
QAnon was a total crock nonsense. And then maybe a lot of the people on the right are now willing to sort of say, yes, it was a psyop, right? They're doing the same thing again. It really puts a fracture political wise down, that people can't cross, and everyone's going to be so sure. But I'm going to say the left are more correct. But the funny thing is, if the right saw this picture, they might go, well, hang on a minute, I thought it was our children getting trafficked. And then the left might go, yeah, what do you mean by our? Who do you? And then they might go, well, I mean, I just thought, like, because if you look at that picture there, right, they might be thinking, yeah, well, we care about our kids, but I don't so much now that I see them care. I'm going to, sort of say, right, this would be me thinking. Anybody else might say, you're the only one. We're not like you. But I'm going to be saying like, look, maybe I don't care as much now that he's rescuing some black kid, because I mean, there's millions of them, hundreds of millions of them, all in Africa, right? And in Brazil, there's millions and millions. We can't save them all. And is he bringing them into the States? Because
Mm.
maybe, he's bringing loads of these Mexican kids into the States. And as we know, there's so many Mexican people, or people who are of Mexican ethnicity, living in California and Arizona and New Mexico and lots of other states, Texas, of course, as well. And there might be a lot of people. Of course, I suppose, better mention Haiti and Cuba as well. He's bringing them in from into Florida, could be. So there could be people all along these states, not just in the South, but elsewhere. But let's just say those anyway, might be saying, "Ooh, I don't want immigration." So, I mean, how many of these kids do we have to rescue? And does rescuing them involve bringing them to the States? Because I'm against that, but I can't admit that now. So do you see how there's layers and layers of traps for both sides here?
Well, I mean, there always is. That's how it works. Like you said, on both sides, they're luring us towards the same trap, just different ways. And, what I see going on here is, like I was mentioning to you, he's been on Fox News and all these other kind of things, promoting things like the border wall, promoting things like Trump, who promoted the stabbies, by the way. If I just need to remind everyone, he's still promoting it, and it just, you can see how it's just galvanizing each side. It's just making the left look at the right like they're even dumber, and it's making the right look at the left like they're even more evil, and neither one of them is going to let up on this position. And like you said, in this particular case, the left is more correct. Like, these people are fishy. The funding is fishy. Tim Ballard is fishy. His story is documented false. There's so many different things going on here. Like you said, layer upon layer of traps that could be set here. It could leave the Republican Party with egg on their face and make them look really stupid in front of the whole world. Like, there's all kinds of things that could come out of this, just blindly going into it and supporting it just because the left appear to oppose it.
Yeah, and the thing is, the left aren't right because they've looked into this. They just know, oh, the rightists are into this. It's got to be paranoid delusional fantasy, therefore we're against it. Because their whole political stance is, what are the right into? Well, we're against that then. And that's all the research they ever need to do. So you get no points for being right for the wrong reasons. But what I can see happening is, like, they can play this. There's so if I was a Freemason or a Mormon or a CIA or FBI, I can see, oh, there's so many ways to play this, and each way we win. Imagine, playing a game of chess, and you can just see, oh, there's about 3, 4, 5 different ways I can get checkmate from here, And so what he's doing basically is, what I can envisage is that there could be a situation where you have the right campaigning for the border walls to be taken down, so that the only way to end all this, we can't rescue all the kids, is because, as we'll hopefully have time to get into, is this Hispanic kid who he claimed was from Colombia, but is really from Mexicali, or Baja, the Baja state there, just underneath California. His grandmother was living in California near San Diego, or not too far from there, and that's where the kid was living. And the kid had American citizenship,
Yes.
or an American
And the
passport.
guy who supposedly kidnapped him was actually a family friend that he had been traveling, like, back and forth between Mexico and here and everywhere else with for years.
Right, a Mr.
So,
Buchanan. And again, because, like, we want to be totally fair and all that kind of thing, I wasn't able to find out anything about his background or early life. But he looks like Buchanan is sort of a Scottish name, I have to say. That's all I know. And he looks like a normal white man.
yes, he's a millionaire, I do believe. I think he got his start doing something small and then made a lot of money. But yeah, he's a millionaire, and that's
Right.
why they had him going around with them, which sounds awful familiar to some other stories I've heard. Right? Like, typically when it comes to this kind of stuff, most of the time, it's not going to be just some random kidnapping. It's going to be a family member or a friend of the family who's groomed the child for years, right? Like, this kind of, like, kidnapping and having to chase them down all over the place, like they said on the news, like the Taken movies or something like that. Like, that's not typically how it really goes. We
Exactly.
discussed like how this stuff really is in the real world. It's not like the movies.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, let's just pause for one moment, and we'll continue then with the story as to the difference between the movie and then the reality. Then, so already like we've got a good start on it, but I'll just read out a couple of comments here. Lily Gazoo says 66% of Utah residents identify as Mormon, and she's quoting from a 2023 census or questionnaire. She says they have 100 billion in assets. Members tithe 10% of their salaries, right? So no wonder they want to have good government jobs, because then that's a permanent pipeline into the government funding. What a
yeah, and
great
remember, that's
riff.
tax free too.
Yeah. Yeah, because they can say we're giving 10% to a charity. What's your charity? Well, it's the religion I belong to, and I don't pay
Yeah.
tax on it then. Fantastic.
Yeah,
They
and I mean, they basically, even though they're only 66% of Utah residents, I mean, pretty much everybody here in America knows that the Mormons run Utah. Basically, kind of the same way that the Church of Scientology basically runs, like Clearwater, Florida. It's
Yes.
kind of the same thing, but the Mormons own like basically all of Utah.
Mm.
Everything good, anyway.
Yeah, well, it's not a state with a large population, so and apparently a lot of the land isn't, great either, so it wouldn't be that difficult. Like it would be harder for them, of course, to have California, but impressive nonetheless, absolutely. And it seems to me that they do use it as a base, because then they might be able to commute, from there to other states or whatever. Maybe fly home on the weekend. I remember there was I just mentioned this one movie, one of my favorites, but I must go back and revisit it now that I've a bit more eyes to see, because I think there was stuff hidden in it. But anyway, there was two Fletch movies, Fletch Lives and just Fletch. And there was one of them anyway where he was investigating a murder, and there was a rich guy living in California who flew back on the weekends, every weekend apparently, to visit his parents in Utah. you know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Uh,
yeah.
it
So
it's a
that
strange thing for sure if you've ever been there, and you find the Mormons all over. Like we just saw some yesterday here in town. I mean, they're all over the place.
mm,
They're such a constant. People don't pay much attention to them because they are everywhere.
Yeah, well, I suppose just one other thing then to say is, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, they send their children, or really their young adults. They might be taking a year out from college or university, or just maybe between finishing high school and university. Or maybe it could be even late in their schooling of high school. Maybe they take a year out. I don't know, but anyway, they send them away to different countries to proselytize or evangelize, and while they can be a plague, like these guys coming up to you all the time, knocking on your door, or plague. They used to plague me. Anyway, I used to think there were two schoolboys in their little sort of black tie with white shirt, and their blazer. I thought they were schoolboys,
Mhm.
begging for money or whatever it might be for whatever charity they were collecting for. But no, every time I go out to wash my car in a particular place I lived one time, I couldn't go out to wash my car on a Sunday, because they'd always be around in the school uniforms that they were in, saying, "Have you read that
Mhm.
Book of Mormon yet?" I was going, "Oh no, I'll get around to it," because I was always interested, of course, to read about whatever, just not because I
Mhm.
wanted to join a cult or anything, but because I just wanted to know what it was that they want me to know. But anyway,
Yep.
yeah, just to say as well that this is a way that one of the reasons, in case we don't get onto it, why the FBI or the CIA like hiring Mormons, because they're able to use this as cover, send them to different countries, and they can use that as cover, and then maybe do little side missions, on the way.
Yes. Exactly that. And that would like this topic would take us also into the lawyer that these people with the movie hired, and his connection to the LDS Church, and a certain case that anybody who listens to Burmes's channel would be familiar with. A particular like trafficking case of sorts there. And it just seems awful funny that a movie and people associated with a movie that's supposed to be about this particular topic would hire a lawyer who is known for defending people that were accused of this
Now, I
particularly.
think, yeah, now I think I know what you're referring to. Is it possible for you to be more specific about what
Oh,
you're
well, there's
referring
that
to there?
whole there's this whole like all these sex abuse cases by the Mormon Church in Utah, and he's been the guy to represent the Mormon Church in that. He's the one that defended the sex offenders in the Mormon Church. Like, so why would somebody hire that particular lawyer if your business is stopping sex offenders?
Right, and just while exactly, and while you're saying that, then as well, there is a female lawyer. I forget her name. Maybe we'll do a part two on this, and we'll come back and we'll dig more into it. But the female lawyer who was acting for it was the United States versus Mr. Buchanan, who was being prosecuted for allegedly. I'm trying to think of the right word, but like graphically abusing this boy who might have been called Jose, might have been called Pedro. Doesn't matter really what his name was, but anyway, the woman who was prosecuting him was hired then as a lawyer. I'm pretty sure for this, to be employed by the non-governmental organization known as Operation Underground Railroad.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's another thing. Like, so every like we were saying before, every layer, everywhere you turn with this stuff, with this particular group, there's red flags. There are red flags everywhere that says, "Hey, pay attention, like something's wrong." And it just seems so obvious, and it drives me crazy to watch people just walk blindly right into it.
Well, it is, and I don't know. Maybe people are. I'd like to think anybody listening to us, whether they're, no matter what their political leanings, would sort of say, "Well, let's hear them out." That's the way it used to be. Let's hear them out. See if, and I'll weigh it up, and I won't lose my mind either. I won't get angry, even if I don't disagree. But I think that it can be pretty much proven definitively that at the very least, much of the story elements that are in the movie didn't happen, and any of them that are depicted are embellished.
Mm-hmm.
Or changed to such a substantial degree that you might as well be making it up out of whole cloth, as they say. Now, let me just read these two comments here, and then we'll get back onto the story then of what's depicted in the movie. Watching Trends Go By says, "I can't trust any person that walks around or over their own missing and exploited kids in their own country in order to virtue signal." And thanks for getting that term in there, Watching Trends Go By. That's because that's what this is. This is virtue signaling over every other color or culture of kid in the world. Always sketchy, he says. And he says, yeah, and he says, you should do a show or a series designed around the different groups in the USA, like the Mormons, the Mennonites, etc., and a deep dive for those of us less familiar. That might be interesting. Well, we're covering them as we go, and this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always good to have JC on hand anyway to give his informed opinion of experience based on all this, what he's seen and heard and what he learned, both through just his day-to-day life, I suppose, as well as the studies that he did while he was a Freemason and member of the Knights Templar Rosicrucian as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I endeavor to do. Like, I feel like I can give somewhat of a unique perspective, and I don't feel like I'm a fool who falls for things very easily either. I try to be very, very careful with what I support and don't, right? And this right here just seems all kind of sketch all the way around, like y'all are saying. Like, even though the kid was technically an American citizen, they still changed it to where he was going to be, not an American citizen. Why did they do that? To virtue signal. Right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And because they have a story to tell, and we have to ask ourselves, like, again, as you say, why did they change it, and how is that advantageous to the story or the web of stories, narratives that they're trying to weave here? There's a nice comment there from a guy called Engineered Truths. He says, "New viewer here, appreciate the insights." Well, thanks a lot. And I'm
Cool.
glad then to sort of say as well that, I have noticed throughout all of our conversations, I like having JC here, because even though I like to always be fair, accurate, impartial, and truthful, there are sometimes when I might get carried away with the excitement of, oh, this is a rich seam of truth, or or a rabbit hole of discovery. And so I like that JC can sometimes sort of say, well, I'm not sure if we can really stand over that, or I couldn't maybe attest to that, or that sort of thing. So I appreciate having JC here as I suppose like a sensible person, you know, to keep. I think we might help each other a bit, but he helps keep me, even though I'm not prone to flights of fancy. He reminds me when maybe a word and etymology of a word maybe isn't something that, you know, any more than conjecture on my part or that kind of thing. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'll try, and I feel the same way. Like it's always helpful to have somebody to play off of as you're talking. It also helps with a lot of the dead air and things like that, right? So it's much more enjoyable for other people to listen to, I think.
Yes. Well, good. Now, listen. Getting on then with the plot holes. Then this kid, yeah, he was Mexican. Maybe I don't know what he looked like. Okay, although apparently his full name is out there, and I'll better just say this: the events depicted in the movie are around 2006. Although he, if you notice, and maybe we'll get to play some of his stuff, an interview that he was in and reporting from this fella. So he kind of is a bit vague about when, where, and why himself, right? So he might sort of say, "Well, I was in Colombia." Well, no, actually, that one was in Haiti. But he doesn't actually say, "Well, no, actually." He leaves it all a bit vague because it could have been Haiti, but maybe he's talking about another mission that was in Colombia. But at no point does he ever say, "I actually didn't even," for this particular kid that he's talking about, who he went on with Glenn Beck, and Glenn Beck is another one. Absolutely, now that I know Glenn Beck was involved in this, he had a whole team that could look into this. So Glenn Beck, I think, is Glenn Beck a Mormon? Maybe he is, but I think that I cannot give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't know that he's participating in a concoction of a story here.
Well, Glenn Beck is I look at Glenn Beck as a mainstream guy. Like, he might be doing his own thing, but he was always traditionally a mainstream guy. So he's on the inside track on a lot of stuff. And, he did that interview with Whitney Webb or whatever. And the very next show that he did, he was talking like he didn't hear a word she said.
Right. Because
so,
we heard that he had Bibi Netanyahu on afterwards or beforehand or something like that, and it wasn't brought up in conversation at all. Like with what's the girl's name with the red hair who
Whitney?
Yes, Whitney Webb. Yeah. Thanks. Got a few comments in here, and I'll just say this, right? I don't know. Lily says, "What are the real numbers on child trafficking in the U.S.?" Well, in other words, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. But the statistic that I keep hearing being bandied about is that 800,000 children go missing every year in the United States. Now, I hate to, again, like, I know Owen Benjamin, but I don't want to get into it. I think he's a grifter. I think it's been proven to me now that he is, even though I used to really admire him. I'll do a stream on him or a video on him and how I've changed my opinion on him greatly or completely. But he often tells a lot of truth, and he has a lot of common sense. And he was saying, look, of this figure, 800,000 children go missing, right? If you just thought about it for a second, right? They don't say how many of them are found or are found within 24 hours, right? Or just ran down the street or were staying in a friend's house or just said to their mother, I don't like you. Or it's actually so many people divorced these days where the kid said, I'm going to live with my father, to hell with you. And then the mother out of spite reports it. Or mother didn't know, the child went off, all these kind of things. And the police are called and take the child from the husband back to the mother, or vice versa. All of those are counted, and every instance of those are counted. So they don't go, oh, that was the same child and he was already gone missing once this year, so we won't add it. Of course they'll add it because they want the number to look huge, right? So they're all counted as trafficking, right? And especially they might be able, like, if they're able to lie and say this kid was from Colombia, but he was really from Mexico, but really he lived in the United States near San Diego with his grandmother, and his parents lived in Baja, Mexicali. So, if they can fudge the figures, and we know there was a certain thing happened in 2020, they fudge the figures if they want to make something look bigger because it's helpful to their story. Who knows what the true thing is? But what you can be sure of is it's less than 800,000 a year.
Yeah, for sure. And
less.
When it comes to the right wing, like, it's like with the left, you always know that they're going to be trying to get as much crazy shit as possible. And with the right wing, they're always going to be leaning towards law and order. So any kind of grift they got going on, is going to be around money and bringing in more police power or military power. But I classify police and military in the same class at this point. They've kind of been made the same thing through the fusion centers and all this other stuff. The military, the intelligence agencies, alphabet agencies, whatever you want to call them, and the police, like it's all the same thing at this point. So
agreed. Yeah,
but either way, that's the right wing's thing, right? Law and order. And as I keep saying, the left will cause chaos and the right will offer you a fix, but it will be a very particular fix that won't really fix it. It's kind of like I was telling the wife before, 3 steps forward and 2 steps back is still 1 step forward, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's the ratchet technique. And then if you struggle a bit, then maybe at certain times, like now is a period in history where they've sort of said, okay, officially, but very quietly, they said officially that thing that started in 2020 to great fanfare, it very, very quietly slunk away, and people have just gotten back to, in inverted commas, normal. But that's what's called letting one cog back, or maybe I should say, allowing the ratchet to go back one, and I forget what the demarcations are called, but anyway. And it's all part of the psychological programming and trauma-based mind control that they're doing to all of us. And part of that, anyway, that psychological operation is to, as Chomsky said, even though, again, he is a shill and a turncoat and maybe was never legitimate or sincere, but it allows them to manufacture or create the consent, which I see now as being, like, of course, not just inevitable, but always predetermined, that people will say, look, at this point, there's so many Mexicans living in California and Arizona and New Mexico and et cetera, it doesn't make any sense to have this border. All the border does is allow people to move people back and forward. And when we have this disparity, the level of disparity either side of the border, both economic and societal and all this kind of thing, the leftists will then be saying the same thing as the rightists. They'll be saying, yeah, look, let's just get rid of the border. And then we can finally, we'll have legal rights then to have our paramilitaries. They have their hands tied because he had to go in, allegedly, like in his story, he had to go in unarmed, on his own, but not as a member. He had to quit his job, So people will say, get rid of the border then, and then we can do it all nice and legal and stamp out all this third world behavior.
It's possible, though. Right now, the right wing is pushing for a border wall. They want that Trump fence built, right? And that's what this guy, Tim Ballard, was just recently on Fox News like 2 days ago shilling for. They want to get this border wall built, and this movie will go a long way in that, because what's the narrative of the movie? Not what really happened, but what's the narrative of the movie? The narrative of the movie is bad, scary guy from south of the border comes over here, snatches a kid, and takes him off across the border, right? That's the narrative. So that plays in perfectly into what they were trying to do this whole time anyway, even though a border wall has been proven to be absolutely fucking useless. The cartels just went and cut themselves a door with fucking hinges and walked right through it.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine that no sooner would the border wall be fully up and 100 feet high or whatever, then you'd have, President, I don't know, but who knows? Let's say DeSantis saying, like Ronald Reagan, reminiscent of Ronald Reagan to Gorbachev, he'd be saying, like, President, I'll have to look him up, President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, tear this wall down, or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Well, we talked about the ultimate goal of uniting North America, Mexico, and Canada. And, we've all seen, or I'm assuming everybody here has seen, the plans for that great highway from the north of Canada all the way down to Mexico being built, right? Like, they have some plans on uniting it. I haven't quite figured out, how the border wall and the highway connecting it. I'm assuming what's going to happen is they're going to want to build a border wall and then have that highway be the thing that takes you through it, and kind of whittle it down to one checkpoint. Like, you got one way in, one way out of both Canada, America, and Mexico, where they can control it.
Right. Well, there is so much traffic that goes through all the border crossing points, or points of entry, as they might call them. You see that acronym on the, if we can get to it, but maybe, we'll see. a POE, a point of entry. They use these acronyms, and sometimes it's not so obvious. But there's, if you see at photographs of them, like, there could be 20 lanes, wide at some of these crossing points, and people queuing up. And there is so much. People will say, look, there's so much economic and people traffic that it doesn't make any sense. And we can't, and they'll also appeal to the futility of it. They'll say we can't even stop 1% of it anyway, so there's no point in having these checks. We're better off just joining. And I can tell you, it works so well for people with the EU. The idea of convenience, right? They'd always say we'll make life more convenient. People put up no resistance, pretty much. They might say, you mean we can have the same money, don't have to do the conversions and travelers checks, and even if you get rid of traveler checks and digital, don't have to kind of convert in my head. Okay, so that's a Scudos, and then how many drachmas are in a Deutschmark, and how many pesetas are in a British pound, and all this. Okay, I can't do mental arithmetic. We better join all of the EU countries together then and have the same currency, and have no borders, or at least no checkpoints at our borders. And I'm going to say that was my mindset as well. Oh, it's going to be so much more convenient when we go on holidays, Just bring your same money, whatever's in your pocket, and then, you can drive and whatever. You can fly, no problem, no hassle. But then they bring back the hassles. They say, yeah, but you have to take off your shoes and put your laptop in a different bag and your phone in a separate tray and all this sort of, you know the way.
I most certainly do. And, that very well could be it. I know the plan is out there. They've even named the currency the Amero or whatever. Yeah. So they've named the project, they named the currency and everything. And that's what I was saying, that I know that both the border wall and that are both in the works. They're all planning both these things. How they intend to work it, I don't know. It very well could be like you were saying. They put up the border wall. They make things super inconvenient for everybody for a while, and through that inconvenience is how they manufactured the consent for tearing it all down and just making it one thing.
Yeah, right. And the leftists will say, that was what the right want, and then they're going to be delighted to sort of think they have egg in their face to be forced to pull it down and prove that the left were right all along. And then the other way around, then the people on the right will sort of say, well, seems like we've lost our territory anyway. Might as well have it more convenient that we can go on nice holidays down to Mexico, and we don't have to be inconvenienced all the time. Or maybe I'll move down to Mexico. Things are actually better there, that kind of way. Or if they're all going to move up here, I'll move down there. That sort of stuff.
Which, the thing is, I expect them to move the same direction that China and Iran have moved, and not a fence, but drone, robotic AI-driven drones patrolling the border, right, with a shoot-to-kill order. That's what all these other countries are doing that, aren't still trying to play the Western, democracy. We don't do that game, right? Yeah. Obviously they don't have a problem with it, or they'd slap that little tiny Middle Eastern country's wrist and tell them to stop doing it to that little group they got there on the bank. But they don't, right? Yeah. So they obviously don't have a problem with it. It's just they're playing the game right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I expect that to be on the cards eventually, that there will be automated machine guns on the border, and if you try to cross it, it's going to cut you in two, more than likely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this will go on. Everything will just go on as it always does for a few more years, and we'd always think that we're near the end of times, but we never will be. It just keeps on going, and they just need to bide their time, and technology will save us, and blah, 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 and people will accept anything given enough time, and the idea is being put out there, and they'll have the fake kind of talking points about the left says this, but the right says this. Do you agree? Write in, or text in, or do whatever, that sort of way. Yeah. And they just put the ideas out there and float them and see, run them up the flagpole and see who salutes it, basically.
Oh, for sure. And speaking of floating, they just, a few days ago, deployed a seawall or a water wall out in the middle of the Rio Grande. I think it is, the river that divides Mexico and America. They just put a little floating wall in the middle of that, which all that's going to do. The people are still going to try to swim it, and they're going to hit that wall, and they're probably going to drown. Okay. Yeah. Which is dumb. They really shouldn't be trying to swim that river. That is not smart, but people get desperate, will do desperate things, right? So,
yeah, well, it's, of course, that's what they want us to believe anyway, that people are so desperate anyway, they'll do desperate things that we might as well tear down the wall so they don't have to kill themselves. In Europe, that worked perfectly as well. They staged a picture of a boy toddler, like with his face down on the beach, and they claimed he was dead, and then said, "You see, we have to take down the borders now, otherwise you're killing children." But look,
Exactly my point. The left is going to have a field day with that. They're going to absolutely love the fact that the Republicans have done and the border agents have done that, and it's going to be, like I said, an absolute field day. And they're going to they play off each other as always: right, left, right, left, right, left. The march of tyranny.
And it works so well. Yes, it works so well. Right, we've got a lot of comments built up here now, so I want to get through them quickly, and we'll get back down to the story. So Engineered Truths says, I haven't been following this stuff lately, but it seems like a plot to increase surveillance and tracking of children. There's an initiative called Mason or Masoni chip or Masoni chip or Mason I chip. Yeah. You might be familiar with it. I'm not. Hadn't heard of it. You've heard of it, have you?
Yes, like when I was in school, as I told you, I went to a Masonic school. They gave us a classical, Platonic education, like music, the whole nine, right? Theater, and most all the higher level people are going to be educated that way, right? In your hometown, like the mayor, the judges, the police chief, all they're going to probably be educated that way, more than likely. Not always, but more than likely, and in these schools, like they came around back when I was still a kid, and they took our fingerprints and stuff for a Masonic program to track kids or whatever. And this is just the modern iteration of that same program.
I see. Maybe it's pronounced Masonic chip. He also says, it seems like Jordan Peterson is also supporting the suggestion to destroy online anonymity and identity verification. Yeah, he is.
Yes.
And he
did that years ago.
Yeah.
Years ago, he came out and was like, we need to do something about these online trolls and blah, 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 blah. Like, so yeah, he's a classical liberal. Don't let him fool you.
Yeah, and I also think that he's disingenuous. I don't think he's been honest about anything. I think he's another grifter, and I think he's controlled, and he is against free speech, and he's proven that many times. And I think anybody who still believes in him or follows him or looks up to him, then he's dangerous because of that, just as dangerous as anybody else. Like, say, people, I'll give him a shout out there, even though he might not need me to shout him out. There's a fella called the Texas Goat Radio Show, and he's been dissecting and analyzing a lot of Owen Benjamin streams and showing how, although it breaks my heart to say it, that Owen Benjamin is a shill and pretty much always has been as well, and is just basically somebody who doesn't care about other people and just cares about money. And I'm going to say Jordan Peterson is the same. And they don't care about the truth. They care about what can they say within a certain field or Overton window or field of acceptability, and then lots of people just sort of say, yeah, let's pay him, he's saying what I thought, or this kind of stuff.
You heard what Jordan's doing now, didn't you? Have you heard about his new project?
Well, I think so, and I'll just say this just very quickly then, and then you tell me. He is teaming up with, maybe you remember the name of it, with a group of people who are basically going to provide an alternate way, another path, but it'll get us to the exact same digital panopticon dystopian future that they're planning for us. So it doesn't matter the right-hand path, the left-hand path. But I'll just say this and then hand it off to you. Amazing Polly did a great video on that, and I think I've linked to it from Odyssey, but if not, search BitChute or Odyssey for her deep dives on Jordan Peterson. But do you remember the name of the organization and the people involved?
I can't remember the exact name, but I know they're affiliated with the Bank of London, and that was exactly what he said. Anyway, he was like, "We're going to give an alternative to the Federal Reserve. We're partnering with London," and it's like, what? Wait, well, hold on a second. That's the same thing, though. Yeah, you're partnering with the same people.
So that's right. He's saying. He literally said, we'll give them another story. In other words, we'll tell them different lies, but we'll lead them to the exact same pen. We'll lead the sheep to the same pen. Look, we've got a lot of comments, but catch up and we'll get back on story now and get back on topic. Watching Trends Goodbye says, about 1 million reported missing every year and about 500,000 missing every year. How many are murdered, trafficked? So he's saying 1 million reported missing and about 500,000 missing every year. Yeah, but I mean, Are those 500,000 never to be seen again? Because I'm pretty sure, although I haven't looked really into the figures to be able to say I know 100%, but I don't believe that for a second. That they're never to be seen again. Like every year, 500,000 are gone, never to be seen again. I don't believe that. Like certainly not from within the United States, or United States citizens, children. Um, so he says anyway, it's unclear and probably underreported. No, we're saying that it's vastly overreported and ginned up. That these figures are exaggerated and inflated to the nth degree. But I don't have the
Yes,
statistics to show you. Um, but what we're going to show is that his story is cockamamie, um,
for sure.
embellished. Let's say, I better say embellished. Lily says supposedly there were three operations, three locations, just one in the movie. Yeah, what they say then when most people sort of say, no, no, it's all legit. And then when pressed on it, like I think one of the guys who produced the movie or had something to do with the movie, says that oh yeah, well, like for storytelling purposes, maybe there was several different agents who were sort of coalesced or morphed into the one character, which Tim Caviezel played, and so maybe Tim Ballard might look like he's lying, but he's not lying because he's only talking about things that he did, and we kind of mishmash them all together. Well, I mean, that's more or less tantamount to sort of saying, look, you make your own minds up. But anyway, don't think that what you're watching there in the movie is like a documentary or depicting events as they actually happened. What it is depicting is things that they want you to believe, and you got to ask yourself why.
Hmm. For sure. Why are they putting a magnifying glass to this? Why are they boosting it? Because they feel like, I assure you, that both sides understand how to boost stuff like by using reverse psychology. It's sad that it's that cliche as like that old Bugs Bunny Daffy Duck thing of duck season, rabbit season, duck season, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
The
completely. The reverse psychology. I mean, it's so simple. People don't want to admit it. I imagine people won't want to admit it on the right because it does make us seem then as stupid, if not more. And then the left will be right. The left will be correct. That we, I say inverted commas, then we're being paranoid or we're being duped by a tall tale, by fanciful tales of virtue signaling and stolen valor is something that's talked about a lot. Like the Navy SEALs went in and kicked ass and single-handedly destroyed a whole cartel and rescued the girl, just like Rambo or whatever. And basically it is a pastiche of 80s movies like Rambo or Taken or right, although that wasn't 80s, but you know what I mean, the same kind of thing. He rescues the girl.
Yes. I mean, and that's what the left have pointed out. Like they were, even bright enough to catch that one was the similarities between all these action movies and everything. And I mean, it really does follow that very same thing. If you're going to do something like what they're doing, then wouldn't you think you would want to make it as truthful as humanly possible and not go the Frank Dukes Bloodsport route where you lie about absolutely everything?
Yeah, now of course they might claim like, oh well, real life isn't as exciting. There's a lot of waiting around in safe houses, and nothing happens for weeks on end. But whatever. There is artistic license and there's lying, and they like to make the difference between the two very, very blurry and then skate around it and move it up and down at their convenience. Now, again, as I say, we've got a few comments to catch up here. Watching Trains Goodbye says, in Mexico, there are only 18,000 missing people every year of all ages, not just children, 18,000. So the push to ignore ours and race to protect theirs, which would be less than 18,000 being kids. So, if it's 18,000 total, when ours is so 30x. And I agree with this to the point where I always think it's useful to examine their own stories as they tell them to us. So if let's assume for the sake of argument or for the sake of investigation of like a thought experiment, if there's 800,000 children, not just people, could be more than that, could be more than 1 million people, but just children, 800,000 missing in the United States. Why is he going into Colombia or Mexico or anywhere south of the border if that's only 18,000 in Mexico? So obviously, what needs to happen is their people need to come into the United States and fix the United States problems. If their story, as they tell it to us, is true. So there's a contradiction there.
Yes, for sure. For sure. And it's funny. like that. They would try to play this game like right after, they know that QAnon is really big on the child, trafficking stuff, and that's one of the really big topics on the table. It just makes sense that this is what they would do. I mean, to me anyway. In my mind, if I had the goals that they have, then it makes sense that you would go this route because it's the one thing that would be hardest to question.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I bet you there's some people out there, maybe I'm going to feel a little bit disappointed if we're criticizing this. And I know the kind of person, like, you kind of try and tell people that's not true. That's all lie. That's all nonsense. They go, oh, right. So you don't care about children, I suppose. Well, I'm the kind of person who cares when children get hurt, whereas you're one of these selfish people who only cares about yourself. And you're like, oh, God, no, that isn't it. But because everybody really is a virtue signaler. Most people are, like, very few people don't get swept up in a frenzy of like, oh, I care about the children. You're just one of these people who hates children, or whatever it might be,
Yes.
or worse. They're going to accuse you of worse, like.
They both use the same tactics. It's just like during the couth, you have one side hollering, "Don't you care about the children? Wear one," and then the other
Exactly.
side going, "Don't you care about the children? Don't wear one." And
Yep.
that's kind of how I see this whole situation. It's just, and as well as the Jordan Peterson thing with the new central bank alternative to the WF, whatever. Like, it's just setting up more dialectics. It's just setting up more false choices that's going
Exactly.
to funnel you one place or another to some limited hangout that they're going to bust up later.
And yeah, this is an absolute limited hangout, because then when it all gets busted, people are going to go, oh, so it was all nonsense. Well, no need to look into any of these people any further then, right? Because everyone's got egg on their face. And you're totally right there. That it's just so embarrassing that the template for the trick is so simple. It's so overplayed, and yet it works every time, 800 million% of the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right.
it's just like they did with the Me Too movement. They did the exact same thing with it. What'd they do? Well, like they sat there and people like Weinstein got busted. Some big names kind of got caught up in it, and then they let it go absolutely ape shit to where nobody wants to believe anybody no more.
Right. And of
Right?
course,
So they actually did damage to it to where now it's going to be harder to get people like Weinstein, not easier.
yeah, exactly. Of course, the way this will play out as well, they go, yeah, it's another, just like, the Reds under the bed scare, or they'll say, oh, it's just like people going hysterical, like the Salem witch trials or whatever. It's always this
Or the
paranoia.
satanic panic in the 80s. They still use the satanic panic in the 80s, even though the cops literally had training courses on how to deal with these kind of things because they really were busting up cults and things. So, there's proof that it really was going on, as well as that case in Utah we were talking about here just recently that
Yeah.
proves that it's going on. But they cause these panics and make you look stupid, and then that nobody wants to look into it anymore. Like John was saying, it's a trick.
I'm so glad you said satanic panic, because I couldn't think of that. That's what I meant, really, that whole area when I say the Salem witch trials, because maybe there was an element of truth to that. But the satanic panic in the 80s and 90s there, and it was both in Britain and the United States, and I've seen a lot of it, and I believe it. I believe a lot of it. But then again, who knows? But the thing is, it's all just got, when the well gets poisoned, then people say throw everything out, like basically throw all the bath water out, and the baby gets thrown out with the bath water, to use
Mm.
maybe a euphemism that has kind of some strange connotations, or a phrase that's got strange connotations with the subject matter. But Katie Kane there says, and she recently subscribed to the channel and said hello. She's somebody who watches Jason Bermas, and maybe she was talking to you in the comments, and she
Mm-hmm.
subscribed because of
A,
you. So
a
she's
good
referring
friend.
there to, say that again.
I said a good friend in the chat. I would say,
Good.
like, I do like Katie quite a bit. She has
Well,
good points.
excellent. Well, she was referring there, I'm pretty sure, to when you were mentioning about the police force or the military or the feds or the Homeland Security or whatever, border guards. They're all pretty much the same, and equipped the same, as Katie Kane there says. And engineered truths says they are destroying, like we were talking about there, I should have had this on screen earlier. They are destroying our credibility while simultaneously pushing more surveillance and destroying privacy online big time. And don't think we're going to have
Mhm.
time to get to it, but I've linked to a good video where Computing Forever, aka Dave Cullen, is talking to the chief policy woman of BitChute and of Parler. And I think she's working in the UK, but she's an American. Very interesting character. Anyway, I've linked to a video that he did there recently about how the UK are bringing an online safety bill to keep us all safe. Because you can be sure that they'll say, and they have said in all this thing as well. And your man Tim Ballard said that in order to get leads and to figure out where these guys are, he has to go online and pose as a trafficker. So it
Mhm.
starts online. Say like, oh, we have to do, in order to get rid of all this trafficking, we're going to have digital ID to get online as well. That's of course all going to be part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've already talked earlier about how, places like Apple are letting and Google are letting folks into like your Google Drive and all those kind of things, and are actively letting an AI algorithm search through your stuff for, those kind of bad pictures, right? So, it's going to be abused, and it's not going to actually be used for that.
Absolutely. Well, we have a fair few more comments now. Just trying to lace through them. Could the reason, because they're very good, and I just want to have them read up before we go on too far, could the reason for this be they think these other nations are cutting into their own market share and are just getting rid of the competition? Gross, but it's how evil thinks. Well, look, if they identify a problem outside of their borders and then justification to leave their borders and then legitimately work as part of some kind of organization that has been conferred with state legitimacy, then that also blurs borders as well. If you have people from other nations working in your borders, there's a certain Middle Eastern country that has trained American police for many years, at least since the 90s, probably earlier, 70s or 80s. So again,
Yeah.
what's really the difference there anymore as well?
Yes, and I mean that's a very good point. They do cross train like that, and that's why I say they aren't really any different there anymore. Not really. Not like, I mean, on its face maybe, but when you really get down to brass tacks, I mean, no. I mean, we share training, we share weapons, like, you
Mm.
know, they'll like they're not so keen on extraditing criminals that are holding a passport from their country so
Yeah.
much, but
Yeah,
everything
it's
else
only
though.
whenever it suits them. Yeah, and Katie Kane there says some still think open borders are what's responsible for all drugs. The right has pushed this. Well, of course, whether you have a border or don't have a border, whether you have a border with not strict enough checks or too lax checks, it's all just basically pill pull. It's something to have push pull arguments about. It's just another thing to argue about.
Yeah.
Whether something exists or doesn't exist, you can generate furore about it on both sides, and they can profit out of the discontent and disharmony that any subject matter causes that has emotions tied to it.
Well, yeah, and I can vouch personally that the kind of people that bring it in are the government, the Freemasons, and like your town mayor and sheriff and stuff. The people that get busted are the competition, and the ones who don't are the ones who are protected, right? So, like, all the drugs and stuff come into the country through them. They brought them in the '60s to, to basically nullify the counter Vietnam War movement, and they've used it like that ever since. They started the crack epidemic to destroy the Black Panthers. Like, they've used it to great effect.
Yeah, exactly. And people are always like, puzzled. How is it that no matter with the best efforts that they're able, the drugs are still able to get through? Because it's the people, not this guy, but maybe like this guy. Not saying this guy, but maybe like this guy who bring the stuff in. And I just say that whatever you think about the comedy, or whether you think it's a good or not TV show, but there's a TV show called Archer. It's a cartoon, but it's for adults, and it has depicted the CIA in it as being basically uh, funded entirely by doing drug runs. Now, that's a fictionalized story, but it's depicting a version of reality, maybe closer to reality than this movie is closer to reality. Who knows? Just putting it
Yeah.
out there again. Imagining if I had like a million audience so I didn't get sued, I probably wouldn't say it,
Mhm.
but put it as
And
bluntly as that. But there you are.
and I should say, I feel like since we're on the topic, like I do not mind foreigners coming here for short periods of time to visit family, do whatever. But my problem is them just coming over here and to live and work just free flow. That's my issue. Like there has to be some kind of like system in place to, and people have to follow the rules. You can't just like, let people in waves upon waves, right? And when people
Exactly.
do, we have to treat them humanely. I don't like seeing little kids locked in chain link cages. It's not very fun. Like I don't want our country to be known for that,
Yeah.
right?
And at the
You
same
know,
time, I could believe that a lot of these children might be with people who aren't their parents. And then you do have to sort of say, well, I have to, at the border, rescue these children and put them
yes,
in holding cells, right? Or whatever but of course you can describe things different ways and make it sound bad. And there could be good reasons for it, but nobody ever reads beyond the headline. We know that anyway. So,
yeah.
yeah,
I'm
it's,
willing to agree. There's a lot of nuance there, and it's just one of those things that I don't trust our government not one little bit. Neither side, doesn't matter which one it is, and that includes the border patrol agents.
yeah. Now,
Like,
I'm going to make the analogy to electricity and water flow. So you can put a dam somewhere and you can open the floodgates and then close it. And then when a lot of water builds up, you can open it slightly and put a lot of high pressure. And you can generate energy from that. There's an analogy to be made then with generating energy from having a lot of people, pressure of a lot of people trying to get through, having choke points at the border, and then allowing some people in and some people back out. So the energy that is derived from that is profit. And if you know, so if there is a drug trade and if there's a market for drugs in the United States, having economic disparity, having totally different values of currencies and different salary expectations for the average person and all that means that it benefits the people in Mexico as well. But if the people in the United States did have their standard of living and salary expectations brought a lot down, and the people in Mexico then came up slightly, if everybody was equally poor, then you'd no longer have this, like in electricity as well, then potential difference there. And so if you had two lakes that were on the same level and there was some kind of channel between them, you would have no water flow anyway. So the argument could easily be made like make everybody equally poor, and then there'd be no money to be made from drugs because nobody will have the money to buy it. So the incentive will go because, people are mostly, even the most virtuous of us, don't tend to do anything unless there's a profit in it.
well, that's kind of what the Great Reset is intended to do. Like, it's going to equalize the pressure, so to speak. Like, it's going to bring us all down worldwide down to the same level.
Right. We'll all be equally poor, and there'll just be an untouchable elite. And
Yes.
you know that's exactly where we're going. But of course, everybody lives in the short term and the present. And as long as I'm all right, Jack, then if people can still have a good existence working for a nice corporation with a nice salary, and they have got summer holidays and a nice home, etc., nice car payments, children, then
Mm-hmm.
they'll virtue signal all day long that they care about the kids, but nobody really does. My attitude would be, listen, I don't want to vote on this. I don't want, the hordes from Africa coming into my country. It might be unfair, blah, 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 but I want to live with my own people and solve our own problems because we have some, and we can't deal with our own problems if we have constant influx of people with other cultures and races and expectations and all that kind of thing. But it doesn't seem
Yes.
like that's possible. So, look, that's a subject for another day, but look, that would solve all these problems if we didn't have to worry about it. But then people would have to sort of say, look, there's millions and millions of people living in favelas or shanty towns in loads of different third world countries in the world. And if you do try and save them all, it's like as if you're a person standing on a pier and there's 100 people drowning in the water. If you think you jumping in there to try and save them is going to do anything, it's not. You're going to drown yourself. That's the analogy as well. And people
Well, they'll
can't
drown you.
rationalize that in their own mind, like that it's okay to not help everyone in the world.
Yes. And that's kind of the thing. Like, we assume that because we're America, like or we're the West, we're supposed to run around and fix all the world's problems. Well, guess what? It's not in our power to do. It's just not. It's not in any nation's power to do. And even if we band together in a one world government, it's not going to be powerful enough to do because we're human
Yep.
and we fuck shit up.
And yeah, exactly. And it's a real difficult thing, and people think you're being cynical, and people think that you're being cruel and heartless. But it's why now, when you get older, you can see why the founding fathers would have said, or at least American statesmen in the past would have said, that America, especially after the Civil War, needs to not get involved in any more European wars. And people, and that's why we were given then. I remember being given at school then the story about America's isolationism and other countries' isolationism, and how that was a bad thing, that they were being haughty or mean, or that there are just wars. Like they told us that World War II was, the Simpsons explained to us famously in one of their, I think, Halloween episodes, that with the possible exception, they said wars aren't justifiable, with the possible exception of World War II, where we kind of had to get involved because there was great evil being done, and it would have been immoral to stand by and just ignore while bad things happen in some other part of the world. Well, unfortunately, when you get older, you realize that the kind of people who are always busybodying, saying, I need to go over to Africa to help the poor starving children, they do walk over their own people, their own family or extended family or compatriots, or fellow citizens of their own nation, whatever word you prefer to choose. Yeah. People only care about people like that they can't even see sometimes. They just imagine, and they've probably got all these ideas in their head about themselves and their role in it and all this kind of thing. And which is why you see, and again, I know we're off on a tangent, which is why you see with a lot of leftists, when right-wing journalists come to them and say, do you think that we should have Africans or Middle Easterners or Ukrainians come into this country? They go, absolutely. Do you think there should be any limit on it? No. Okay, well, that's great then, because I have a Ukrainian here and a guy from Afghanistan, and they need a place to stay. Do you have a spare room? And they go, oh, well, I mean, I'd love to, but I can't now. It's not convenient to have people coming over this weekend, this sort of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
And I never knew that people were this sort of, it's like short-sighted or long-sighted, or that they never actually took the time to sort out in their own minds how they really feel about anything. And they don't like getting caught on the hop like that, and they don't want to admit that they've been duped, or they've got some silly, unresolved, irreconciled, contradictory ideas in their head, and they just lash out then with whatever they've been programmed by our media that's been putting all these ideas in their head, like this movie anyway.
Yes, I would absolutely agree with that. That is very much what people do. And I mean, a lot of times people have, like, you have some people that think, oh, well, it's not ever going to happen anyway, so it's not going to hurt me supporting this and trying to make myself look good, right? They'll find some way of justifying it in their head, of going along with this, even if they know that there's something wrong.
Right. And the other thing is that, like, if they would think it through, right? We see these lovely kids there, they're playing in some, like, favela place, but they all look happy. They're probably healthy. They probably eat better than most people, less processed food. And, these do-gooder virtual people, virtue signaling people, want to bring them into the country. Well, what happens if they grow up then and start voting for a political party they don't like? You know what I mean? Or their whole town is full of their children and grandchildren then. They might go, oh, right. Maybe I don't like this so much. Maybe they should have stayed where they were,
Well, see, that's where the right are correct on some things, because, okay, if you have an American culture, the American culture is what founded America. All right. If you bring other people in who do not have that culture and do not have that way of thinking, then once they get to a certain population, they will then change that country. Like, that country will change accordingly based on their beliefs, not yours. So your country will stop being your country, and it will eventually break up and fall apart. That's what happens, folks. Historically, that's what happens. So, it just, it's as sure as the sun coming up. You can't, stop it. It's a natural consequence of what they're doing.
Yeah. Demographics is destiny, as they say. Look, we got a lot of comments, and we got to get back on topic to tell more of the story here, right? So I'm just going to read out some comments and just do my best to make no comment, just read them out.
Right.
Watching Trends Go By says, in Canada, and this is, a little bit back, he says, in Canada, the last highway they built Number 407, they sold to foreign interests. They paid to build it, then sold it. I wonder how long till they say it isn't beholden to Canadian laws because of that. Wow. Katie Kane says, other organizations did that too with Identikit. So that's reference to the Masonic chip, or Masonic eye chip. Watching Trends Goodbye says, Jordan Peterson says many socialist and creepy things. In one college lecture, he actually said anyone not contributing to society doesn't deserve to live. He believes in collectivism. Well, that's just like George Bernard Shaw, the Fabianist stuff.
It doesn't surprise me at all, like, given the other things I've heard him say.
Yeah, he says those numbers I gave were just for the USA, actually, not for these other nations. Didn't say that. Sorry, I actually believe it. Hope you're right, though. So he believes the figures of 800,000 going missing. But it depends. What do you mean by going missing? Going missing to never be seen again? Or 500,000? You know, you have to think about these things. Katie Kane says, huge story last week out of Houston, Texas, about a kid missing 8 years coming home. Whole thing was a scam for sympathy, money, etc. Yeah, in the UK, I know we said we wouldn't comment, but in the UK there's been loads of cases like this where the child was actually in the home, just hiding, or had been taken by the other parent, or some more tragic cases where the child was murdered, but and probably by the parents. But there's been some cases even where the child was in their bedroom, and the parents went out looking around the locality with hundreds of people from the area looking for their child, who they knew was back home hiding in their bedroom, and they just like the publicity, because a lot of people these days are mental.
And that's kind of the thing. Like, it really, the moral of the story here that I'd like to get through to people is, it doesn't matter what it is. Always check into it, especially if it's something that you already agree with. Because if it's something you already agree with, your cognitive bias is likely to take over, and you just buy it hook, line, and sinker because you want to believe it. Right? The want to believe is a strong thing.
Yeah, the want to believe is a strong thing. That's great advice. Always double check, especially when you believe it. That's the cognitive bias. Very few people do that, and the leftists very seldom do that. But unfortunately, a lot of the rightists fall for it as well. So I totally agree. That's great advice, JC. Lily Gazoo says, I used to work for a modeling agency in Manhattan. Ooh. Part of my job was to make sure right. So I was assuming that you were the model, but maybe there's other work. So I shouldn't say ooh. But anyway, part of my job was to make sure they didn't get drugged or worded. Basically, a nanny to deter the molesters. Right.
Well, I mean, it's good that they had you there. A lot of I've dated a few models, and a lot of them don't have protection. I used to go with my ex to her, modeling jobs and stuff, just to, run security, basically, because I didn't trust it.
Right.
And
right,
good thing, too, because once I got there, the things I saw I wasn't happy with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. Watching Trends Guy says, sick, Katie. Anywhere people can prey on sympathy, there'll be grifters. Katie Ken says, so did you go with the models or background check the photographers, Lily? Oh, well, yeah. I'll skip through as I said, there's a fair few. Maybe that's a private conversation there. I'll skip over a couple there. Katie says, I get flack for mentioning the Adrena. Yeah, maybe I won't say the whole word, because yes, this is another one. They want to link the code. I'll say Kodachrome, right? They want to link that, and I'll say photographic film, but now we're on digital, just to kind of throw a few extra words in there. But it's the Chrome thing, and I'll call it Kodachrome. They want to definitely link that. That's another thing that they're going to then debunk. It'll all be thrown out. It was all nonsense. It was all the QAnon. It was the Kodachrome. It was the trafficking, the Underground Railroad children. It was all just nonsense. Throw the whole thing out.
Yeah, like the adrenochrome thing. I know that adrenochrome is an actual substance and all that kind of stuff. But they do specifically menstrual blood. is a favorite that they have or whatever. But there is stuff in Crowley's works and things like that that talk about, drinking children's like fluids like at the height of fear and all these other kind of things. So there is something to it to a degree, but the QAnoners and stuff make way too much of this stuff. They go way out of left field, and it makes them look crazy as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's some truth to it, but when they use hyperbole and exaggerate it, then we don't know what the truth is anymore. Look, we don't have time. It's very interesting. Maybe we'll revisit that whole thing there and the adrenaline and all that sort of stuff. And if it's best to be like why they want it from live subjects rather than chemical. There's a whole conversation there going on about that. I'm going to skip by them because don't have time. And it's for another
we are
stream.
Unfortunately on a time limit today, like battery issues.
Yeah, well, I'm always trying to make these concise, and I never want to go off on a tangent, because there's too much of this story anyway, couldn't tell it, and we probably do have to do a part 2. But anyway, I'm just trying to skip by these and I'm trying to speed read them just to see, when it ends, because there's a big conversation there about basically biochemistry.
Yeah.
So yeah, just catching up here now. Katie Kane says Mexico now has a higher percentage of obese kids than the USA. They're restricting imports of corn because of glyphosate residue.
Well, they should. Like our ancestors, I'm part Aztecan. Like our ancestors were never fat, and they ate corn forever. It's our genetically modified corn and stuff and sugar that's making them fat.
Yeah. Right. Well, look, we better tell some more of this story here because I know that there's a huge amount of it that we haven't. Look, that it's always good to have something relevant, but it was going way off topic there, right? So back on topic then, right?
Mm-hmm.
He saved some children, but he's got more to save, right? But look, one of the main focuses here, and I'll just tell the story, but I don't think we're going to have time for video seconds, but we'll see. He has gone into Haiti. Although I'll just say this, right? Don't have time to go into this tangent. Again, in relation to what we were talking about, why would anybody go into Haiti to rescue anybody, considering what happened in 1802, right? They should all be left to their own devices. But anyway, this one of the main stories that he talks about. So that kid that he's holding there allegedly came from Haiti, right? And what he's saying is the story. This is maybe since I mentioned it, is that the kid is called something like Murdy Gurdy or something along those lines. Gurdy Mardy or Mardy Gardy, something along those lines. That's close enough. And his father is some kind of a pastor or preacher. And I think maybe it was implied, if not outright said, but maybe it was implied that maybe some people might have thought that the pastor could have paid a ransom, maybe, or maybe he might have had a rival pastor, or maybe someone in his congregation didn't like him, or from a rival congregation didn't like him. I don't know. I'm surmising there, but anyway, this was the pastor's baby, I think, right? Mardy Gurdy or Hurdy, not Hurdy Gurdy, Gurdy Mardy, something like that. Right now, there's a bit of a conflation of things going on anyway. So again, like he's saying he had to go out and rescue him, and I think there's a conflation going on between this kid and the Mexican kid called either Jose or Pedro. And
yes,
yeah, and that he's saying like that he went in, he had to do a lot of investigation, and then he had to kind of like basically quit his job because he couldn't, as an official working for the United States, technically legally go outside of the country to do anything, and he couldn't bring any US weapons that had been issued to him. So in order to be perfectly legal, he couldn't even get a black market weapon. He just had to go in barehanded. And I think the story between the Mexican boy and this boy are mishmashed a bit. So apparently, anyway, he got this pastor's kid back, but he deliberately talks about it in confusing terms because he sort of says he had to go into Colombia, and maybe he's implying that from Haiti he had to go to Colombia to get this kid back. Who knows? But he's also implying that he had to go, but he's not making it very clear that he had to go and get Pedro from Colombia, but he didn't. And not only that, but he didn't even have to go into Mexico to get Pedro, because what happened was that this guy, to get back to the story then, called Buchanan, Earl Buchanan, who was this rich millionaire. And I think, although I couldn't say for sure, but I think it might be that he was the landlord of this grandmother, who maybe was either oblivious or perfectly happy for this guy to sort of say, listen, don't worry about the rent this month, sure, you're practically like family. And she went, oh, that's good. Listen, maybe you could bring Jose or Pedro down to visit his parents this weekend in what's it called, Mexicali, I think is the name of the city in Baja there. And he probably said, yeah, I'd be happy to. Sure, I love the kid, he's a good kid, and brought him down there. And like, I won't get into it because I'm trying to avoid like saying these things, but so on the way back, it definitely seems as if, let me just say this, right? So he's not related to the boy, but coming back through this point of entry in, I think, what's called not Mexicali, but Calexico. Yeah, Calexico, which is a much smaller town on the US side, but I think that's what the border crossing is called. And so he had the boy on his lap, and the border crossing guards there, nothing to do with Tim Ballard. He wasn't at the border, but the border crossing guards there said to the fellow, "Oh, hello, he's in an American registered van. It was a '92, even though this was 2006 thing, so a fairly old white van kind of thing." You're not supposed to profile people, but of course you're supposed to. And he said, the border guard said to him, so have you got your passport? Have you got the kid's passport? Is this your son? And he went, well, he's not my son. Oh, okay. Have you got his passport? No, I left it in my other car. And so obviously the border guards are going to say, can you pull over here to the side then until we talk to you a bit more then? Just verify that you are indeed both United States citizens. And isn't that perfectly reasonable, considering that he's white and the kid is Mexican?
Yes. I mean, like, why are you no relation, completely different race, everything? Like, why you got this kid in your lap, bro? That's just weird. Just weird. Like, I mean, I would be weirded out by it.
Right. So listen, it gives you a just cause to say, at the very least, pull over here to be talking a bit more, right? Pull. I think they called it into lane 2 or staging area 2 or something like that. Holding
Yeah.
area 2. Who knows, right? So, that would, like, people are very concerned about the Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your papers and effects while you're, especially when you're
Yeah.
traveling. Isn't that the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution? But I would say, listen, that only applies within the borders of the United States. And there's certain places like a border where your rights as a US citizen are at the very least in a grey area. So, because I noticed a lot of people discussing this were saying, okay, maybe, and my attitude would be, if you are a US citizen or returning to your own country, then you've got different rights to a visitor to your own country. But even then, your rights are on shaky ground because you might be what's on, technically, like embassies, technically not US soil. It could be what's called, a no man's land, or maybe a DMZ or whatever, demilitarized zone or something like that. Maybe not DMZ, but that kind of an idea. So that you couldn't reasonably say, oh, well, the search was illegal and whatever you find. And my attitude would be, if you do an illegal search, because it's technically illegal, right? But you say, look, common sense would say this kid isn't his. The kid looks Mexican. He looks white. And the guy, and also the kid looks like he's half asleep. And the guy looks like he's wired, because there was some talk of drugs in the report as well, different kinds of drugs. You'd sort of say, right, well, you don't have your passport, you don't have your documents, none of this makes sense. Were you on holidays? What's your story? Like, where were you? What is this kid in relation to you? Of course you're going to want to ask questions like this. Can you prove who you are? And so what they did was, and remember now, we're going back to 2006 at least, or maybe before, and maybe this was beforehand. So he had, a portable VCR camera, a high 8 camera, I think is what it was, or 8mm tape anyway, And so there was a tape in the camera, and there was a couple more tapes hidden in the roof liner. And so they have a look at these tapes, and indeed they do show the kind of things where, in order to describe them, I don't want to describe them, but shocking, to say the least, the kind of extremely graphical thing that I would never want to see. And if you are a border guard or whatever, I don't even think that they would prepare these people for that, because I don't think it's the kind of thing you're going to see, or how could you get training for it, like, to be, and you wouldn't want to be desensitized to it anyway,
Yes.
But time they said the kid wasn't frightened of him, but maybe the kid was sedated a bit or drugged up on something, you know?
Yes, it could have very well been the case, but I mean, he had known the kid forever, so it's very possible he could have groomed him into not having much of a reaction at all. You know, but the fact of the matter is, if you're crossing a border, like, you kind of like know that you're basically going to submit like everything to being searched,
Yeah.
especially these days, right? Like, since the Big Nine event or whatever, like, crossing any border, getting on any plane, you're going to be shook down, yo. Like, just be prepared for that. But
Well, look,
even prior to that, back in the early 90s, you kind of still had to expect some degree that your ship was going to get searched.
yeah, well, look, one of the things, I mean, obviously, like the idea here is not to sort of say, here's how to get away with it if you're going to do this kind of stuff. But what has always surprised me, and especially if you watch programs or TV shows like America's Dumbest Criminals or whatever, right? That the only reason these guys who are doing a drug run get pulled over is because one of their rear taillights isn't working, or their number plate light isn't working, or they've been speeding, or going through too slow because they're already taking some of the drugs they're supposed to be transporting. And I'm always screaming at the screen, or was like, since whenever, like, if you're going to do a drug run or if you're going to do anything illegal, make sure the lights on your car are working for sure. Like basic stuff, like, and why don't they do this? And so my question then is, like, if you're going to be the kind of guy, I don't want to say the P word, that this guy Buchanan, Earl Buchanan, apparently was, although I can't say for sure that I know that, but he did do time for it. But if you're going to be one of these guys, and if you're going to traffic some kid, and you could have his passport, and you could be above board, why don't you just bring his passport instead of, and if you arrive at the border, I mean, and you don't know, like, you don't have the passport with him, why leave the country? And apparently, then it seems to be then the border leaving the US to go into Mexico. That it must be a one-way valve. So you must be able to leave Mexico or leave the United States with a kid who looks Mexican if you're white, and nobody really says much to you, or at least he was able to do that without the kid's passport. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, the border does kind of work like that. Like, I know it used to anyway. You used to could walk freely into Mexico just about, but coming back was going to be where you had trouble. I think it's a little more tight both directions nowadays, but back then, yeah, it would have been like a one-way valve sort of, as
Yeah.
you said.
Well, that's it. And I got the impression that things were tightened up now, and maybe tightened up more since 2020, because they don't want people going down to Mexico to get dentistry or perhaps better medical care than they might get in some of their states, and for a lot cheaper. Or they might be able to get certain medicines that aren't no longer available in America, or they don't want you to have,
Yeah, or you might be able to like avoid, something you think is coming soon. Like they might try to pull that little trick again. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so indeed they might well then suddenly, and because they have the border there, they can suddenly just make it more strict, and not allow people just leave the US anytime. You might have to go through exactly the same kind of checks. And look, going through different countries, the way it usually works is whatever country you're leaving, they don't check you that much, but then they have a few yards or maybe a mile or two down the road. They've got the country. What do they call it? Oh my God, I can't believe I forget this. Like customs inwards. Anyway, I forget what the word is, but you get the idea anyway. So that'll generally be more strict.
Yeah, like that's kind of how it goes around here, sort of. Obviously, like I said, since the Big Nine, it has gotten a lot stricter, and I think it probably has gotten worse since 2020 as well in some ways.
Hmm.
Um,
So look,
but something I was thinking about, like when you were talking about him going across there after the kids, like, and he couldn't take any of his equipment and all that kind of stuff. That could blossom into an argument for why, like, America needs more carte blanche, so to speak, to go wherever they want to go. Because they have been trying to get that with Mexico and other places for a while. You know what I mean? Like, to where they can just go after a drug dealer or whoever they want to, whenever they want to. Like, they have been seeking power for quite some time, and even recently.
Yeah, well, as we know, like they're just in the same business as all these other gangs, the cartel and all that kind of thing, you know. So one of the things people are going to have to constantly remind themselves in their mind is that all of the agencies, whether they are the government or any of the government agencies, they're all just different gangs, and there is no such thing as legitimate. Who confers legitimacy on anybody? It's just that people believe it. So
Mhm.
we've all been conditioned to believe when we were born by our parents who didn't know any better or kind of did, but they kind of said, "Look, we'll allow." I think my parents' attitude was, "Let's allow them have a childhood." They figured it's morally right to allow children to have a childhood insulated from the fears and troubles of the world. And now
Yes.
that I'm older, I actually feel angry that I was kept naive for so long. My attitude would be like now we're in a time of extreme psychological war, and I'd be basically nah, maybe I couldn't do it. I understand the way it is, but I'd be sort of wanting to raise soldiers and sort of say, listen, as soon as you're fighting fit, you need to understand what the situation here is, you know? But anyway,
Yeah. Well, me and the wife have talked about that recently, and I feel like in a way the some of the medieval aspects of like once you turn like 11 and 12, you would start apprenticing to either be a warrior, a shoemaker, or whatever you were going to be. You would start at like 11 or 12, and I think that's probably like around the time that kids do need to start, at least boys anyway, when they get once testosterone hits, you need to be starting to learn a trade and having somewhere to put that, or
right.
you're going to wind up a little shit in trouble all the time.
Well, this is it. So for it would solve a lot of the teenage delinquency stuff as well to have people with proper mentors. But of course, what you don't want is the downside to, you know, what they say the Greeks invented, but you do want Sparta maybe, but you don't want the maybe the decadent Atticans, and so you don't want these Earl Buchanans there, but you do want trustworthy men. But are they to be found? I don't know. And I will say this as well then, right? If people are all part of the same community and related as well, right? You can see that if this fellow, whose name I keep forgetting, like Brannigan, but along those lines, Brannigan Young, do you remember his name?
Brigham Young, you mean?
Brigham, yeah, Brigham Young, right? So if he had 56 wives, and if he had children by all those wives, you can see how quickly you could build your own army, who would be very loyal to you because they're your own blood.
Yes, I would think that that has like a little bit to do with why they do what they do. They were trying to increase their population really quickly,
Yes,
right?
and
You
why the
look at their
government,
mission,
yeah,
right?
and you can see why the government doesn't like polygamy for that reason alone, because you very quickly then could amass an army.
Well, yes. And I mean, you saw what they did to McAfee, just like, and he went to a different country, and they still came after him. You know, it's a it's a fine line to walk, that's for sure. Like, because the U.S. government does not like those kinds of things. And I would say that one of the reasons they don't is because there are so many Mormons inside the government. They're fully aware of what that does. You know, little groups like Waco or any of these other break off offshoots, they understand quite well that an army could be raised out of that that could then challenge them even. Right? It's not something they're going to want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, so that's your man there again. He's thinking off into the distance. I've got to quit my job and go in alone. So, you know, he does this other, or he narrates this kind of backstory as well, where he's troubled by all the things he has to do, but his wife encourages him. She says, "No, you have to do it. You know, as bad as it is, you got to keep fighting." He goes, "Right, I'm all in." Then, you know. Now, the story here about this kid is right is that um uh, I don't think there's going to be time to put the thing, the actual reports up on screen. But there's two reports made by, I think there's four guards in total, none of whom are this guy. But one of them is called Ruiz, and I better at least get the name right of the other guy. Actually, no, I'll put it up on screen here if I have it. Apollinaire, right? And as I said to you already, it's kind of ironic, right, that we have on the US side, I say we, um, maybe that's legible if somebody would make their screen full screen. So we have, uh, I don't know if they're called deputies, but anyway, uh, Apollinaire and Ruiz, and they both did reports. And maybe, okay, maybe I think we will try and read out some of this stuff here, right? But
Mhm.
nowhere on these reports, actually, sorry, I tell a lie. In one of these reports, Tim Ballard's name is mentioned, but it's after the fact, after these guys have watched the videotapes and arrested this guy, or at least held him there in whatever legal word they use for it. And it seems as if that this guy is a superior, right? So maybe because of the nature of the stuff that was on the video, the lack of a familial relationship between this kid, who maybe they thought because he has no passport, maybe they still thought he was from Mexico. Now, at some point, they would have realized the kid has an American passport and lives with his mother. Sorry, lives with his grandmother near San Diego. Now, what Tim Ballard says is he doesn't mention any of this stuff, right? He doesn't mention that he was called to go down to this point of entry in Calexico. But he says that he rescued this kid, and as I said, he kind of mishmashes it up with that kid from Haiti. And then he says the kid, when he went into this kind of compound, right? But of course, it's not a compound. He doesn't say it's a compound in America, even though the compound, they say that Earl Buchanan had a compound, and a compound just means a walled off place with different buildings inside it. But they use that word to conjure up like ideas that there's a huge operation, like a farm of this kind of abuse and children held hostage, right? They did go into his compound, in inverted commas, Earl Buchanan's, but although they did find what they said was children's DVDs and toys and computers or electronics and things like that. And maybe they found some video evidence of children being abused, but they didn't find any children either chained up or locked up or running around, or they didn't find any children there. But he does make out that when he went into somewhere in South America, that this kid saw him and ran up to him and put his arms around him and said, "Oh, I don't belong here. Please rescue me." And that he, his heart melted and he knew he had to rescue him. And he brought him all the way home then into America, Now, what he says is that kid gave him some dog tags. Where he got them from, he doesn't say. But sorry, he says the kid got them from his sister when they were separated. When he was, I think he's trying to imply that the boy was taken off by the cartel, and the sister was as well, right? Some Mexican cartel or Colombian cartel.
Some kind of like saint medallion or something like that. But that just goes to show you, I think there's a few different stories out there of even what that is.
Yes. Well, I suppose. Look, seeing as I mentioned it, right, and this is the hook in the story. So I think I am going to have to put it up on screen here, and I did prepare it. So there's a Bible verse, and it's from 1 Timothy. And now I'm not a Bible scholar, but I think that means it's the first book of Timothy, chapter 6. And it quotes verse 11, which I thought was interesting because... chapter 6 and then verse 11 is 9/11 upside down. I mean, I think the numerology is there. It's not too much of a stretch, but it's worth noting.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. And just the fact that, I think it has the same, Timothy is like his kid's name or something like that. Like, and he said that was like some kind of synchronicity or whatever. And I mean, it's just one thing after another that's like kind of laced with this Hollywood fairy dust.
Well, that's it. Maybe his son is called Timothy as well, and he's called Tim, of course, right? Or Timothy Ballard. Maybe he's called his son Timothy as well. He does say as well that, he kept, feeling so much heartache, and it was ripping him apart, having to, endure all the mental anguish of all these kids and what was being done to them, and he couldn't take it anymore. And his wife was telling him, "Listen, you have to fight the good fight," and all this kind of thing. And you've got to be the basically the person who brings justice and get the bad guys. And so his son, he claims anyway, Tim Ballard claims that his own son said to him, "Oh, where'd you get these dog tags?" And he said, "Oh, I can't really tell you, but it's something to do. Like somebody gave them to me, a real special person, And the kid said, "Oh, have you noticed this on the dog tags? It says, 1 Timothy 6:11." And he said, "Oh, really? I didn't notice that. Oh, thanks, son, for pointing that out." And then he looked in the Bible to see what 1 Timothy 6:11 says. And here's what it says. It says, "But you, man of God, flee from all this and pursue righteousness, godliness, faith, love, endurance, and gentleness. So he felt like, oh my God, that totally describes me. You know, I'm fleeing from the cartel with this child in my arms. I endure and I'm gentle. I'm strong, but I'm kind, you know. So I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
flatters himself. Of course, he's going to, and that's the central hook of the story. And what they say is that Tim was bashful and said, "Oh, please don't include that in the movie. No one will ever believe it. It's too fantastical." Um, and but he does say, "Oh, it did happen. I just think people won't believe it because it just sounds like something out of a movie."
Well, he's right about that to some degree, at least. Uh, like I don't like. It does seem a bit fantastical to me. Fantastic things do happen occasionally, but still,
Mm,
though,
that's
it,
it.
it is a bit of a stretch.
And when we say something is incredible, right? Going to remind people that a lot of the times we use words like, you know, when people say, I literally split my sides laughing, right? Well, you didn't literally do that, but so it comes to mean the opposite of what it actually means, right? So when we say something is fantastic, what it really means is it means it's a fantasy. It's not in reality. When something is incredible, it means it's not credible. In other words, you would not believe it. Right? So
Yeah.
again, when they say these things, oh, it's an incredible story, they're telling the truth. It's a story you shouldn't believe.
Yes, it's it's so amazing that it begs belief. That's exactly what incredible means.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And it does do good to pay attention to things like that, like because they do play so many word games. Word games are one of their favorite things to play.
Well, a good man, and it's great to have you here to confirm that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So now,
Well, I mean, I've told over and over on this stream that semantics is their thing. So, playing that splitting hairs, or what exactly do you mean by,
yeah,
it's like, what is it like that Bill Clinton said? Depends on what your definition of is.
exactly. Yeah, that's taking wordplay and semantics to torturous levels, and yet still he kind of more or less got away with it. Um,
Yeah.
Now, the boy had a sister, right? Now, here's where I'm going to say that it seems to me, I better say, in my opinion, this is the whole thing is fabrication from this point onwards, right? No matter what mishmash of whatever you have, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
because what he claims is that the boy gave him the dog tags, and just like in those so cliched tropes in movies, especially from the 80s, the boy said, "Thanks for rescuing me, but my sister is still back there somewhere in the deep jungle. Oh, the cartel have her in an even deeper enemy territory. You have to go back, Mr. Ballard. Please, Tim. Please, Timothy, won't you save my sister?" That's
Yeah.
what is being portrayed in the movie.
Well, I mean, there's a similar, there's a similar thing in one of the Rambo movies where the Viet Cong girl gives Rambo her necklace, and then she dies or whatever. So, like, it is just, it's right there in those like Hollywood movie tropes, right? Like it, it, it is like it makes things out to be, you know, so it like more than what real life is. Real life, when these things go down, they're not like that, right?
Yeah,
It just doesn't happen that way.
exactly. Now,
Really.
sometimes things are stranger than fiction, and sometimes you literally say things. It's like, "Oh, well, you couldn't make it up." Like that. This, I couldn't have. If I tried to craft this situation, I wouldn't have dared make it be this unbelievable. So sometimes weird and strange and things you wouldn't believe do actually happen. But what I'm going to liken this is, I'll make the comparison to Christian rock, right? I notice a lot when Christians do rock music. It's always like, God, He is my savior, strum, strum, strum. Jesus loves me and I love Him. We walking hand in hand on the beach, and this kind of thing. It's just so cringy, right? And I was shocked to see that there's a lot of people who, when they played this, I thought they were playing it ironically, right? I'll say this, right? I was in South Africa. I went on a long, long, long road trip with some people, right?
Mhm.
And they were playing this Christian rock, and they weren't joking, and they thought it was the best music ever. And
Oh,
I wanted to jump out, so I didn't care. I just wanted to jump out the window. after thousands of miles of Christian rock. I couldn't stand it, you know,
Like
and I couldn't
we
believe that
do.
these guys thought it was legitimate, you know, or like that it wasn't so desperately embarrassing, but they thought it was the greatest thing.
Oh yes, like I've heard so many awful, like turn of the century American Christian songs from like the late 1800s on up to like 1950s are usually when they're written, and they're written in that very like schoolhouse piano type key, and it's awful. In Orthodoxy, we do like chants and things. It's a very different kind of music, and it doesn't really involve instruments so much. That like we believe that God gave you the greatest instrument that like exists, your voice. Right,
Right.
that's the highest praise
But
you can give to Him is to sing a chant or whatever, a prayer. But like the Western music, like I'd say from my
yeah,
Orthodox point of view, I find it rather cringy and like a joke.
right. And
Right?
look, I'm not trying to put anybody down or whatever, but look, it just is objectively that's the way. And as Katie Kane there says, formulaic. Because what they're doing is they're just trying to cash in on, they say, what's popular now? How can we get the kids into our ministry? Oh, kids seem to like rock music. Great, let's do that. And it always comes across as contrived. And that's the comparison I'm making, right? That when they try to put it, so it's like musical tropes, and then these tropes, or I think I should have looked up the definition, but a trope is like a standard feature or story device that is overplayed, overused. It's like using terms, phrases in when you're writing an essay or a book or whatever. That if you keep using cliched phrases, that it just comes across as clunky and derivative and well unoriginal and basically lacking in um, a kind of a soul, I suppose, because you're just trying to do something by the numbers. You're trying to do something formulaic, and it's not legitimate. It's not authentic.
Well, there's a
And
reason for that from the Orthodox point of view. Like when the schism happened and you have all these cult sects pop up right after like the West breaks off and starts doing its own thing. They didn't know all, like you have people who weren't really familiar with the way things were supposed to be necessarily, and they kind of were just making it up as they went. And that's where you get a lot of these songs and stuff, and it's a virtue signal type thing, and it's basically trying to replace what the West left behind. When the West broke away, they left the mysteries of Christianity, the mystical part, and went full rational. That's why they dumped the saints. That's why they dumped all the traditional masses and the Eucharist and all these kind of things. That's why they did what they did, really. And once they had removed all the mystery, all the, like, well, you could say magic for lack of a better term. I would say miracles, but you can say it's a type of godly divine magic, right? Like once you remove that mystery from the religion, you now have to replace it with something, and they replaced it with basically what is emotion, right? And that's what a lot of these evangelicals and stuff like that. You hear how they scream and yell and healed, and, people writhe on the ground and stuff. That's an attempt to make up, and it's an overcompensation for not having the correct doctrines and stuff like they were supposed to. So they made
yeah,
all this stuff up to make up for that, and it comes off exactly as what it is, a cheap imitation.
it is. It's a
Right.
cheap imitation. And I suppose again, I'll recall the phrase that people say, the devil can't create; he can only twist what it is, or he can only copy what it already exists and make a crude facsimile of it. So I am saying that, like, when people are intentionally deceiving others, especially like when they're trying to control their minds and suck their money and from them and dupe them in other ways, that it is when people are knowingly doing it, it is satanic. Anyway, what I want to say is the cliche, the movie trope, and what I'm surprised at is people are buying this, it seems mostly, and people aren't thinking that this is cliched or formulaic or it's been done already to death. And you know, when your parents, like, again, the rights or wrongs of this now that I'm older, I'm not so sure, but I think everybody can identify or empathize with when you're young and you think you're cool and you're a teenager and your parents go, but we're cool. You were cool when you were young. And you're like, no, you weren't. So I'm surprised that people aren't more like I was when I was a teenager, when they look at a movie like this and they kind of go, oh, pull the other one. You know, what do you think you are? Like, you know, Rambo and Kurt Russell and, you know, Sly Stallone, Kurt Russell and, you know, Liam Neeson and all this. Like, you're just doing the same hack. You're a hack. You're doing hackneyed cliches in the movies known as tropes when it's on TV or movie.
John Wayne. My dad was like always into John Wayne, but John Wayne always played John Wayne. He's always the same fucking character every movie.
That's it.
Every
Now,
movie.
and the thing is, I can see the appeal. You know what you're going to get, and that's fine. And he wasn't trying to pretend that he was breaking new ground or whatever, you know. But some of his later movies, oh boy, have a look at. I don't want to go into this road, but just to very quickly say, Anthony Cumia did a look at some of his old, his later in his career movies when he probably was after a divorce or two and he needed the money, and it was there was some movies that he did called something like McClintock or something like that, and it was a cringe copy of. He went, what's popular now? This Clint Eastwood is doing Dirty Harry, right? Somebody write a plot for me and create a character. They call him McClintock or something like that, you know. And
Yeah.
he just, oh, it was pretty bad, but it's funny to watch. But watch Anthony Cumia having a laugh at that, looking back at that 70s movie. It's so funny.
I have to check that out. I like watching bad movies, rather, I like watching riffs on bad movies.
Yeah, now maybe it wasn't called McClintock, but you know, the way my memory goes, something along those lines. You'll find it if you look anyway. Some of his old cop movies. Maybe he was trying to do. He saw Gene Hackman was popular in The French Connection. Went, yeah, write me something like that, and I'll play in that. And he just kind of turned up, said his lines, and then kind of,
Right?
you know, staggered off. Then, you know.
Yeah,
But
there was a period in Hollywood where westerns were really big, and then they just kind of fell off real quick. So that was probably what triggered that one.
Big time, yeah. What's popular with the kids now? Oh, gritty crime, urban movies with shooting people of a certain demographic in urban crime areas. But anyway, Katie Kane says about this movie here, which is called, maybe I didn't say the word already, but I've got it all in the description there. It's called, not Cry Freedom, The Sound of Freedom. Cry Freedom, we'll get onto that another day. The Sound of Freedom. You know, again, it's such a tearjerker, deliberate tearjerker title, The Sound of Freedom, whatever exactly that sounds like. And by the way, I will say, I want to apologize for calling this the truth about Tim Ballard, because it's the most clickbaity template for a title. But I think this is the truth we're trying to tell about him. And I do think that I am suppressed, or my reach or views are suppressed. So it's an experiment to see if it gets more clicks or views anyway, you know. We'll see when the numbers come in. But Katie Kane asks about numbers for this movie called The Sound of Freedom. What was the budget for this movie? Anyone know? You could buy a lot of kids for a couple of million and adopt them out. Well, yeah. Sorry for laughing. I mean, it's very serious business here. But anyway, I don't know, and I don't have time to look it up. But maybe we'll come back to this another week and look into the numbers on it after it's done. After it's no longer in the theaters. Because originally they were going to release it, you know, on whatever, Blu-ray or Netflix or something. But it's in the theaters, and they keep saying, if we get more and more people, millions of people going to the theaters, then they'll hear our voice and they'll have to do something about this. No, they'll get more money. But anyway,
14.5 million is the answer, by the way. Oh, well, she has it. Never mind.
So that's what she says. I thought it was more than that, but so you say that, she says that, so let's take it as that. And if that's the case, by today's standards, that's a very low budget for a movie, and I think they're going to be making a huge amount of money. So let's keep an eye, and we'll come back to this. We'll revisit this, if not next week, maybe sometime point down the line if we can, and find out then what it took in at the box office, just in theaters alone.
As of fucking 3 days ago, it already had crossed 50 million. So yeah, it's going to make a bunch. And you know, if it's funded by the wrong people, just imagine where that money is going to go.
Right. So they're able to make 3 times or more than 3 times their money back already, and it's still in the cinemas or theaters. So what we said earlier about whatever problems there are in the world, no matter what people think about them, whether people believe in it or people don't believe in it, whether people are skeptical or not skeptical, people are going to go see it, people are going to talk about it, and it's going to generate attention and money. Unfortunately, like whatever attention we're making now, I put the trailer linked in the description of this video. I don't think even if we had time that I would play it, because I don't want to be, you know, I could assume that they would say it's copyright material. But if you look at the trailer, it's so cliched, you know. Anyway, in the trailer, it probably does allude to the fact that this kid says, "Oh, here's these dog tags, but it's you can keep it, but when you bring them back to me, bring my sister back, Mister, bring my sister back, mi hermosa." Is that what it is? No, mi hermana, bring my
Yeah.
hermana back. And he says something along the lines of like, you know, if God wills it, I will do it.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like a Mormon would say. Like if they had the chance to like write their lines ahead of time, that's exactly what they would write for themselves.
Right.
It's like something right off that. What's that? That Netflix alternative for Christians, that the grifty one, Pureflix. Yeah, it reminds me of Pureflix. Like it has some of the same kind of stuff going on. And you know, it wasn't an accident that they released it on the 4th of July. They knew that the like, you know, the boomer like patriot movement people would be like out in droves on that day, going wanting to go to the theater or do something, and like they knew exactly what they were doing. They timed it right, like, and it's just hit like gangbusters.
Exactly. When Americans, so that's thanks for mentioning that. When Americans are at their most patriotic, got their hands on their hearts, shooting fireworks up in the air, drinking something other than Bud Light temporarily, and they're going, "It's proud to be an American." And then they go, "What do we need now just to complete this barbecue?" I know. I need to know that kids in Mexico are no longer being trafficked somewhere, or is that Haiti, or is it Colombia? Or is it Peru? I'm not sure. But as long as everything's fine in the world, and this guy with the sort of halo effect, the blonde hair and the piercing blue eyes, as long as he's out there being American and kicking ass down in South America or Mesoamerica, then all's well with the world. Woohoo!
Well, I mean, it's been proven that this stuff can be done. Like I was saying earlier, Frank Dukes with the Bloodsport movie. Look how much money Bloodsport made with Jean Claude Van Damme, and that probably didn't have a very high budget either. But like they slap based on a true story on here, and everybody thinks that some normal guy was able to come out here and act like some ninja and fight 45 guys to the death and like come out smelling like a rose. Like, yeah, people will buy into that in a heartbeat. And the gun toting like woohoo Americans love that Jean Claude Van Damme Steven Seagal shit. I'm just
Yeah,
here to tell you they are like they will eat that shit up. Like in the South where I'm from, everybody loves Steven Seagal, Chuck Norris. Well, I like Chuck Norris, but
yeah. And let me
either
say
way,
this
he's a
then, right?
guy.
So I was in Africa at the time, right? And I was well, I'll say teaching. Like I was you know, talking to people who were I was making presentations to people in Africa, right? At the time when that movie about what's the I forget his name now that I'm talking about. You know that movie about that black city that was technologically advanced and all that?
Oh, Black Panther,
Yeah,
Wakanda.
yeah, Wakanda and Black Panther, right? So I was in Africa, right? And
Mm,
all these they weren't kids now, they were adults, but younger than me. They were in their 20s, and they had all gone to see that, and they were all saying, "Oh, wasn't it fantastic? It's the best movie I've ever seen. Oh, it was so," and I don't know if they were saying it was so lifelike or whatever, but they thought it spoke to them, their reality, right? And of
mm.
course, like I just sort of said, like my instinct was to sort of say, "Don't you know it's all just like flattering you? It's a whole total crock. It's science fiction. Like, what are you talking about?" But I'm not normally able to hold my tongue. But I said, "Listen, I'm talking to a heck of a lot of black people here who seem to think in Africa that this is the real story of their history. If me, European, hadn't stolen all their high technology from them, so I'd probably better just say I haven't seen the movie yet and leave it at that, right?" But
Yeah.
you know what? So we might say, okay, those guys there, they're just never going to accept. that in fact they were scratching in the dirt or whatever, right? Because they're simple-minded, right? But by the same token, we have to look at the Americans, and I'm not just saying the Americans, like me as well. Like, oh, like it always goes without saying. Okay, I was born in Ireland, so are my parents, so are my grandparents, and all. And as far as I know, going back. However, most Irish people are real stupid, right? So that goes without saying, right? So I'm not just criticizing the Americans, and most Europeans are real stupid as well, right? However, right, like we're saying, just to make the comparative point there, right? When people like are told, like, and in America it's real wrapped up into the honor of service. Thank you for your service. I was a Navy SEAL, and all of this wrapped up in honor. And there's so many cases of people having stolen valor, where they have these ribbons on their, they dress up like in all the regalia and medals that they never really earned. And there's a heck of a lot that going on, because it really sells a character to people. And then people think, oh well, he's a good guy. And people get really attached to that, and then they kind of go, what are you saying? Go back to your own country then. Like, I'm just saying that in case people think, oh well, you're not American, how dare you criticize America? Because people will still feel this, even if you're aware of all this stuff. There's still something, there's still a hook. And I know, because it's in mine as well, where you want to go, yeah, Chuck Norris going down there, and yeah, Sylvester Stallone going down there, and yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme, or I forget, the Dolph Lundgren, whoever it might be, right? He's kicking ass, right? He's kicking ass. There's commies down in South America, right? So anyway, I better have to get in there. But that's a huge part of the whole trope.
Oh yes, it is. It speaks to your ego. It speaks to your ego, and I mean, Americans, we have been conditioned from early on to be that way, right? To be super patriotic and all that kind of stuff. That was until they changed the programming, right? So you've got boomers who are like uber super patriotic, and then like my generation like comes after, and it's a little less. It's kind of like half and half, and now you have the newer generations coming on. They hate America wholesale, right? So it's been interesting to watch them change the programming ever so slowly. But this one was definitely for the boomers.
Yeah.
100%.
And like we mentioned, Stephen Crowder off air as well, and there's a whole load of them, like, and Candice Owens and all that, and Tim Pool. And what we maybe don't realize is that there's a heck of a lot of people, maybe in their 50s and 60s, maybe even 70s and 80s, who are going, well, the least I can do is give them the price of a cup of coffee every week. They're out there fighting the good fight, and they're keeping me informed on what's happening. Go America, America, killing the traffickers.
Yes, I mean, that's what people would think. It makes them feel good about being an American and all that kind of stuff, and it gives hope. And hope can be a wonderful thing, but it can also be one hell of a poison too.
Yeah, big time. Look, I'm gonna tell a bit more of the story here, because, again, don't know if we'll have time for any of the video clips. Maybe it's better then we don't get accused of copywriting anybody. So again, I'll just tell the story as I remember it. From having read about what the movie is. I haven't seen the movie. So the daughter, anyway, so the sister of Pedro, or Jose, whatever he's called, right? I can't remember her name. Begins with a Y, I think, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Now, in the fictionalized account, the boy says, "Please go back into Colombia," or wherever. Just it could be Bogota, but it could be somewhere in Haiti. Like he's making a pastiche or a mishmash. I think it's not really clear. Maybe it's more clear in the movie about what country they say it is. However, the story that they concoct, that they say, is that he had to go in without any weapons. He had to pose as a medical missionary, right? Which there might be some basis of truth in that, right? And that he then earned the trust of this militia gang, right? They were a junta or a militia, or they were like, enemy rebels of the government, but they were also running drugs. But he earned their trust. And then one day when some of them were drunk, or he, the way that again, the plot line in every movie is you wait until it's a local celebration and people are drunk or tired or they've eaten well and everyone's asleep or whatever. And then because he's no weapons, he's able to then get the weapons of one of the guys, and then he's able to, but the way it works in the movies is you have to barehandedly then kill the leader of the militia down there, and then he was able to rescue the girl and bring her home back to America and reunite her with this Mexican boy in America. So that's pretty much the story. Do you have anything to add to that concoction of a fantasy story as far as it goes? Have I left anything out there, JC, do you think?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. At least, like, the story that he laid down as, the initial origin of of our, or Operation Underground Railroad, whatever, and that's what the movie is. It's the origin story of Operation Underground Railroad. That I will reiterate. Operation Underground Railroad has released a statement, like, admitting that it was a fabrication.
Yeah.
So,
now, I don't know, by the way, I put up on screen there, I can't remember now if I said Cartagena or where I said, but it doesn't matter. I was trying to think of some South American sounding name or city. Right? I get confused myself. But so probably not that. I just can't remember what they said, but they've made it a pastiche of things, a mishmash of things. But look, the bottom line here anyway is that his sister was never abducted, was never in Colombia, was never with a cartel, was never with a Mexican or any South or Middle American militia. She was at home all the time with her grandmother in or near San Diego, wherever her grandmother lived there near San Diego in the USA, the whole time. And as far as we know, or as far as they say, she had never been abducted by anybody, never been interfered with by anybody. And look, I can't say that for sure though, but her involvement in the case was just that apparently maybe she was perhaps doing some kind of translation between her grandmother, who may not have spoken English very well or at all, and what was going on when the police or Homeland Security or other people might have contacted her to sort of say, hey, listen, did you give permission to this fella, Earl Buchanan, to take Pedro? Or did you know about it? Or ask any questions she had to do translating for her. So that seems to be her primary role in this whole case. But other than that, the whole thing about you got to go find my sister and then him bringing sister back, all of it was a fantasy, or all of it was, if anything was based on a true story, none of that happened in reality. And I think some of them might kind of admit that, but it doesn't seem to me as if there's any video of Tim Ballard admitting that, oh yeah, that part we made up.
yeah, like, I don't think there's any video of him admitting it yet. No, there's just that the written statement by Operation Underground Railroad admitting that, like, yeah, they've cut ties with him. Yes, his origin story was bullshit, but they're really serious though.
Yeah.
So,
the thing is, you have to have the origin story for the establishment of it to happen, and then all of it can be buried. A few years go on, and then there's other cases, real or embellished or imagined. It can be buried and buried and buried on top of it. So the more years goes on. I mean, look, I'll give you an example, although let's not go down this road, right? Just to say an example, in case anybody didn't know, because I'd heard of Roe v. Wade for a long, long time, and like so many things, I thought I'll look into the actual details of that legal case some other time when I've got time. And when I did, and it was only within the last, say, 3 years or thereabouts, maybe 5 years at most, when I learned, the woman who was called sort of, Roe or whatever, she, whatever her real name was, I forget, but she admitted later, oh yeah, I wasn't R-worded, I certainly wasn't gang R-worded, and I made the whole thing up. But like Rosa Parks on the bus and other things, I was made to be the sort of talisman or taliswoman or foundational figure upon which their whole story rested. So they just needed me to go along with the story, and you can imagine all the different reasons as to why somebody would go along with it. And then people are too lazy to go back into history and start pulling things apart. And now, of course, that there's the internet where you can get rid of stuff and put other stuff there, poison the well, ban people from questioning stuff, filter out, have an AI filtering out questions about things or raking over all coals. Once enough time goes by, the origin story gets buried in the mist of times, never to be looked at again.
Yes. And I think it should be mentioned that his old partner, they call Batman, the Stephen Cass character, like, when they got in touch with him, he claimed to have cut ties with Ballard because Ballard, quote unquote, sought the fortune and fame side of things. And like they said in the article, unlike Ballard, Cass has not received a salary in 16 years. He hasn't dipped his hand in the pot when doing his rescue work, as far as anyone can tell. And he hasn't tried to get on TV or make himself known. And they were like, why? Well, because common sense tells you if you're doing undercover work, if criminals recognize you, they'll kill you. Which, is something me and you have talked about before. Like, as far as, like, things I'll do these days, there's a certain amount of anonymity you must keep in order to fucking be able to, like, pass off as someone you're not.
It's a great point. That's a great point because, if he wants to do any more rescuing of kids, well, he can't because he's blown his cover now with all this publicity, So again, that's one big thing in their narrative, which they tell us, the official story doesn't make sense. Why would you court all this publicity if it would prevent you then from ever being able to save kids anymore? It's all basically stepping into the limelight for vainglorious and financial reasons. And also, I think we've probably all known in our places of work that you have one guy there who's always trying to take credit for other people's work. And I think that it's pretty clear that that's what he did. Once Apolinar and Ruiz called their superiors and they decided we have a halo effect guy for that, then they were pushed out of the picture and he took all the glory and credit for everything, whatever legitimate stuff might have happened, in preventing kids from being further harmed.
Yes. And, it would seem very much that he's that kind of character. Every time you see a statement from, like, people that worked with him, that's kind of how they paint him, which, I mean, okay, yeah, they could all be conspiring against him for whatever reason, but the likelihood of that is fairly low, right? It's like, it's fine. Like, if he was going to come forward and say, like, oh, well, I've just decided I'm getting old and I'm wanting to do desk work, or whatever. Kind of like I've told you, I'm getting too old for this shit. So, I might as well talk, right? Like, but he hasn't come up with any real good reason for why it was better to, quit working for the government and running off on your own to do this stuff, right? Like, no real good reason.
Exactly. I mean, how does he support his family then? And he's talking about, like, when, again, what was confusing for me is he was talking about how his wife was pregnant, and then later on he skipped straight from that into his son said to him, like, oh, have you noticed on the dog tag it's got 1 Timothy 6:11 engraved on it, and he looked it up and then he realized it was God telling him you got to keep doing what you're doing. So again, time seems to shift there a lot as well. Anyway, Lily Gazoo there says, imagine if all movies were exposed that are labeled based on a true story. Now she gives by example. She says, I looked up the true story of Stolen Hearts. It was not a pretty story. Native Americans were R-wordists and husband of one killed their child. So look, I don't want to make a wishy-washy statement, but, like, yeah, what they always try and do is to sort of say, like, the common thing is that Europeans came over and either intentionally or through carelessness gave them all pox blankets and then started murdering them, if not by germs, by taking territory. And they want to pretend that all the Native Americans were all just living their lives in peace and harmony. None of that is true, and yet the opposite, like that all Europeans who came, like, should have come over or had a right to do whatever, who knows, right? And I would say in a new country like that, maybe there was a lot of illegal stuff going on. So look, the truth, I think the thing to hold in mind, and maybe to put it in one sentence, is that all movies are propaganda, and you have to be really careful about getting your history or your politics from movies.
Yes, I would most certainly agree with that. Like, while there is some truth to the biological warfare that the U.S. Army did wage on Native Americans, as well as some other nasty shit, like, that stuff kind of went both ways. Native Americans were not peaceful. My ancestors were very warlike people. They would scalp you. They would R-word people. They would do all kinds of nasty things. And some of them would even behead you and eat you. So, it wasn't it. The truth is usually always somewhere in the middle, isn't it?
Right, exactly, yeah. But then again, a lot of people, and I take your point for what it means, but a lot of people think, oh, the center must be the correct place to be then politically and everything else, which is, again, Yeah, no. I'm saying that's a logical fallacy, because you get a huge amount of these fence sitters as well, or people who sort of say, well, he says this, he says that, so the truth is probably some third thing. Look, sometimes one person is telling the truth and the other person is lying, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for the comment there, and it's just illustrative of the point. And then in regards to, like, him being basically a movie star and then courting so much publicity, Shadow Mask says it's like if you put Will Smith undercover. Lol. Yeah. He likes to be the action hero as well, And again, if he would care about his own family, and I noticed, by the way, I'll just say this thing as you mentioned Will Smith, and I know because I've driven through it a little bit, but I can't say I know it big time, but I know Namibia quite well, at least from having driven through it for a long, long time. That Will Smith flew over to Namibia in 2020, when everyone was terrified that if anybody left their 5 kilometer or 5 mile zone, that we might all die of a certain thing that they told us was totally real in 2020. So and apparently it was to scout a place for a new movie or whatever, and he was being met off the plane by these people, and I did remember noting, of course, at the time, like, oh, isn't that interesting? Just again, because we can't really criticize it even still, but look, it's always one rule for them and another for us, and they will blame us for whatever they did in the past. And then they create the friction where the other people think, oh, yeah, it was you guys who stole our land, or you guys who enslaved us, whatever. And we didn't do anything. It's these same people who always do it and put the blame on us.
Yes, it is the same people, and then, like, it's that cry as I strike you shit. I would say,
Mm.
you know,
But and then saying, here, do you see that guy over there? He hit you. Go get him.
Yep. I mean, it's always some kind of grift, and it's as we always say, it's both sides doing it. It's not one or the other. Occasionally one side or the other will be right about something, but most of the time they're both wrong.
Mm. Well, look, we've come to the 3 hour point now. We're into the 4th hour. What I want to say to you is that I mentioned, because I think now we've kind of got the whole story out there, and we've said what we think of it, right? This story is, I mean, obviously there might be elements of truth to it, but by and large, the whole thing is a fabrication. There, in my opinion, that's what I've said, and I think that is the truth, and I think it's the objective truth. I think it's more than my opinion. I think anybody who is reasonable, if they look into it, as I have by looking at the links and videos that you have supplied me and I've put into the description, I think any reasonable person will come to the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And if you kind of, it would be easy to form that conclusion quite quickly. But you and I have actually now, and I'm satisfied, I've looked into this quite well by reading, and I've maybe I haven't put links to. Well, sorry, on the article there are some links to the court. Sorry, yeah, some court documents or legal documents. The report of deputies, I call them deputies, but whatever they're called, Apolinar and Ruiz, their report of the incident when they saw Earl Buchanan with this Mexican boy who's got an American citizenship at the crossing point. I think it's Calexico. So you can read that, and you can read other things, put it all together, and you know that when they say based on a true story, then, or whether it's a book or a movie, you know that they've got artistic license to lie. But they don't call it
Yeah.
lying; they call it creative license or whatever, or for entertainment purposes, or all these kind of little weasel words that mean we can mix truth and outright fiction or lies, and
Yeah.
you then can't come and complain to us that you believed some of it or all of it.
Yes. Which I think another important point to make sure people take away from this is that the lie existed prior to the movie. So, the organization the movie is based on is a lie. That is a really important distinction. Not only did they take some artistic license while making a movie, but no, the dude's whole backstory and like what he's about is a lie. And being as he was a former DHS agent, I think that's very important. Like, because that is the deep state, folks. And
Exactly. Yeah. So he went from the CIA to the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, which never would have existed if it wasn't for a certain thing that happened in 2001.
Yes, Exactly. He belonged to the agency that specializes in spying on American citizens. So you know, just keep that in mind, like that he lied about the whole thing, and then they decided to make a movie out of it because people in Hollywood heard the lie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's it.
it's
Look, I'd say as well. I thought that Mel Gibson was involved in producing or financing this movie, but I found nothing that said that, and I'm thinking that maybe the only connection to him might be Jim Caviezel, who he had in some of his movies, particularly about the one about Jesus, but. I don't. I really like Mel Gibson. I think he said, and there's some stuff still on YouTube about some stuff he said that I think are fascinating with regard to his ideas, his experience, his insights from Hollywood, and a lot of other things. I think Mel Gibson is a good guy, but of course nobody's perfect. But maybe that's the only connection. But on the Wikipedia page for the movie, Mel Gibson isn't mentioned. The director is a guy called Monteverde, which sounds a bit Mexican. I think it might mean something like green or lush mountain or something like that in Mexican or in Spanish. I mean to say, or maybe Green Mountain. I don't know. But anyway, I couldn't see Mel Gibson's name uh, in any connection to the movie. So maybe he has seen what it is. Maybe initially he thought it was good and sort of said it was a great idea. I mean, who wouldn't want to prevent children being harmed or trafficked or whatever is the term for moving children across borders or abducting them or whatever it might be.
and it's
But
you know what I mean. Him and Jim Caviezel are friends, and they're both Catholic, Roman Catholic, I do believe. So you know, there's some impetus there for him to go, oh yeah, sure, sure. It you're working on it. Okay, well I trust it's a good movie then,
yeah,
right?
and maybe that's all there is to it. Maybe he sort of said, "Yeah, Jim's a good actor. Yeah, he could do that. Oh, Jim, that's good for you." But maybe that's all there is to it. Maybe he did subsequently find out about it and then said, I don't want my name attached to this."
Yeah.
I'd like to think
Yeah.
I'd
He
like to
should
think
have
he's
looked into it before he released a statement and told everybody to go watch it.
right. Okay, and good for mentioning that because I don't have it, and I don't have it linked. But I've heard that they've tried to get rid of that or suppress that. So look, it's possible, right? If that's the case,
Mhm.
that they are trying to remove his video endorsement of everyone should go watch it, right? Because that I remember seeing it. That is the thing that he said. He recommended everyone should go watch it. Maybe subsequently he kind of went, "Oh, these guys are Mormons and they're all feds and they're not telling the truth or they're not trustworthy." I'd like to think that I could give him the benefit of the doubt in that regard, but who knows?
Exactly. Exactly. That's kind of where I stand on it too. I figure Mel, his friend was in the movie, and he probably just said, "Oh, well, it's about child trafficking, and like it'll help that." And you're in the movie. Okay, yeah, I'll put out that statement. Tell everybody go watch it. Right?
Yeah,
Like it's kind of a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, as well as a like, oh well, it's two birds with one stone. Help a friend and help like this cause, right? It's the
could
kind of
be.
stuff actors love to get involved with. So you know,
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see know how, even without being in Hollywood how the connections goes there. Oh yeah, yeah. He was in my movie. Oh yeah, I'll be happy to cross pollinate or cross produce or whatever it might be. But anyway, um, I wanted to just go to something that's a little bit more lighthearted, but at the same time there might be some validity to it, right? When I looked at this guy, and of course, as I said at the beginning, he's photogenic and he has that halo effect, and I think that's a term you've used many times and maybe taught. I mean, I knew about, like, say, there's always a flagship or a halo effect with regards to the top model of a car or that kind of thing, that people might not be able to ever afford. Something like, well, the fastest sports car of a manufacturer, but if they're driving the regular saloon version, they still get to kind of feel the halo effect coming down. Well, this guy is good looking anyway, and so from the human perspective, even though we're not supposed to judge a book by its cover or be more favorably disposed to somebody, because we shouldn't ever think their character is better just because they're aesthetically more pleasing on the outside. And just whether you're on the right or the left, people say, "Oh yeah, no, I judge everyone equally, I treat everybody equally." People don't, and it's very obvious if you just watch people, like, especially with women. Like, I mean, a good-looking woman could be saying the most sort of boring or ridiculous or inane, like just nonsense stuff, and you'd have 20 men hanging off her every word saying, "Ah, she's beautiful and she's intelligent," Well, the same thing anyway, of course, happens with good-looking guys like this. So people would say, of course he's trustworthy, of course he's angelic, he's just trying to save the children, look at him there with his blonde hair and his blue eyes. But what I want to say is that I made reference to this cartoon, but a cartoon for adults called Archer. And it's called after the title character, called Sterling Archer. Maybe people will hate it. When that came out, I was very impressed with it. I thought that the plot was good, and the artwork had a very distinctive aesthetic, and I thought it was very well done, and I thought the stories were great. And in it, have you seen it yourself?
Yes, I've seen some episodes.
Yeah. Well, in it anyway, there is a sort of like a friend, but also an enemy. Then he becomes an enemy of the main character, Sterling Archer, and his name is Barry. Can't remember his surname, but it struck me that Barry looks very like this guy, and I just, maybe because I think we have maybe a bit of extra time, I'll keep going as long as my as I can anyway with this. I think I'm okay for battery, and I think my connection seems to be stable. So in the fourth hour now, I'm going to indulge this a little bit, but maybe there's something to it, and I'd like to hear your opinion, right? So I put this together earlier today. My question is Tim Ballard Barry from Archer? Right, so there's Archer on the right with the black hair, and there's Barry with the blonde hair, right? You might think, yeah, blonde hair, whatever. But let's do a compare and contrast, right? So that's the sort of title sequence of Archer there, if people are looking for it, if you haven't heard of it, right? So there he is, rescuing children from sex slave. Well, anyway. And there's Barry, right? I've got to find Jose's sister. Right? The resemblance, I think, is striking. What do you think?
Yeah, the resemblance is rather striking. They kind of drew, but I mean, if they were trying to draw the bog standard, like, ideal of what a CIA, kind of dude would be, that's kind of it.
It's very.
Right.
It also reminds me of Lee Majors. He's got the Lee Majors look from the $6 Million Man. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
that
the red jumpsuit with the Adidas stripes running down the side, right? Like, wasn't that what he wore? Like some kind of velvet-looking jumpsuit, like.
Yes, yeah, he was definitely in a 70s running gear. Right, 70s joggers were different. And there he is, right? This is like, when when I was younger, right, and I lived for a long time before the internet, there were magazines of what was popular in pop music and movies, and then you'd have kind of magazines for girls and boys. Well, if you're a boy, you kind of pretend, I don't read those things, but that's how they got it out into the sort of the zeitgeist or popular culture. And this is exactly the pose that you would see from the boy bands, or the singers that they wanted girls to like and boys to be envious of, that he's always looking to the side, kind of going,
I mean, it looks like an actor's headshot. He looks like Brian Bosworth or somebody like there,
That's it.
Brian Bosworth is another one of those muscle-bound, blonde-headed dudes with blue eyes type deal. The big square jaw and everything. Like, yeah, fits the archetype perfectly. But the headshot tells me that he does have like some acting, type intent. Intent.
The facial expressions are always conveying, what a good guy he is, and he's lucky that he has a face that's pleasant to look at, and people would look at his face, and I know, even though we know the whole situation now, you kind of go, but he can't be a bad guy. I know the fight that goes on in my own mind. I'm still, believe it or not, I'm kind of going, but he must be a good guy, Anyway, that it says on the left, or running down the vertical there on the left hand side, it says cover photo of, and I can't quite read it there, but it might be of a Latter-day Saints or Mormon publication.
Yeah,
it might be LDS. Yeah. And some of the links in the description are from a magazine type thing that maybe has gone online as well, called LDS Living. So you know exactly the kind of sort of edutainment, infotainment type magazines that get passed around, for internal propaganda as well in these places,
He really should have had, like, his wife or somebody touch up those raccoon eyes he got from those, those deep state shooting glasses he's been rocking. Like, you can tell he has been, like, because it's got the outline of the state issue.
Oh,
Like,
right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can see the white rings around his eyes. He didn't even touch that shit up for the picture.
Right. So he has the aviators on so much that he has less tan around his eyes. I get it. Yeah.
Well,
So there, you know.
from like the shooting glasses, they're more of the like '90s sport glasses style with the like yellow lenses. A lot of
Yeah.
them Fed boys like to wear them when they're on operation.
Yeah. And maybe people would look at him and kind of go, yeah, he can't be a Fed. He looks too cliched. They'd never put a guy like this out in
Oh
the
yes, they
streets or
would.
walking through. Did I say Bogota the last time? I can't remember what I said. Cartagena, right?
Like they
um,
have both. They have like the bog standard, like what you would expect from those kind of guys, and then they have those that you wouldn't expect.
yeah,
Right? They
exactly.
have
Yeah,
different ones for different uses.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I can't see how it'd be like a triple bluff. They kind of go like he can't be a Fed. He looks too much like a Fed. I mean, he is a Fed.
Right.
You know.
Well, they kind of tried that with those people there in January. There's that big group. They were all like dressed the same in their polos and their short khaki shorts. It's and their buzzed haircut. It's like
Yeah.
fed. Every one of y'all. Like I can see your gun bulge from here.
Well, listen. I
Yeah.
mean, I tend to agree, but at the same time, I mean, then it's like who isn't a Fed then? Can everybody can be a Fed? Or are all of us just sitting at home on the internet while the Feds are out doing real stuff? I don't know.
Well,
But
that's like I've heard that put to people by before by like I guess you could say like an incredulous lawyer put it to a guy one time about that very thing. It had to do with Princess Diana, actually. Watched him on Sean Atwood recently where he was talking about that and how, like, if you're around these kind of things like operators, guys who break faces and shoot people for a living, like, everybody has like a Fed has a certain way of carrying themselves, a way of talking and all those kind of things. You can spot them. And the way they dress and cut their hair is a real good way to tell. Like,
right, yeah.
especially if they're in the right place together.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, look, the thing is, somebody like him will stand out completely big time. I mean, even though we're all the same, the left would like us have to believe, but like, if he walks through any kind of favela or whatever place, like, in Mexico or otherwise, maybe favela isn't the right word, but, it's not as if he can blend in. It's ridiculous.
He
Which is
can't.
why.
Like, you can tell he's been taking steroids too because his head's gotten fat, just like Joe Rogan's.
Oh, I see. Well, look, this is why he's better off as the halo effect, and the real Feds will look swarthy. They could pass for Middle Eastern or Mexican, or Iranian or Afghani or whatever with the right headgear or clothes on.
Yep. And I mean, they did like do that, like when we were still fighting in the middle. Well, I guess we are kind of still fighting in the middle, but you know what I mean. Like there are guys that they would dress up like insurgents and things like that. So and plus you've seen Burmes's like signature reduction reports or whatnot. They can make anybody look like anybody. I do reckon, but this guy is going to stand out just about anywhere you put him. I mean, you're going to have, like, if you want him to blend in anywhere outside of a Western country, like, you're probably going to have to, give him contacts and, a wig and some more stuff. And then you got to deal with the fact that he's huge.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, that's the other thing. Then is I put that picture there, but it's true. Like, I was trying to be sort of clever with the captions, but it is true. Like, he did say this. He did talk about how the kids could be anywhere. It's the same movie trope as well. They've left the United States now, and he did say something like they could be anywhere. They could be in Russia. They could be in Indonesia. Could be in Africa. Could be in South America somewhere. And that opens up the possibility then in their minds, plants the seed in people's minds. Right. Well, we have to have a one world order then, where we can't have like legal red tape stopping our boys going into, the jungles of Indonesia to rescue these kids wherever they've trafficked them to.
But I would say that specifically first, it's gonna be turned on Mexico. remember what I was talking about with that abduction of like the college students, quote unquote, where two of them got executed or killed or whatever, and fuck, like, and how the U.S. government and the drug agencies were really wanting to go into Mexico and do something about that. Well, I suspect that will be part of how this is played out. Like, I think that they're trying to get the normies to give them consent to, go into Mexico and do something about that, right? You have the fentanyl stuff that's been coming in, which is actually coming from China more than it is Mexico. But either way, you know, the drug cartels in Mexico are another one of these big boogeymen that the U.S. government has created.
Yep.
And they use them to great effect to try and get their clutches on Mexico.
Yes, and you've said this before, but maybe offline. But it's good that you're saying it here. So look, again, to remind people that all that when the Italian mafia or those kind of people anyway were being brought into court, like Bugsy Malone and was it I forget the guy's name. Costello was one of the guys who was, I think I remember, was most sort of angry in court, basically kind of going like, who are you to the government? Like, you're the biggest crooks. Who are you to be pointing fingers at me morally or legally? So to get it clear in my mind, I do have to keep reminding myself, like, no, like we all have a tendency to fall back into complacency, or they must not have really meant it. It must have been just incompetence rather than malevolence. No, it's always malevolence. Yeah, some of them are incompetent, but it's always with a malevolent intent. So you've said before, and kind of get back to the point here, that the government or its agencies, or let's call them rogue agencies, so the government can then say, oh, our hands are clean, we're really the good guys, but whatever. So whether the CIA or the FBI or DHS or any of these agencies, like at some point, their mission creep, as sometimes they call it, maybe to give them an excuse morally, is they didn't realize with this mission creep, in other words, like widening the scope of what they're allowed to do, that then it's only looking back in retrospect that it turns out, oh no, they've turned into the very bad guys they were trying to stop.
Yes, and and that was kind of always the thing. But they knew that, like, I wouldn't say every agent's aware of it. There's probably plenty of good agents within these like organizations that actually think they're doing what like they say they do. But up at the top, they always know that it's like a COINTELPRO type situation, or name any other of these black operations that we've caught them in, where they trade guns for drugs and then give the drugs to someone like Freeway Ricky Ross and have him distribute them while they protect him. These kinds of things.
Yeah.
It's always something like that. They're always after something else other than what they're telling you.
Yeah. Well, let me just read out what's on screen here. Anyway, I Die Daily, formerly known as the Daily Twaddle, says, yeah, the controllers know they have the entire, I'll say, child trafficking system on lock. So this stupid movie was never going to do anything. Obvious controlled opposition to appease the masses. And I'll just say that, like, this kind of thing we write up his street. He used to do a lot of I suppose like mini documentaries about looking into, and I can't really say the word, but it's to do with children in school, and then the Second Amendment, and then the big psyop about eroding that or creating consent for getting rid of the permission from the government to have your own guns. So he would always look into those kind of things and see how all that is all contrived, and it's the crock, and there's all these narratives being painted and concocted, So I'm glad that he understands that this is the same kind of trick.
Yes, it's how they manufacture consent for things. They get everybody all gung ho about it. Nobody pays attention or looks into it, and they go right where they're being led. It's so dastardly simple that it's crazy, but that's the best way to run an operation. The more simple it is, the less moving parts, the less things go wrong.
Yeah. Katie Kane says, I'm deep in Trump country. I'm deep in MAGA country. You can't convince them that Mexico isn't responsible for all our problems. And look, the thing is, in a very superficial level, it would be, right, if we had a totally lock off the border, right, and anyone who's Mexican, right, because nobody would go for this, even the staunchest Republican or MAGA Republican or Trumpite or whatever, right? If you said, okay, just to be clear, then if we pick up everybody who is Mexican, right, in any way, right, and put them over the border. Doesn't matter if their parents are born here, but if they're Mexican, put them over the border, and then you lock the border, and none of them are ever, if we could do it, right, none of them are ever coming back in the United States again. There'd be different problems, and we kind of know the kind of problems, like, people would all of a sudden kind of go, well, how come my plumbing isn't working, my garden isn't being kept, and all this sort of stuff. And we do know that they're being used by people and corporations for cheaper labor, but
Yeah.
it would stop a lot of the problems. But it would mean, like, and I said it before, people would have to sort of say, I care only about my own family, my own neighborhood, my own extended ethnicity, and I'm going to have to practice not having a bleeding heart about anybody in the rest of the world suffering while I lie here. If I have a nice holiday and I lie by the pool in a lounger drinking pina coladas, or even go on holiday occasionally to Mexico and lie by a pool in a sun lounger, I have to not care one bit about anybody else in the world as long as I have my alcoholic drink by the pool. I don't know.
Yeah. And like it, and that's one of the things that is the problem, a big problem with the West in general, is that we have this inclination to think that we're going to create some kind of utopia and fix all these problems. We can't even fix our own fucking problems. Like, the best we can do is do our best to manage our problems and, be nice to everyone as we can, but like, we can't do charity forever because we can't afford it.
Exactly. We, like, even though, like, charity is good, it does begin at home, and we'd have to make sure that we fixed all our problems: homelessness, overpopulation, bad use of resources, corrupt politicians, corruption in the police, all of that. So it would be good if we could. All countries close their borders and say, listen, all foreigners out. And it's a bit like, if you have a party in your house, you sort of say, listen, excuse me, everyone, I'm turning off the music now, and it's time for everyone to go to bed, and everyone who doesn't live in this home has to leave, and I need to have a word with my family, and we need to sort out some things that have been going on for far too long. So there'd be some very tough times in a lot of different ways as well. And that's only a thought experiment, like assuming that it could be done for the sake of just examining that idea. I don't think it could be.
Yeah.
But as we see anyway, the more chaos they create by bringing more people in, there's no chance. And people even think, like me and you probably have asked, listen, it never happened, so it's not even worth considering.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the way it looks now, the best that we're probably going to get is the America balkanizing into a bunch of little countries and, having little alliances with certain ones and, being like, fuck you to the rest of them. Right? Like, because we are so intellectually divided and everything that this country is not a country anymore, really. And I'm pretty sure it's like that everywhere else too. Like,
Oh yeah, and like in case any Americans still don't understand this, Europe, I think, is worse than America, and I have been despondent about the state of Europe for a long, long time, long before 2020. And it's been infuriating and demoralizing and depressing that nobody that I know seems to be even the slightest bit concerned about it, as long as they can stick their fingers in their ears and just kind of go, oh, it is, maybe occasionally say it's bad, and then just kind of move on anyway. As long as they have their alcoholic drinks and their hobbies, and whether it might be cinema or whether it might be going to whatever entertainment they have, stadiums or whatever it is, it's always kind of like, well, that's one issue, and now let's get back to this rugby match, and I have to go playing golf here, and whatever, So it just seems to me that my own people are to blame, and this is why I often say that I despise them as much as anybody else.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's another problem with democracy, right? Like, because it creates this fallacy in people's head to where all they have to do is vote for the right person and their job is done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's definitely not the case. Like, most of the time there is no right person up there, and much more drastic measures must be taken. Even the founding fathers here in America said so. right? Like some of them even thought there needed to be a revolution every 10 years
Yep.
just to keep things shook up so that power didn't centralize again.
Yeah, and I can
You
see
know,
that now as well. It's a bit like, if there's cleaning to be done in the kitchen, mold will form in the countertops unless you wipe them down with some kind of bleach or whatever every couple of weeks or whatever, that you have to keep cleaning, otherwise mold will grow back.
well, look at the old Celtic system of even monarchy, right? Like it didn't go to the son of the king. It went to another family. Like sometimes it might go to the son of the king, but that's only if, you know, everybody agreed that the other choice or whatever who was supposed to go on there wasn't a valid choice for some reason or another. But no, there was a set cycle to these things, so you made sure not one family kept the power all the time,
Right.
right?
Well, I didn't know that. Well, I want to say hello to a few people there in the chat who have just made a few comments. Just to say hello back to them. There's a few people who joined us there. So we maybe keep going until the fourth hour. Sorry, yeah, until the end of 4 hours maybe. Wind War Attack says
Well, let me
hello.
correct one thing. It would be the same family that like had power. Technically, it would be a different branch of the family because in the Celtic system, everybody was basically related through the the clan system.
Yeah.
So
Oh, well, I wasn't by saying I didn't know that. I wasn't saying that I was contradicting or refuting that.
uh,
Um,
just wanting to correct myself because I realized that like they would have been all family to some degree or another. It just
Yeah, well, all I'd say is, like, as far as I do often hear, like, people referring to, oh, back in the old days before we were taken over by Britain or England, there was the Brehon laws. But what has occurred to me recently, like, in other words, the Druid laws, whatever, the Brehon laws, but what's occurred to me only lately is Brehon must mean, Brehon, must be Breton, which must be Britain. So I don't want to ever fall for the fallacy that, oh, things were good in the past and we need to go back to that system in the past, which either
yeah.
wasn't good enough to prevent where we are now, or more likely had a lot of significant problems with it as well.
Yeah, and that's something I always tell people. There are a lot of things from the past that I do think were good ideas, and I do think we need to go back to. But that doesn't mean that we need to go back to everything in the past because there were some shitty things about that too.
Exactly.
You
So
know?
that way we'll get caught with the old, well, if you don't like this, you must want this, the pillar to post type of rhetoric that they always fool people with, and people get painted into a corner. They kind of go, oh, so you don't like this movie, so then you must be pro child trafficking then, is that it? And you go, oh, damn, and because most people do check with their party to sort of say, or somebody who seems more politically informed than them, what's our stance on this, like like outright, not even saying to themselves, oh my god, I do go and solicit other people to find out what my own political opinions should be, and then just adopt them wholesale without even ever going through the thought process. And these are people who are professionals and high IQ and all that, and it's just amazing how everybody is like, I know, like, myself and yourself and everyone else can have moments where we're led by our own emotions, but people who claim that they deal in facts and figures and are objective and all this kind of thing, and they always are very measured individuals and slow to judgment, all of that is just flattery. They flatter themselves by saying that, but in fact they're driven by received opinions and emotion, and that's it.
Yeah, and so much of that is true, and you know, it's the same kind of thing with people assuming that it's like the fish doesn't know it's in water, right? Like it's there all the time, so it doesn't really think about it, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's a good
the same
analogy
kind
as
of
well.
thing
Yeah,
happens.
that it's always been this way since before you were born, before your parents are born, and also, even if your parents do know, as I said before, hard to know when to sit you down and say, let me tell you that the world isn't what you think it is. Also, like, as we know, it's very difficult to be able to explain anything, and certainly not to keep it concise or describe something in the way where somebody else will understand it in the way you do and kind of go, oh, I totally grasp that. Because
Yeah,
all learning is based on previous learning as well, and relating it to other things then as well.
yeah. Plus, this topic like that we talk about is it's we're talking about the biggest conspiracy mankind has ever known, something that spans millennia. even. And it's so big that it makes it almost impossible to articulate to anyone in any sensible amount of time, right? Like, so if you want to get people to where me and you are, or to where our audience is, then that's going to require them sitting down and listening to every fucking episode of this show that we have, and then tracking down all the links we give them and some more shit. Right? It's not going to be something you can learn in even 30 days. It's going to take you years to really get here.
Well, not only does it takes time, as well as like a lot of dedication and time spent doing this. It takes time for things to filter down and sink in. And I will say, for me, right, then it could be that I'm working on something else. It could be that I'm not working anything. Sometimes going for a walk is good, or cleaning up in the kitchen, or whatever it might be. And it's not as if I learned something new, but that it's, and I have this analogy of turning the gemstone to look at things through a different facet. But maybe it's not even exactly that. It's just, for whatever reason, your subconscious has been chewing on something or washing over something, and then the form takes shape, or it just locks into something. Maybe that's a better analogy, that the jigsaw piece fits, that kind of cliche, that one day it just drops into place. And although you already knew these things, that, or several different things, there might be 3 or 4 different things, and they all link together, and you kind of go, I think I understand those things in a way that they all refer to each other in a new way that I didn't fully feel and understand it in a way. You get the idea. I think it's more that something solidifies or becomes more of a 3D understanding of something.
Yes. And I mean, I went through that so many times in my life. I was just talking to the wife about that the other day, about how, when you're learning Kabbalah, like they say, the masters of Kabbalah have said in the recent decade that things have gotten so bad that it doesn't matter anymore, that they just teach it to anyone, no matter what your age. But originally, you were supposed to have to be 40 years old before you could even be taught it, right? And the reason being is because, as we know scientifically now, or as they say, I should say, I don't like that term, as we know, right? Because we don't necessarily know, but they say you don't develop completely until you're 25, like brain-wise, right?
I think there is.
I think there, either way, there is an amount of wisdom that one needs to gain before they can actually really have an opinion on a lot of things.
Absolutely. And although I thought that I knew it all when I was 18 and when I was 21, gradually a pattern began to evolve whereby I'd look back when I was 21, I'd look back when I was 18 and go, oh, I thought I knew it all when I was 18, but now I know that I didn't. And then when I was 25, I looked back at 21 and I said, oh, I thought I knew it all then. Like, as in, understood things, was mature, not really even about knowledge, whatever. But then realized, oh no, that's horribly embarrassing. I hope nobody listened to anything I said or didn't hear anything I said, because it's very embarrassing how uninformed I was, and yet how maybe not arrogant, but maybe how sure of certain things that I was. So after a while, I sort of said, oh, when I was 30, listen, if I think I know it all now, finally, then maybe when I'm 35, I'll say, if past performance is an indicator of how it's going to be in the future, I'll look back at when I was 30 and say, listen, keep quiet, don't be so sure about what you think you know. And that's a good way to be humble. And so, look, now that I'm fast approaching 50, again, I have to sort of say, look, you begin to realize, okay, and I think of a lot of other people are very humbly saying, like Lily Gazoo might have said last week, like, oh, Socrates says, the more I learn that I don't know anything. Or at least can't be sure of anything, and must leave some room for doubt or improvement or whatever it is, or refinement, or even going back to the very beginning and discovering that everything you built all your knowledge on was not true. So where does that leave you? And most people don't want to do that because they don't want to pull at a thread that might dismantle everything about their lives. So again, the psychology is that people don't want to go into those dangerous territories because it's the unknown, and nothing is more frightening than the unknown.
And then there's some of us, like myself, like you, that are, willing to take that jump because the thing at the bottom, we want so bad that it doesn't matter. If you want truth bad enough, if you want to figure things out and know something, actually know it, then you've got to be willing to take those risks and look under that rock, or whatever, right? It's necessary.
Yeah, well, and
even if you have to reconstruct your whole worldview and your whole life, like I did, and yeah, it sucked balls. Like it was not fun living under a bridge.
Right, exactly. It can be very traumatizing. I remember saying before, like, whatever to whatever God or the universe, whatever, that I want all of I want the truth, no matter how terrible it is and no matter how upsetting it is. I just, that's what I want, even if, it's traumatizing, but there does come sometimes where you sort of say, oh, maybe I don't want to say ever say it, but I come close to sort of saying maybe I regret saying that I wanted to know it all, no matter how terrifying it all was, or how
Yeah.
awful everything is.
Like I just told the wife yesterday, I was like, sometimes I do wish that I was born simple. I was
Well,
like,
look,
ignorance truly is bliss. A simple-minded person doesn't think about any of this shit.
yeah, well, look, this is why they say ignorance is bliss, and why there's that character in the Matrix who says, "Look, I want to go back. I've had enough of being a truth knower. I want to go back to ignorance and back into the Matrix. I'll take the blue pill and I'll eat my fake steaks as long as I believe they're the most juicy and succulent ever." So the Matrix is a great movie for all of this, and it's always seems to be so relevant to go back and just think about those ideas in it. But look, I'm going to say we're coming up to our last 15 minutes that we'll have, So I just want to acknowledge a few people here that joined us in the chat, and maybe if they like, they can go back and listen to it from the beginning. I think it'll be worth their while whenever they have time, if they're on a road journey, or maybe take it over a few commutes or whatever, during the week.
Sure.
So there's a 907 Studios OK there. Sorry, 907 Studios AK, because he's Reg from Alaska, and he says he's been lurking but listening, and he says I remember the agents that, and I don't want to say the word, the people at, and again I'll say Okaw, right, backwards sort of thing, Okaw maybe, posed in front of the ashes like boy band punks. Yeah, it's disgusting. Again, like, standing beside, like in Abu Ghraib, that kind of attitude, no matter what the truth of that was, standing in front of people who are either dead or injured and posing for photographs. It shows that these people have desensitized themselves at the very least to, um, violence or the pain of others, so that even if they
Well,
did have empathy, even if they did have empathy, that they have actively gone about suppressing their ability to feel it.
for sure. I mean, it's kind of like, when you use disgust words for someone, like, Jordan Peterson, like, I don't agree with him on much, but sometimes I do. And, when he talks about using disgust words for someone or something like that, talking about, it kind of makes them the other. Taking pictures with them like that, it shows something in their brain is saying that these people aren't human, right? They're not the same as me.
Mm-hmm.
They are somehow lesser than. And, it's a dangerous way to start thinking. That's
Yeah.
how genocide happened.
Yeah, true. And what we can see is they're definitely setting up European people or white people by making everybody feel that they are good people by blaming everything on them.
Mm-hmm.
Revelation Truth is there in the comments as well. He says, cheers, y'all. God bless. There's a few more comments here. I don't know how many, so let me try and get through them so that we're not delayed too much beyond the 4 hours, because I don't have much time I've got left. So I'm just going to try and run through these real quick. Katie Kane says, in reference to, supposing if it was possible to get rid of all the Mexicans back to Mexico, who's going to clean their pool and cut their grass? No problem hiring them for cheap. See, yeah, lots of people are inconsistent in what they say and what they do, and are hypocrites, basically.
Mm-hmm. I would 100% agree with that. That's exactly what I said when Trump was bitching. I was like, dude, he hires them to fucking clean his golf course. What's he talking about? Like, it's like if you're that against them, why are you hiring them?
Yeah, yeah. There's an inconsistency there for sure. But then again, he'd want to make sure he has their vote as well. He sort of said, like, they're not bringing their best people. That doesn't mean that. Well, that implies that there's a lot of good people. Anyway, Wind War Attack there says, and this is on the subject of OCAW backwards. The government murdered. Shouldn't have said that. these people at that place, it still irritates and upsets me. I
Mm.
remember watching that unfold back in 1993 on the TV, like it was yesterday. Well, I remember it. I don't remember if I watched it live or not. Probably not, but maybe not too long after it happened. Maybe I did see it on a news bulletin, as they call it, or a news flash. But I don't know if I understood what was happening at the time. But I have learned that there's a lot of nuance to that as well, and I know I can see now the narrative they were trying to push.
Well, whether people agree with their religious beliefs or not, that has no never mind in America. The fact of the matter is, they have they are perfectly legally within their rights to practice their religion as they wished, and they did not have illegal weapons there at all. They were set up. So you know, it's just like that. Ruby Ridge is another one. That was another
Okay.
like.
Yeah. I know. I know. Well, we're at the end of the stream. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they don't listen to the end of the
Yeah,
stream.
sorry about that.
But look, it doesn't matter.
Not as hot button as the other one though. The W word is a little bit more hot button than the other one.
Okay. Yeah. Well, look, what happened there at that place that you mentioned. I think that is a more clear-cut case of the government being the bad people. And
Hmm.
Katie Kane says there that she was a kid when the National Guard, well, did that to the kids at Kent State. It's on the screen there,
Yeah.
Um, ended the lives of, let's say, anyway, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, and then so yeah, it can be summed up as, look, people I think fall back, including myself, into complacency, right? The government made mistakes. Mistakes were made, right? And they always do it in passive tense, right? Where there wasn't a person who made mistakes, it's just mistakes were made by an intangible entity, right? And we
Yeah.
just move on, like in Monty Python and the Holy Grail at that wedding ceremony. Let's just move on and forget who did what the who, right? And just get into the next voting cycle and make sure that we
Yeah.
win this time.
Never mind that like whatever it was tends to like get a result that they were after anyway, right? That stuff does it irritates the piss out of me. But like, what can you do really until you know we get them
Yeah.
out of there all together?
Well, look, this is going to sound, I mean, maybe I can't say this, right? But I kind of wish, one of the things I wish my parents would have sat down and just said, look, you have to follow the law, you have to be a good citizen, but that doesn't mean that the government has your best interests at heart. Ultimately, they have their own, like, and what I learned about like political parties is they don't want to get into power to help citizens or even the people who voted for them. They want to get into power to make sure that their own political party has the best things. That's
Yeah.
why they do it, in any country.
As I've said many times, like democracy is just two people fighting over which taxi is going to have the air conditioning on the way. Like it's like a red and blue taxi. One's got air conditioning, the other one don't, and they're wrestling over who's going to get the air conditioning. But they're going to the same place. It doesn't
Mm,
it doesn't really matter. Like somebody
yeah,
might be a little more comfortable on the way there, but at the end of the day, you're all going to get slaughtered no matter what. So it doesn't really.
yeah, yeah. I'll see if I can read this out. The number of Republicans, says Katie Kane, willing to conscript the Trump family for the foreseeable future through Don Jr. and the teenager act like we didn't fight a war to end reigning families. Oh yeah, so they want to create dynasties. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
thought the whole point of America is that you don't have inherited leaders or a title that's inherited, like a monarchy.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the idea, isn't it? But like, what it really shakes down to, though, is that even a democracy turns into that anyway. Like, there's a natural way that human beings function, and we tend to always fall back in the same old patterns. Yeah, that's why I tell
Yeah,
people all the time. I'm just a straight monarchist who won't follow a bad king. Right?
yeah. Okay, well
So
that
I'll
sounds
be a
more
rogue
reasonable.
and a masterless samurai if I have to be, so to speak, until I find a decent one or I die.
Yeah. Look, the
Right.
other thing is, and I think George Carlin would have gotten a lot of people more around this idea that democracy is a bad thing, and it's pretty much always a bad thing because all you have to do is look around at the average voter, look at how stupid and dumb and uninformed they are, and then realize that if they're the average voter, that there's a lot of people much worse than them. So
Yeah.
democracy can't work because it always assumes something that is never true in reality, that everybody is intelligent, informed, impartial, actively works against their own biases, and isn't just out for their own self-interest while simultaneously virtue signaling that they just care about other people.
Yes. And I mean, I've talked to enough people throughout my life that, you know, more often than not, they have some sociopathic tendencies in there somewhere that they
Yeah,
haven't dealt with. Right?
yeah,
Like, especially in the modern day, I've heard people say some ghastly things that I don't think they ever even thought through completely. But they
exactly.
most
Yeah.
said them. Like,
They said them, and they likely haven't thought them through. But at least I would ask, just if they would just at least be honest about it, talk it through, think it through, and say it, and be honest about your position. And then at least we can sort of say, well, listen, if we have a democracy and everybody wants that, then let's see if you can maybe find some way. If we can all find some way for you to have that, without it necessarily having to make me either the slave or the incarcerated person or the dead person or socially disenfranchised economically, whatever.
yeah, it would be
Um,
nice if it would work out like that, but it never will.
yeah,
You know,
and what
that's just another version of utopia that'll never happen.
That's it. And what I
Uh,
find about, because people want valor, they want to be the hero all the time. Everybody wants to be the hero. So if you would say, "What do you want?" and they say, "Well, I want this," and you go, "Well, let me give you that then," or "Let me give you the
mm,
money for that then." Then they hate that because what they want is them to be giving money to you, you be the poor and needy person, they be the hero, and they don't want to feel that their success is owed in part or in total to anybody else. So you can't even sort of say, "What do you want?" Well, let me help you achieve that, because they'd still feel aggrieved that you then robbed them of the opportunity to achieve it on their own.
well, the thing is, though, like, even if you did, like, sit down with people and you're like, okay, like, up to a certain amount, we're going to facilitate whatever your dream is. Like, most people, like, would either blow it on something really stupid and fail, or they wouldn't know what to do, period. Or might not even have the impetus to want to do anything to begin with. You know, it's a funny thing. It's the same kind of thing with the homeless situation. I would love to end homelessness if all the homeless people wanted to be homed, but they don't.
Right.
Everybody makes the false assumption that homeless people are homeless because they don't, for reasons that they have no control of, and they don't want to be homeless. But that is absolutely not the fucking case.
Yeah, that's it. Some people can't be helped, and some people like need to be in a lot of this, as we know, both in America and here. Some people need to be in homes for the permanently bewildered, or the criminally insane, or maybe something not as drastic as that. People who have got neurotic tendencies, they don't need to be in the wider society all the time. They need to have these hospices or refuges or retreat places or whatever it might be. Of course, they were all closed down because they wanted to maximize the amount of crazy in our societies in positions of power, voting, and having control over us in many cases, because they've been deliberately promoted as part of all these, what they call, like, programs to make things more equal, by making some people more equal than the rest of us.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, some of the things those asylums were doing were absolutely ghastly, and I do not condone them. Like, I would want there to be really stringent, controls in place to where these places are inspected for real, and you make sure that the money goes to the places it's supposed to go for real, rather than it getting funneled into somebody's pocket, and then you have a bunch of mental patients running around naked, painting their name on the wall and shit.
Yeah,
Right?
well, of course, like, what I did mean, of course, was that assuming that you have institutions that are all set up to do good, and that they're vocational, in the sense that people hardly care whether they get paid or not. They just feel that genuinely, unlike this guy Tim Ballard, that they really do have a duty, whether it's from God or just a feeling inside them, that they want to help their fellow man to the best of their capabilities. And of course, then the danger
What's
is then
that?
if we sort of say the danger then is if we say, "Oh, we need to have these places inspected, and we need to have institutions and agencies inspected," and then you just have all the red tape we're used to now. But we're on the same page anyway, JC.
Yeah. used to back in the day, it was the church that dealt with things like this, right? You had men called to the service of God that felt it was their duty to help the poor and infirmed, right? And then we moved that over to the state with the asylums and stuff. And I mean, it's kind of the same thing. People were giving alms for the poor to the church, and then those tithings and stuff were going to help the poor and things. And then you just moved it from that to the state with the asylums. But like the thing is, when the church ran it, you didn't really have the issues with the abuse and all those kind of things. When you moved it over to the state controlling it, that's when the abuse and things started like being on record as a problem, right?
Well, look, maybe, but I mean, the thing is, again, we're talking about institutions here. It's all made up of men. So whether it's the state, whether it's religious institutions, it all depends on every individual saying, I know what's right, I know what's wrong, I have a conscience, and I have a duty to speak up if I see wrong being done. And
I was talking more like what the point you were making a while ago about like the vocational nature. Like when it moved over to the state, it became a job that people got paid to do, rather than something someone was volunteering to do.
Yeah, I take your point. I do take your point. And although there was a lot of cruelty in the religious orders, both in the nuns who worked in hospitals and that kind of thing as well, like if I had to choose, although that none of that was perfect, but if I had to choose, I'd go back to these real strict, angry, vindictive nuns, but at least who cleaned up the place right, rather than import people from the Philippines or Africa and just think, well, they're going to have this sense of duty and honor and vocation to make sure that people who are foreign to them have the best of care.
Yes. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care who does it as long as the mentally infirmed get taken care of well.
Yeah.
Right? People that don't belong in there don't wind up in there in the first place.
Yeah. Look, it's a big tangent, but we're not in disagreement about anything there really. It all assumes that people do the right thing, and of course that's a very difficult thing to define. But people with a
that's a long thought.
Yeah.
As well.
Right, I've just put a couple of the comments there on screen that I can't really read out, but like Reg from Alaska is saying JC is always good for a belly laugh there, in regard to something a few minutes back there anyway. Katie Kane says, I regret not acting while my body was still strong. I think she might have been saying that she's in her 60s now. I'm with you there, JC. She says, simpletons are rarely troubled. Yeah. As somebody I knew once, who in retrospect I think must have been a member of an organization that was clandestine, he used to always say, unencumbered by the thought process. So they're not weighed down by heavy thoughts because they're not really capable of having any.
Yeah.
Reg from Alaska there says he knows the Monty Python bit. He says, let's not argue about ooh killed ooh in the northern English accents,
Yeah. I do love Monty Python. I like John Cleese's YouTube channel shorts too. I watched a few of those.
Oh, maybe I haven't.
But he has a few.
Maybe I haven't been recommended his channel or thought to go looking for it. I still admire him. He seems to have stuck to his guns. He seems to have made sure that if it was a choice between keeping money or sticking to his principles, he's chosen to lose money. So I think John Cleese is somebody in the public eye who has shown courage and decency and stoicism, and is an example to us all what to do when they come for you.
Yeah, true that. I do like him quite a bit. And I mean, I reckon right now what he's doing is a live, like on stage performance of Faulty Towers. Like he's got all the old cast back and everything, like or most of them. I've been wanting to see it, but haven't really gotten a chance.
I'm going to make sure that I at least watch him. I've got no money to give anybody, but I'm going to make sure that I at least help him by getting his view count up by at least one on his videos. He married an American woman who was his agent, and when she divorced him, they didn't even have any children, but I think he might be still paying her alimony into the millions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't remember who it was recently. It was some famous chick who divorced some other famous dude, obviously, recently. And it turns out like she's already getting like child support and like alimony and stuff, and now she's saying like she needs like an extra few $100,000 a month to live. It's
Yeah.
it becomes just absolutely bonkers after a while. It's kind of like one of the Kardashians the other day. I heard she was complaining about how hard motherhood is, even though she has like one nanny for every one of her four kids. So four
I,
nannies total for four kids.
I heard that as well. Yeah. So you couldn't possibly economize in any of that. Obviously, that'd be non-negotiable. But you'd need a nanny for each kid. My God, it is vomitous. Katie Kane there says neither party loves our system until they get in power, and then they do exactly what they complained about. Exactly.
Absolutely that. Absolutely, that's my main complaint about the whole thing is nobody's being honest. Everybody's bullshitting the other one and doing the same thing just for different stated reasons. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This one
And
says it's because the transformers are running crazy, and this side says, "Oh, it's because the ists and the phobes are crazy." Like
yeah.
it's the same grift.
Yeah. Well, look, we're not arguing again either about this homes thing, which she says, of course, reiterating what we said. Group homes are good, but can open portals for abuse or give opportunity for abuse. And look, that's the thing that the the problem is that with institutions, anybody could abuse it, and it means that every individual has to be a righteous, good, decent, sensible individual who is motivated primarily by doing good or encouraged to or brought up that way. But as we know, and as the founding fathers in America knew, that's like communism. In theory, it'd be fine if you just brought everybody up right, but it maybe
Mm-hmm.
would work. But in practice, it's never going to work. So then you know that men would and women will always ultimately act in their own self-interest and very often do terrible things. So is there a way of preventing it if you've only got human beings to police each other? It's a very difficult problem to solve.
That's what I keep saying. You know, it's one of those things that utopia just is not possible because human beings are in there, and that's why I believe in the doctrine of the fall of mankind so much because it's a necessary thing. If nothing else, it's necessary because if you don't understand that you're a fallen being who will never be perfect, who will
Yeah.
never get things all right, who will never be able to fix the world, until you realize that shit, you're going to keep trying and you're going to
And
hurt a whole lot of people doing
And we
so.
see now why it was that they wanted to encourage everybody to be kind and understanding and give everybody a gold star or everybody a gold medal. Everybody comes first in every race. There's no losers here, no child left behind. And why they wanted to tell every child, don't ever let anyone tell you that you're not perfect. God made you perfect. You're just absolutely perfect in every way.
Mm-hmm.
And don't ever let anyone tell you that you're not. So they
Quite
filled
literally, the
children's
doctrine of
heads.
Lucifer.
Yeah, so they filled all children's heads with this, and we now can see in retrospect that it was intentional. It wasn't. They were pretending, just like Tim Ballard, like to go in and rescue kids. That was the cover. They were pretending they just cared about the psychological health of children. They were pretending they didn't want children being bullied. They were pretending that they wanted to encourage all the children to be the best that they could be by telling them that they're perfect. But then, if you tell them they're perfect, they can never grow, they can never learn anything. They can never fix anything. They can never apologize for anything. They can never say, I'm on the wrong path here. I must turn around and go back and re examine anything. No room for introspection. They've been trained and propagandized and indoctrinated from the time that they were infants going to school that they should never question anything that they were told or anything that they think about themselves.
Yes, that's exactly right. And this is why I've been saying the things I've said. This is why I think that our best option is to try to keep each other alive and survive this shit, and then try to put something back together afterward. Once the dust settles, then maybe we can scrape together something out of this mess. But we're not going to stop it. It'd be like a piss ant trying to stop an elephant. Is it like
Maybe,
it's
maybe,
not
although
possible.
I know it's very frustrating, and again, well, sorry, it's born out of frustration, and again, very unlikely. But my attitude is anybody who doesn't agree with everything that's basically we all know about now, We don't go to work anymore. We don't participate in society anymore, and we all come out into the street, and we don't just protest against parliaments. We don't like we actually remove ourselves as cogs from society, and then we know who we are, and then we can see all the people who say no, we like this system, and then we can say right now we can draw a line between us and them. We know who everyone is. You've chosen to go over that side of the line and stay with them. And I know you'd probably say, oh, well, you couldn't win that battle. There's far more of us. I'd like to see who everybody is, and then say, right, we've made our choices now.
Well, I still, to some degree, have that Templar mindset, like the mindset of no retreat unless, like, there's no other option type deal. Even though I do to some degree feel like it's a futile attempt because we are outnumbered and people are people, that doesn't mean I don't want to fight still. I pulled out of society as much as that is possible for me to still be able to talk to y'all anyway. And I most certainly recommend it. I recommend learning bushcraft skills and all these kind of old skills that I've forgotten.
And by the way, somebody who I haven't heard from in a while, maybe she's on holidays or something, Iva Horvath did ask in an email she sent if whether you and I talk one day about these kind of practical skills that we might use, not to maybe be totally off grid, but to at least supplement supplement our way of not being dependent on all the things that the state would give us, like electricity, water, food, vegetables, whatever it might be,
Yes. And I haven't forgot her. Like I do remember that, and like I've been trying to put together ideas of the kind of things I can, that I would be able to show on here.
Yeah, well, we can definitely do it. Like, it's just we wanted to talk about this because you mentioned it to me last week. You wanted to mention it, and then I said no, it deserves the whole stream. And look, we could have done it on the 4th of July, but look, we're time appropriate, even though I never wanted to be somebody who's just doing news stuff. It's not news, it's not current affairs. But what I wanted to say, because I didn't mention the word, is a strike, right? When people know that the conditions are intolerable in their place of work, they go on strike, and they stay on strike. And they don't go, oh, but I have to go back to work because I need money to buy the new TV or but of course, what they'll tell you is, oh, my children are starving. They can't go to school. No, that's not true. And any responsible parent should not be just living on a wage from week to week or month to month. I know it's difficult out there, but a responsible person will cut down on luxuries for themselves to make sure that their children wouldn't starve if they had to go on strike for a week or two or even a month. And people in the UK went on strike. The coal miners went on strike in the UK in the 80s for months and years even. So my attitude is to what happened in 2020 and what's been happening since the turn of the century, big time. We've had an influx of immigration, and if people genuinely want to save their nations, I would say it's actually more important than anything else to sort of say, until that situation is resolved, with borders and all this kind of thing, and if they're actually upset about trafficking and all that kind of thing, then nobody should be concerned with doing anything like going into the office and sending emails and all that nonsense. That's just sticking in your fingers in your ears. If you actually care about your country or your family or your neighborhood or people in other countries, then nobody should go to work. They should just go on strike until it's sorted out once and for all. But of course, I know they won't.
Like I say all the time, like I will not follow nor work for anyone I do not trust, or that like and I don't do anything that would cause me to to cross my moral boundaries, which makes things really slim, But these are stances that I've took because I feel like I have to in order for me to, look at myself in the mirror in the morning, so to speak. And the thing is like you don't want to be dependent, and in order to do that, like you're gonna have to learn these skills either way, right? Like you need to have all these skills and shit for yourself. But if we want to actually change the future, that means we have to have children and we have to teach these skills to them. Like that's the real winner. Because like if we have more children than they have, and we raise them with the right mindset and the right skill set, like we'll win in the long run. The fact of the matter is, like your kids, these days everybody's like, well, what if I can't get them those new Jordan shoes or the new Xbox? It's like, well, if you're homeschooling them and they're not watching TV 24/7, I guarantee you they won't be bugging you for those things, because unless you show kids something, like, they're not going to know they don't have it.
Yeah.
Right? It enters their mind because, like, in the 80s, Reagan made it legal, and there's a Republican for you, made it legal for them to directly propagandize kids with cartoons and shit. You ever notice, like, there was a toy line for every cartoon that was on Saturday morning? That was done on purpose.
Yeah.
So,
well, we in Europe were aware that your TV had far more adverts, as well as more insidious adverts. In Britain and in other countries in Europe, there was a lot more restrictions against that kind of stuff. And you couldn't advertise certain things at all during children's TV shows, or before what they called the watershed, which was either 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. And it also, as far as marketing and pester power, there was even certain things like where supermarkets weren't allowed to put chocolates and candies and things like that at the checkout. They weren't allowed to do that because they knew that it was to advertise to children. So in Europe, for a long, long time, we were able to sort of legitimately look at America and kind of roll our eyes and say, only in America, right? And I remember, more than 20 years ago now, being in a motel or a hotel in America and turning on the TV and saying, oh, good, this is an episode of Friends or Seinfeld or whatever it was, right? And so, oh, maybe I'll just watch this, right? But this, although now people in Europe probably are used to it and don't think it was any other way, but there'll be what they call is, I think, a cold intro in Friends. Like, it wouldn't play music. It was just, oh, you're straight in Friends, and then they're doing the acting, and then you get one gag, and then go to an ad break, and then it comes back after the ad break, and the opening credits or theme tune starts. Now that never happened in Europe, right? And then I went, that's weird. Maybe they're getting rid of the ads straight away, and then they'll show us the whole episode. But no, it was like every 2-3 minutes there was an ad break, more than every 5 minutes. I couldn't believe it. And I said, how does anybody in America watch this? I don't get it. I wouldn't watch TV at all ever if they're going to bombard me with ads like this. But anyway, we know the story from there.
Yeah. I mean, even I've heard even in Europe, y'all don't have the big pharma ads every time you turn around either, with the constant bombarding. I mean, even if you watch like Cartoon Network, a kids channel, it's constant big pharma propaganda and all that. And I mean, America used to have laws against all that, just like Europe does. But that's what we get for our boomer ass ancestors and grandparents and parents voting in an actor in Ronald Reagan. What did Ronald Reagan do? He did exactly what the TV people wanted him to do.
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not trying to paint the picture that Europe is better and have all these protections. We used to, but I think you're right that we don't have medicines and things like that being advertised on TV, and certainly we don't have good afternoon or good evening. This is the BBC or RTE or whatever it might be. Sponsored by whatever medical company. We don't have that as far as I know. However, I can't speak definitively on TV over this side because I don't watch it, and I'm not trying to boast, but I don't haven't watched it in a long, long time. Except like it might be on somewhere sometime occasionally, and I might catch a glimpse of it, but that's about it.
Yeah, I haven't watched like cable television since it's been
doesn't matter, a long time. Doesn't matter, long time. Yeah,
about 11 years. Like, I don't like cable television at all. Like, at all.
Well, the thing is, and I think, look, I'll just say this, and we'll move off topic, and we'll finish up now, right? Is that the ads now, they were annoying in the past, and in America worse, because it was like, call your doctor to see if this is the right choice for you and all this sort of stuff, right? Whatever, right? That was just annoying, but I couldn't believe anyone would fall for that stuff anyway. But yeah, we know different now. However, nowadays, and it has been for probably 10 years, or best part of it anyway, every ad break is pushing the the mixing up of people, and there's no white men. If there are white men, it's some idiot gangly guy who's both stupid and weak, and I just cannot stand watching that stuff. And I know other people. My father watches the TV and he watches the ads, and one of my brothers does. And I say, why do you keep watching that stuff? And I know when it comes on, like their expressions just go into that sort of alpha state where they kind of go, of the alpha brainwave, where they kind of go,
Mm.
must obey, Zod, must obey. Even though when I sort of ask them, like, what the hell are you doing watching this stuff? You shouldn't be giving it attention. They go, oh, I don't know if it works on me. It doesn't work on me. I laugh at it. I'm like, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think so. Not cumulatively. It has a
Which
cumulative
reminds
effect.
me, did you ever watch Batman Forever back in in the
Yeah,
90s? It was like
probably, yeah.
96.
If it was in the 90s, I've probably seen it, yeah.
It's the one with Jim Carrey. Like there's some predictive programming in that because the main plot is like Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones, uh, Two Face and the Riddler, right? Well,
Mm.
what they've done is they've created this little box, cable box that goes on top of people's TV, and basically what it does is it sucks the memories and all the stuff in their head out and puts it into the mind of the Riddler, right? Well, what is Palantir and all these data collection agencies doing with all the stuff you watch online, right?
Mm.
It was preempting what the fuck they were going to do. They were going to suck people's minds out through a screen.
Yeah, well, there's so much predictive programming, it's just incredible, and more truth in the movies generally than there is on the news, apart from perhaps this movie we've been talking about. But I know, look, the last hour we've been just shooting the breeze a bit. But let me just catch a few more of these comments here, and then we'll wrap it up, because I believe I have a good thing to wrap it up with, okay? Um,
Good.
so Katie Kane says, being very poor is great training for that. In other words, learning to live off the government teat or any aspects of it. Did I read this one
Mhm.
out already from Reg? I don't know, from Alaska. He says, it's like communism, great theory, total pie in the sky, or like JC says, utopia, a non-existent place that they can dangle at the end of a stick so they can lure you into their torture dungeon.
Yep.
Um, Katie Kane says, 9 months without running water. I lived fine on 15 gallons a day. Stayed clean, kept house. Not easy, but doable. Well, it's always great to be able to do dress rehearsals or live it, without having to sort of, before there's any sort of, total breakdown of facilities that society or civilization can provide.
Yes.
And so
I
you
did
actually have
so.
figures from real world experience rather than sort of going by what some expert told you you'd need as far as gallons of water a day. Go ahead there, JC.
I was just saying, like, I did so. Like, I wanted to know, like, what my capabilities were. How long can I possibly, go without, having to, actually contact civilization, deal with people, etc. And I made it a year plus, right? Like she said, stayed clean, stayed fed. Staying cool was a little bit of a difficulty in the South. It was really hot and humid that summer, so like warm was no problem, but staying cool was an issue. Like I from like 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning till like 4 or 5, you kind of had to like go swimming and kind of
Yeah,
stay wet so that you didn't like overheat and basically die.
got it. Yeah, yeah. Now, if it's very hot and there's a place you can at least cool off by jumping in, that'd be great. That's safe water as well. Reg from Alaska 907 Studios AK says, 9 months. Wow, that's to Katie Kane. That's some training, all right. I have a friend with no running water right now, and I don't get how they do it. I don't have a clue how it will go, especially for washing clothes. That's a big thing as well. Um, and he says, I'm happy I could catch you guys, meaning yourself and myself, live this time. I usually have to listen to the replay. This is much better. And I don't know if you call it then, Reg, but you asked a question in the last stream regarding Freemasonry or that kind of thing, and we did answer it towards the end, maybe about an hour after you asked the question or so, maybe more than an hour. Um, Katie Kane says, I
But we did
used,
get there.
yeah, we did get to it. Katie Kane says, I used 5-gallon jugs recycled from cat litter. filled up at work. Heat it hot on the stove, dilute to cool, collect runoff for toilet flushing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, toilet flushing as well. Yeah, it's amazing when you don't have running water anymore. You suddenly remember, oh yes, how am I going to flush the toilet? Um,
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the best ways is to like dig holes. You dig holes and you bury it. That's
okay.
one good way.
Although it might not be legal. 907 Studios AK says advertising now is psychological warfare. Yeah, that's what it is. Katie Kane says, for some people, being poor is terribly scary. They'll do anything to prevent it, but change their spending habits. Yes, absolutely. People, once they get to used to a certain level of income or standard of living, they won't ever want to reduce that even slightly. Which is, again, I suppose it's a point for the people who are trying to take over our society and make sure that they control currency and everybody's thoughts and ideas and speech and all that kind of thing, because they
Yeah.
know that people can't be trusted to do the right thing on their own without the incentives.
Well, they've also been training people to work like that because guess how their new currency system works? You
Oh yeah,
get
well
credit
that's what I'm
based on
referring
your
to.
behavior, and
Yeah.
then it like they go away after a certain amount of time and expire. So you have to like do what those people do and not save and spend everything that you make. Even if you start making more, you have to go right to the limit of what you can spend. Otherwise, you'll lose it. Right? It'll expire.
Yep. And you'll only be allowed to spend it in certain places on certain things, all that, and people are sleepwalking into it. And even our guys are saying, "Oh, well, I'll continue to go to work until it happens," you know.
Yeah.
Um,
And by the way, did you catch just one more thing? Did you catch the that BlackRock guy saying that Bitcoin is like he recommends Bitcoin as a hedge and some more shit? He said he puts his trust in Bitcoin. A guy at BlackRock now. Like, remember when I said Bitcoin was just a stepping stone to what they want, right? Get people on a digital and then slowly move them over to the digital they want them on? Well,
mm,
there you go. There's a
yeah.
BlackRock CEO touting it now. They didn't at first because they knew that it would hurt it. But now that, like, people are all in on that shit and you got all these Bitcoin maximalists and everything, now you have BlackRock coming out and being like, yep, we support Bitcoin all the way.
Right. Well, look, just in the same vein, and where there's a group of people, maybe it's not all the same people. Maybe they call them phone hackers or jackers or confidence tricksters. But anyway, I'm not too familiar with them. I don't know their name, but there's been some famous phone calls that they've made impersonating people to some famous people. And recently, say in the last month for sure, anyway, there was two phone calls. One to Christine Lagarde, who has been, I think at some point might have been the leader of the EU Parliament, and also like big banking person. So whatever EU central bank, she was either the head of that or working in the EU central bank for a long time as well. Anyway, these people called her up in the last month, roughly, and said, and posing as, somebody, some head of state in Europe, saying, we want to introduce the digital currency. We really like the aspect of it that we can turn off people's ability to spend money, or force them not to be able to spend it outside of where they live, or not be able to spend it on things that we don't want them to buy, or punish them by expiring the currency if they say the wrong things on social media. But there's just one thing we're worried about, that our population aren't going to accept it. Like, do you have any advice? Something along the lines like that. And she accepted everything that he said. Like, she even maybe went on to sort of say, oh, well, yes, we're aware of that. We just have to manage people's expectations and perceptions, something like that. Very much paraphrasing here, but what really proved was that she didn't deny any of it, or that kind of the way she talked about it was as though, oh yeah, we all know that that's the plan, and that's the business as usual that we're up to.
Mm-hmm. Of course you did. Like they realize that at this point, there's no reason for keeping up pretenses at those kinds of meetings anymore. They're
Yeah.
confident in their ability to control the narrative no matter what happens, really. So
Right.
You
And they're
know.
so used to it and doing it all the time. So anyway, but it's proof in case anyone would sort of say, "Oh no, like these are outside forces, or it's just all people coming together, or it's tech companies just seeing where their profit is going to be and all this kind of thing." Like this proves like that it's not a conspiracy theory. And as far as the I suppose let's not get into it, but the Nord Stream pipeline in the last week I saw anyway, and I don't know exactly when it occurred, but just to mention that if you want to search for it, Henry Kissinger was called by same kind of people, if not the same people, and they pretended to be Zelensky from the Ukraine, and um, Henry Kissinger believed that it was and talked to them as though it was and said, "Oh, I thought it was you that did the Nord Stream thing, no?" Or whatever, something along those lines anyway.
Hmm. And all of it is setting up pretense, in my opinion. It's setting up the situation that a lot of times they do these things just to get the conversation going, right? It's to start the conversation and get people to skip over the whole "should we" part,
Mm.
right? If you can get the conversation on to, say you want to do something, and you can't like straight up come out and say, "Oh, we want to do this," right? So you kind of put some things out there to get the conversation started amongst the public first. Get them to bring the topic, right?
Yeah.
Them to think about it first.
Exactly, and as well as if you can give people like the Hegelian choice between two things that either which way the house wins, which they
Mm-hmm.
always set up. Reg there says, "Thanks guys, I forgot about that." He said, "Mister Forgotten he asked the question," and I'll have to go back to listen to the replay. Yeah, um, and somebody who probably has got a change of identity says his name is Nobody Cares. He says, "Everyone, calm down. I am here now, and everything is going to be okay."
Good to know.
So fair enough. So a bit of levity there. Katie says, "Thanks, nobody cares. I feel better now." Uh, Reg from Alaska says, "Larry Fink said that." So that's in relation to you talking about BlackRock,
Mm-hmm.
the investment corporation or whatever they call themselves. Haha, Bitcoin is a trap. Nobody cares has some kind of an emoji there that I can't quite. Oh, it's the brain exploding. Uh, and there's a few more now. I'll just catch up with the comments and then maybe we'll wrap it up for sure for realsies this time. Great opening
Yep.
line, says Reg to Nobody Cares. Manage expectations, perception management. Yeah, Katie Kane.
Yep.
But I mean, that's a very standard phrase. All in the corporations, like they would say, "Oh, we need to manage people's expectations on this." Always, like, and that was as much internally as externally.
Yeah. They're just
People,
engaging in their normal sophistry to talk above people's heads because I mean it really does work. When you use words that people don't use all the time, they're not as likely to pay attention to what you're saying. They'll just
yeah,
kind
oh
of
yeah,
overlook it and go on.
yeah, oh for sure. People will pretend they know what you're talking about. Oh, there's some big words, and like in meetings, I've said it before, they just kind of mentally jot down a few big words and then just parrot them, hoping people will think, "Oh, that guy must be really brilliant at his job as well."
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, it works. I mean, as a former criminal and all around bad guy, I will tell you, it is incredibly easy to manipulate people, and the easiest ones to manipulate are the ones who think they can't be manipulated.
Yes. Well, look, with that in mind, right, I totally agree with you there. The ones who think they can't be manipulated, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
didn't put a caption on that. I just thought that was self-explanatory, right? So who knows what he's really up to? Our hero Tim Ballard or Barry, um,
Yeah, no,
what are the parts that didn't make it into the film there? So there's a few
yeah.
more pictures of him. He's got a bookcase behind him, so he must be really intelligent. He's got the American flag, so he must be really patriotic. He must be a good guy. His
Mm-hmm.
hair's all combed there, wearing a suit and tie. Then on the right hand side there he is with his impressive physique as well as good looking face, and he's wearing a patriotic T-shirt. So
With the
it's
flag
very hard.
flying in the background, and it's flying
Yeah,
the
oh yeah,
right direction too, because like
yeah,
on a soldier's uniform, the flag flies backwards to what you would actually think it would.
yes,
It
yeah,
flies,
yeah,
right to left if you're looking at it. Right.
yes. I've seen that pointed out before. Yeah.
Mm.
So look, there he is anyway, and here's what I'll just wrap up on a kind of light note here. But look, maybe there's some truth to it, right? So there's Barry, and if you've ever watched Archer, there's a doppelganger for Barry, a robotic evil
Yep.
twin. Barry and other Barry. Now, I'm not saying any of them is evil, right? Again, I'm acting as though I had a million listeners and don't want to get sued. I just think the
Mhm.
resemblance is absolutely striking between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean it like I said. I think it's probably just the fact that like he's exactly what you would expect, right? He like they hired him because he looks the part, right? It's like he
Yeah,
had the right resume and he looked the part, so we hired him.
yeah.
Um,
And that's
but
it. Despite, even though we say judge a man by the content of his character and all that lovely stuff from the civil rights movement of the 60s, they don't believe it. We don't believe it. Even if we think we believe it, people do act differently towards people. And this guy might not be as good as he looks. The content of his character might not be as good as his fortunate exterior. And as I remember hearing before, a good-looking face is the best passport in the world. It'll open doors for you.
yeah, and I mean another good example would be like the Mother Teresa scandal thing, right? Mother Teresa's supposed to be all this great. Well, she was supposed to be a Catholic, left the order, and then said she's going to teach the Hindu to be a better Hindu and all that. So that right there shows she's got some cognitive dissonance going on inside her noggin. Something ain't right, right? But
Yeah, well,
you know, but like maybe a decade ago, that it came out that the Mother Teresa like children's schools or whatever was involved in child trafficking. So
yeah,
you
well,
know,
that's it, and it's a
so
perfect cover to be a
covers up.
charity for children. To be a charity for children is the perfect cover to do the thing that you claim to be fighting against. And I'll just say this: maybe we'll do a stream on it another time because a lot of people don't seem to know this, but I do think that Mother Teresa was everything that Christopher Hitchens says that she was. That she was cruel and evil, and went
Yeah,
out of her way to prolong suffering for as many people as possible because her whole credo was the more people suffer, the more God let them into heaven.
yeah. Well, like I know, like I did a lot of research into her. We must do a stream on her sometime. There's plenty out there. Like her and Mahatma Gandhi would have been real close friends, and I think they were actually real close friends. But either way, uh, you know,
Yeah,
they had a similar mo, we'll say, and
yeah,
I think that this guy would and his ilk would kind of fall into that same category, whether he knows it or not. I think that this whole operation is being used as a cover for exactly what it's supposed to be fighting.
yes, yeah. Okay, I think we'd say that, in my opinion, that's what it is as well. Katie Kane says, I've thoroughly enjoyed this, gentlemen. Thanks for keeping me occupied on this Sunday afternoon in hot Georgia. Well, it gives me a great thrill to know that people in all different parts of the world are listening live and might listen in the future, of course. Thanks for listening now, and anybody else who might on the playback, even in a
For sure.
few years' time, would be great. But that's great for me to know anyway.
Straight up, like that, it is quite validating. I hate using that word because of the connotations it's taken on in this day and age, right?
Yeah,
Like
I know. Yeah.
validation seekers or whatnot, but it
Yeah.
is nice to be validated occasionally.
Well, look, it's just nice to know, and I appreciate that people are listening and that they enjoy it. And I do get a kind of a thrill like this, even though I would take the internet down if this would solve all our problems. I do get a bit of a thrill that somebody so far away can be listening more or less live. She
Sure.
also says, I would never have imagined that JC was a southern guy from chatting on Bermus. That's Jason Bermus's streams. I've managed my expectations, though. Much love. My mom passed between Diana and Teresa. She could
Oh.
talk the ear off either one. What does that mean, passed between Diana and Teresa?
All us Southerners can do that, like we do like to talk.
But do you know what she means by my mom passed between Diana and Teresa?
She means she passed away, I would say, and
But
I
what
am
does it
sorry to
mean?
hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, but what does it mean
But,
between Diana and Teresa?
oh, that's like Princess Diana and the deaths of
Oh,
princesses.
between the deaths of those two people, Mother Teresa and Princess Diana. Got it. Yeah, okay. I was just being a bit slow for some reason on that. Um, Yeah. Oh, what I just want to say as well, deformed head cell here says that you're coming in hot on the mic. So in my ears, you're clipping a lot. So look, we'll do some more experiments to see what we can do about that for next week. We'll spend a bit more time, and we did this time trying to make sure the sound was okay, or that our
Yeah,
connection, my connection, was giving me problems. But
it's
we'll
probably
see.
because I cut my equalizer off. Like I had to cut my equalizer off to make like because it was making me skip, and usually that would manage
Yeah.
like my mic pop and all
Well,
that other stuff.
we'll have to figure out a way to turn your volume down because I can't turn mine up anymore, and you're always much louder than me. So we'll have to figure out something. Get you an
Hmm.
exterior mic or something. Because if you're just talking into a phone or a tablet without any exterior mic, we must try an exterior mic. But I remember the first time we did it, your Bluetooth was real bad. I couldn't use that. That was major hot. So we'll have to figure out if there's some volume thing setting in your phone or tablet or whatever it is somewhere. Because or else just stand further back from it. Because I don't know. It's. I'd love to be able to get this kind of volume out of my tablet or phone. I don't have a tablet phone or whatever, you know.
Yeah. I am in market for like as I told you the other day, I blew my mic up, so I am in market for another one, and that probably would help if I talked into like something like that. Maybe it might help change my volume or whatever.
Yeah,
Maybe.
we'll definitely try and do something. And so what that means is we need you to send in your money and buy Birch Gold. And we keep fighting the fight because we need to get a microphone. So we
Never.
we need you
I
to
won't do that.
send in your Bitcoin to this PayPal address in the Venmo. Okay,
Yeah, like
that is a joke though.
to chill and advertise, I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't sell out that way. I might
Okay.
remain broke the rest of my life, but I can't.
I'd like this to be a non-profit organization as well. But look, or sorry, a non-collecting organization. I think we'll leave it there. We'll see what we can do about the sound issues. We'll spend some time experimenting with settings next time anyway, you know.
Hmm.
Um, and
Sure.
yeah, there are some settings. I know that, people are saying we did check the StreamYard settings. He's on auto. I am on auto. We'll do what we can for next week anyway, and see if we can get them on the
Hmm.
same level somehow, some way. Right.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
talk
call it
in
there.
between and see if we can't
Yeah,
figure it out. But yeah,
we'll
sounds
have to
good.
do that. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Right. We'll call it there. Thanks everyone for listening, and we'll see you next week, I hope.